Hold up. Okay. Post on Discord. I don't know. There we go. Now let's find something fun for the initial video. I sent a lot of stuff. Brother, I am troubled. Why did he add that to the list again? Very funny. Ice memo. This is not stuff I added. This is stuff we'll watch later. I will open that one, because that is interesting. We'll do this one as well, because fuck it. We're talking about Australia. We can talk about One Nation. No. The fuck is all my more videos I put on here? Here we go. I didn't click that. What the fuck? It has been over a week. Trump's worldview and a rapidly changing global order. That's a fun video title. Oh, amazing. There's so much stuff. Sudan crisis explained. Okay. Let's do that one as well. Considering we're going to do an Australia thing today, I think this is the guy. No? Shh. Sweet baby. Here we go.
Pipe bombs, which have been located in public paths in the Belconnen area this week. On Tuesday and Wednesday, police responded to reports of several pipe bombs located near Lake Ginninderra. We're urging anyone who locates
pipe bombs in Canberra.
A suspicious item.
It was a couple days ago.
Stay with the item, do not pick it up, and call 000. Anyone who witnesses suspicious behaviour is urged to contact police on 131 444 And while there is no information to suggest these pipe bombs are currently in other parts of Canberra, if
You
see
never
something
know.
that matches the description of a pipe bomb anywhere else, please contact police. Any questions?
What do you know about these?
Why are you scared of pipes?
Who do you think is behind them? Do you have any understanding at this point of where these are coming from?
We're taking the matter very seriously. At the moment, it is a current investigation, so I can't really comment on the status of that at the moment. Of a pipe bomb anywhere else, please contact police. Any questions?
What do you know about these pipe bombs? Who do you think is behind them? Do you have any understanding at this point of where these are coming from?
Terrorist.
We're taking the matter very seriously. At the moment, it is a current investigation, so I can't really
Probably a
comment on the
sovereign
status of that at the
citizen.
moment. However, I urge members of the public, if they do have any information, to contact police
Don't
on
talk to cops.
131444, or they can also provide that information anonymously via Crime Stoppers.
Don't talk to cops.
So far, of
Uh,
pipe bombs.
As of this morning, there's 11 devices.
Is it likely there's more
11?
devices around Canberra?
They put 11.
That's unknown at this stage.
For those who don't already know, can you provide a description
Whoa,
of the
I thought there was like
I'll refer you
3.
to the
There's
ACT
11.
policing website. You'll actually see images of one of the items that has been located by police. It's a metallic cylindrical object. There's a number of images on there. I'd urge Canberra residents to view that image, and if they locate anything similar to that, to contact police immediately.
And what are the dangers associated with these pipe bombs?
Did you see this? Where they found pipe bombs in Canberra? He might not have his headphones on yet.
Any explosive is dangerous. That's why we are taking it so seriously.
No way.
An explosive in a public place does raise a lot of concern for police. And again, I urge anyone who locates an object not to touch it, not to pick it up, but to immediately call police.
Pick it up and
So
yeet
it's
it.
actually
Been finding these, like, has it been families or kids picking these up, or how have they been getting found?
Police have been contacted by several members of the public who have located them, and police have located further devices through searching the area.
Is there actually explosives within these devices, or are they simply just in the shape of a bomb?
Some of the items that have been located have been detonated prior to police
Is bomb actual bomb or just bomb shaped? Is what his question was.
locating them, and some have not yet detonated. So they are explosives, and that is why we are treating it so seriously.
Has anyone been hurt in those
Tweeting it so
detonations?
We are not
seriously.
aware of anyone sustaining any injuries from a detonation of one of these devices. However, they are explosives, and so if anyone would locate them, to not touch the item, but to call police immediately.
When you say people should stay with the item if they do find it, is there a certain kind of perimeter they should keep away from it, given they do appear to be explosive?
Absolutely, it is an explosive, so we do not want members of the public to pick them up. We do not want members of the public to bring them to police stations. We want them to call 000 immediately.
How are police treating these? Are you calling them the bomb squad when you find them, or what are you doing with them?
We're following our protocols in relation to when explosives are identified.
Any sort of indication of the motive for why these devices have been around the place?
We are treating this very seriously, and investigations are currently underway, and it'd be inappropriate for me to comment on that right now. But again, urging members of the public to contact police via 131444 if they see any suspicious behaviour, if they locate a device, to call police immediately on 000, or if they wish to provide information anonymously through Crime Stoppers.
You mentioned some of these have been detonated. How have they detonated when they're out in the public?
I'm not an explosives expert, and it would be inappropriate for me to provide commentary on that aspect.
Is there any kind of remote detonation aspect, though, or are these pretty simple devices?
Again, I'm not an explosives expert. It would be inappropriate for me to comment.
Is this being treated as a terrorism incident?
At this stage, it is currently under investigation, and we are treating it very seriously, but it has not been declared a terrorism-related event.
Have there been previous instances of pipe bombs being found in Canberra previously?
I would not be comfortable answering that question without actually researching that. Yeah, sorry.
You say
Sorry.
if there's a suspected target at this point, you spoke about the motive you can't comment on. Are they in particular
The target
areas?
was Canberra.
Are they near certain buildings, for instance?
At the moment, the devices that have been located have been along footpaths between Joynton Smith Drive and Ginninderra Drive in Belconnen. So they're in public places, footpaths and green belts.
You've said that some of them detonated as being damage to properties.
Sorry, what was
Any
it?
damage to property caused? by
Not
the
that has been identified by police at this stage.
So have these pipe bombs been detonated in another location and relocated here, or have they been detonated in the location that you found them?
We're unsure with all of the items. It appears that they most likely have been detonated in place, but it is currently subject to police investigation, and that will be some of the inquiries that we do follow up.
In your release, you said that I found out a 2-day period. You suspect they've been there for a longer period of time? Do you know how long they might have been there?
No, that will be subject of the investigation, how long they've been in the locations.
And who found the first one? Was it a member of the public?
I believe it was a member of the public with further
check.
devices being
Can
located by
hear.
police.
Were they in a close proximity to each other, or?
Check.
So it's through an area of approximately 1 kilometre in length between Joynton Smith Drive and Ginninderra Drive in Belconnen.
Last question, guys.
You mentioned like obviously these have been detonated. How did police know they had already been detonated when they picked them up? Like,
Why
was
is she
there
talking like a
extra
cunt?
or something, or is it just the
She's a cop?
pipe was open?
Oh my
So a number of
God.
the devices have been located intact and a number have been located partially
My
destroyed.
chapstick!
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Change the batteries in that smoke detector.
The war over the future of the Democratic Party, it is raging right now in California. With the party's progressive wing...
What the
I don't wanna
fuck?
get-
What
I
the
don't wanna
fuck,
get
Phil?
sued.
What the fuck, Phil? I'm trying to talk about Australia here. Fuck off.
Contains the names of Indigenous people who've died.
From the sky above and down on the ground, dozens of armed police swooped on Lake Cargelligo after gunshots rang out on a local street.
Oh yeah, by the way,
I love how normal countries have to clarify that it's armed police.
yeah, isn't that funny? So this, I was looking it up. They will probably show a map, but I'll do a map anyway. I like my maps. Lake Cargelligo, New South Wales. So, just for reference, where they are talking about is this town right here. Right in the middle of the fucking desert in New South Wales. Okay? So we're talking about very rural. Something like that. I still need to watch that movie. You should add that to the list and we should watch that movie. But yeah, so this is where this occurred. Right here. This little town, I think they have like 1,500 people. So it's a little bit west of Sydney. But it's past the Blue Mountains. So it's actually on the other side of the range. Just for context. And the reason that I'm showing this, because, you know, it's like, oh, 3 dead in a shooting. Who gives a shit, right? Well, considering that I've spent so much time talking about how mass shootings are 3 people dying in a single event, this is another one of these mass shootings that I always talk about that are hidden in domestic violence statistics. So I've actually managed to come across an event that is an active domestic violence case that that has not been reported as a mass shooting and will not be reported as a mass shooting and will be hidden in domestic violence statistics because it's a domestic violence incident. But they were in their cars. They were on the street. I'm pretty sure. That's a mass shooting, baby. But the media won't report it like that.
It was maybe 4 pops. Within a few seconds, I heard someone across the road screaming, "Somebody call an ambulance."
25-year-old Sophie Quinn, who was pregnant, and her 32-year-old friend had been shot dead in a vehicle.
I went over to see if I could help or do anything, and as I was walking over, I saw that they were doing CPR on someone. It was horrible.
The gunman fled minutes later. More gunshots were heard a few streets away. Sophie's 50-year-old aunt, Nerida Quinn, died at the scene. 19-year-old Caleb McQueen was seriously injured and taken to hospital, where he's been interviewed by detectives.
I know all the people that are involved, it's extremely tragic.
The suspected gunman is 37-year-old Julian Ingram, who's also known as Julian Pierpoint.
I saw him yesterday. He was, working for the council, doing the gardening and, just going about his usual business.
The council worker had been in a relationship with the 25-year-old female victim.
He was on bail for domestic violence offences.
Police say he had never held a gun licence.
We don't know how the weapon came into the possession of the gunman.
At one point,
Man,
around
lucky.
100 police...
Lucky you've got the strictest gun laws in the country, New South Wales. Better make them tighter. That'll solve this problem, instead of actually solving the problem and dealing with domestic violence. You know what you should do? You should make it harder for people to get guns, because that clearly worked. Or, alternatively, you could just dump millions and millions of dollars into feckless anti-domestic violence organizations which just funnel money into their own pockets for wages and don't actually solve the domestic violence issue, which continues to get worse and worse every single year. But don't worry, the migrants are the real problem. Not the white guys killing women every single week in this country. It's the fucking immigrants.
Officers were involved in the search for the gunman, who was spotted outside town yesterday driving a white ute.
I think he would really know how to disappear, to hide himself or use relatives or whatever. Because once you get west of here, especially at this time of the year, it's a very challenging experience to be out there.
Shops in town stayed closed today, with residents advised to stay at home. A small town of 1,200 people still waiting for the chance to mourn together. Joanna Woodburn, ABC News, Lake Cargelligo.
If you or anyone you know was affected by this video, please contact Lifeline on 13 11 14.
Please don't kill yourself.
Shooting in the central west of New South Wales. Police releasing a photo of a man that they believe shot and killed 2 women and another man. Live now to Emily Saunders, who's in Lake Cargelligo this morning. Emily, the man remains on the run.
He does, Jane. Good morning. We can reveal, though, more details about the accused gunman. His name, Julian Ingram. He's 37, also known as Pierpoint, and he is out for an outstanding warrant for his murder. He is the accused gunman, believed to be allegedly behind multiple shootings here in Lake Cargelligo, including what started at the street behind me here, where a man and a woman were found fatally shot in a car. And then just a few streets away, another man and a woman were shot as well. Now, this investigation is ongoing this morning. We just came from another street where we saw a tactical police division and multiple unmarked police cars swarm a house, and they were asking anyone inside to come out. Now, nothing did eventuate, but obviously we will bring you those details as they come in. Jane?
Yeah, a tense time in that town, Emily. Thank you.
Now on that breaking news in New South Wales, police just now releasing a photo of the gunman they believe shot 3 people in the state's Central West. For the latest, I'm joined by Assistant Commissioner Andrew Holland. Assistant Commissioner, thanks for your time this morning. This is a terrible crime.
Yeah, it's really confronting for a small country town, Carl.
What's the latest on the investigation and the manhunt?
Yeah, currently we're conducting a wide-scale land search of the
I want men to hunt me.
and the surrounding it. We have multiple police on the ground, obviously tactical operations units as well.
Talking about manhunting, I had some Aussie fucking dude get real mad at me, and he's like, "Oh, you're probably in your mum's basement. I'm at the pub with having drinks with 25 blokes." And I'm just like, sounds gay. And he's been coping ever since, and it's so funny.
To assist us to try and locate that offender.
Is there anything that the public needs to know about him?
Yeah, Julian Ingram is a 37-year-old male. He's of
Julian?
older appearance. He's about 165 to 170 centimetres tall, medium build with short brown hair and brown eyes, and he's possibly driving a work ute, a Ford Ranger utility with a trailer, registration number DM07GZ. We were asking members of the public obviously not to approach this person. We believe this person could be armed and dangerous, and we were hoping the public could obviously identify this person or locations for us to assist.
Okay, that's...
Usually I would say don't talk to cops, and still I say don't talk to cops. Just beat the shit out of this guy. Just put his head into the ground. Like, fuck this guy. Bro just killed 2 women in a domestic violence incident. Honestly, like, this is the kind of attitude that people in Australia should have. Like, if you're a domestic violence perpetrator, the only thing... You should be treated...
You should kill yourself.
I would say you should be treated like a Nazi, but Nazis are actually treated quite well in Melbourne now. So, treat them like a pedophile, I guess. Which, realistically... Treating domestic violence perpetrators like pedophiles is a pretty fucking equal challenge, like equal justice, I reckon. Like, you are equally as scummy. It's probably, you know what? No, I'm going to stick with that. If you have committed domestic violence, you should be considered on the same level as a pedophile.
Careful.
You hurt people in the same manner. You predate on people, you harm women, you harm children. You are on the same level. And I'm not even going to be, I'm not going to say sorry about that. Fuck you. You are on the same level as a pedophile.
Number plate there, DM07GZ. Can you tell us anything about the victims?
Yeah, it looks like it's a domestic violence-related incident, actually. All the victims appear to be related to the offender at this stage, and that's the avenue our investigations will take at this point.
It's terrible for that family and also for the community. Shocking.
Yeah, it's really confronting, as I said before, for the community. We have support people down there, family liaison officers from the New South Wales Police, and obviously other members of the public will provide welfare and support for the community. It will take a long, long time for the community to get out of this incident.
It's terrible for that community. Assistant Commissioner, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Carl.
Well, that's gone forever. The cone
Okay.
fell.
Fuck that.
An image of a man that they're searching for in the wake of a triple fatal shooting in Lake Kajelico. A massive manhunt for the gun.
Sir, that is called a mass shooting. You reported it incorrectly. That is called a mass shooting. Let me just look up what is considered mass murder in Australia. Mass murder, 4 people. That is a moronic standard. So, I'm gonna look this up. Has Australia ever changed its definition of mass murder? Okay, so based on available research, Australia has not formally changed its legal definition of mass murder, but the threshold used by researchers to define mass shooting incidents has changed over time. During definition thresholds, while some definitions often used in the US define a mass shooting as 4 or more victims, many Australian studies, particularly those since 1996, have used a higher threshold of 5 or more victims. You remember how I keep saying that Australia changed its threshold to hide mass shootings? 1996 turning point. Following the 1996 massacre, Australia implemented the National Firearms Thing. Studies analysing the impact of these laws often define massacres that occurred in 18 years prior with 5 or more fatalities. See, this is what I'm talking about. They do not have a consistent tracking system nor a legible definition. Huh? In recent years, public discussion and research has adapted a 4-victim threshold, which 1996 largely stopped incidents that meet that criteria. Yeah, funny how that works, isn't it? But, you know, 3 dead, and that's not a mass shooting. You can just hide that in domestic violence statistics. You know, no gun violence in Australia. We must keep face. While mass shootings have ceased, other mass murder incidents such as stabbings or fire are still categorized under general homicide law. Which does not have a set mass number the same way gun control studies do, but it does. It's 3. So why is mass shooting 5 in Australia when mass murder is 4 and the American mass murder is 3, which, you know, when you hear people talking about homicides, do you hear homicide, double homicide, triple homicide, or it's mass murder at that point? Because it's interesting when you actually think about the language of like few, double, triple, that sort of thing. Because few means 3 or more. A few is 3 or more. So if you've killed a few people, you killed 3 or more. If you, what's the one, two's company, three's a crowd, right? Yeah, I feel like this should all coalesce into 3 being the universally accepted definition of mass shooting, mass killing. It just makes sense to me. I don't know. But this is just sort of exactly what I'm talking about, is them changing the definitions, having higher standards to count as mass shootings, because you can't have mass shootings in the country that banned guns because of mass shootings. That would make them look bad and make their 12-day legislation look really, really bad, almost like that's exactly what it is. Because once again, we are seeing a mass shooting as a result of gun laws failing to keep guns out of people who shouldn't have them, like people who commit domestic fucking violence. So tell me again how gun laws stop this kind of shit. Because this happens all the time. Before 1996, shotguns and hunting rifles specifically accounted for over 80% of all firearm homicides in the country. Over 80%. Sporting rifles, military-style rifles, 1.3. So you're telling me that these laws have somehow changed something when women are still dying by the hand of domestic abusers with guns? Terrorists are able to get guns to do terror attacks, which then gives Zionists the ability to weaponize it and stand on their dead bodies to try and get political points in this fucking country. To waste money on a royal commission when we know how ISIS works and we know why Jews were targeted. It's so, like, there's so many fucking issues in this country, and it's because they just want to hide from its history, which is why I'm going to talk about Australian history this episode. So I've got a lot of stuff talking about the genocide and all that sort of stuff, because right now people are crying because some statues got stolen. Where my carved obelisk of stone? Where they pour red paint on my obelisk of stone? Where? Like, shut up. Who gives a shit? It's a 100-year-old colonial statue, but I'm gonna go destroy thousands and year-old fucking Aboriginal artifacts, and that's no big deal. You know, fuck that. You know, drink coffee from their skulls. Who gives a shit, right? Fucking British cunts.
Is still underway.
Police are urging residents in the Central West town to stay indoors or avoid the area while the search operation continues. Our reporter Jess Scully has more from Wagga Wagga. Jess, good morning. So what do we know so far?
Good morning, Emma. So what we know so far, about 4:30 yesterday afternoon, police in the
Hello.
Lake Jellicoe area responded to reports of a shooting. They arrived on scene at Bakara Street in Lake Jellicoe, where they found a 25-year-old woman and a 32-year-old man suffering from gunshot wounds in a vehicle. Both the man and woman were treated at the scene, but died from their injuries. Police also responded in Walker Street, Lake Jellicoe yesterday afternoon, where they found a 50-year-old woman and a 19-year-old man, both suffering from gunshot wounds also. The 50-year-old woman died at the scene, while the 19-year-old man is in hospital in a critical but stable condition.
And like I say all this, and this is obviously a domestic violence incident. Like clearly this guy has gone and systematically eliminated this girl and her family. Obviously that's what's happened here, but it's still, this should still be classified as a mass shooting. It was in public, it was on the street, it was in cars. This is a mass shooting. This is the same as what happened in Darwin. Darwin was a dude who shouldn't have had a shotgun, had a sawn-off shotgun, and in the space of about 3 hours went out and shot 4 people and killed 3. That is a mass shooting. This is a mass shooting. Once again, the Australian media is failing the Australian people by refusing to report mass shootings as mass shootings, especially when they're domestic violence incidents.
Condition. Police are looking for a 37-year-old man by the name of Julian Ingram, also known as Pierpoint. He was last seen travelling in a white Ford utility vehicle with council markings and high visibility markings, as well as a light bar on the roof.
Well, it seems like a bad getaway car.
Number plate is DM07GZ. Police have also yesterday afternoon sent out a geo-located text to people in the Lake Jellicoe area, urging residents to please stay indoors and keep themselves safe. And if you need to travel to Lake Jellicoe today, they are please asking the public to avoid the area. And police are urging any person in the area yesterday of Lake Jellicoe at around that 4:20 to 4:30, any period of time around that. If you do have dash cam footage or phone footage, or if you're in the area and recording anything, to please let Crime Stoppers know, or your local police, to help them with their continuing inquiries today.
Have died in a shooting in the
No
New
audio.
South Wales Central West.
Why do I have no audio? Where'd my audio go?
It might be me.
It's me.
It is you?
Police say 3 people have died in a shooting in the New South Wales Central West. Emergency services were called to Walker Street in Lake Cargelligo about 4:40 p.m. today. 3 people, 2 women and a man, have been killed. Another man was taken to hospital in a serious but stable condition. There are reports a gunman is still at large. Police sent a geo-targeted text message to everyone in the town telling them to stay inside and avoid the area. It's a town of around 1,500 people. Lake Cargelligo is about 3 hours southwest of Dubbo. And just repeating that news, police operation still underway in Lake Cargelligo after 3 people were killed in a shooting.
Yeah, so that was more because I wanted to show people an actual example of an Australian shooting that gets hidden in domestic violence that is a mass shooting. I feel like this is very important. When I saw this, I said to John, I'm like, haha, mass shooting in Sydney. Another mass shooting in Sydney. Nobody's reporting it as a mass shooting. But yeah, this is a mass shooting. There is no two ways about this. This is a mass shooting. Why do I care about Phil? What was the other video?
I got something. Just give me a second.
Police are warning the
pipe
community
bombs.
of dangerous pipe bombs.
The Arctic air.
Hey, that's not meant to be there.
I'm just setting up my lights still.
No, you're good.
I got something. right here.
No.
No. Shut up.
I'm good. I have a plan.
Shut up. Shut up.
I have a plan.
I don't care. Shut up. Why is it not being added? They rebranded Geopolitics and Conflict Show. They made a new logo in the corner. And it's called Geopolitics and Money, and then brackets Geopolitics and Conflict Show.
It's still in Conflict Show? Great.
Well, they were just letting people know it's the old show. They just rebranded it.
Can't lose the corny. You got to keep that corny.
They lent the United States trillions at near zero interest.
Okay, come on. YouTube.
Japan has
Stop
already
it.
slashed
I'm trying
its
to
US
start it from the beginning.
For 30 years, Japan quietly funded the American empire. They lent the United States trillions at interest. They bought American bonds when nobody else would. They propped up our stock market, our housing market. In fact, in a sense, our entire way of life. And in a sense, America treated them like a piggy bank.
Message of the day, how interdependent the U.S. and Japanese are, how intertwined their future is with ours. Dashi Yamamoto, who is an expert in U.S.-Japanese relations and well-known in the upper circles of Japanese government, thank you for being with us. We said that when America sneezes, the Japanese catch cold. Any argument with that?
We used to say that we catch pneumonia, but nevertheless we catch a very severe cold even now.
So when there's bad economic news from Washington and New York, what is the effect here?
But that would cause a great deal of concern on our part, leaders as well as public, because we know that the economy will be deeply affected given the interdependent nature of our economies.
Now, Japan is about to break that piggy bank. And when they do, American financial dominance might very well die with it. On November 19th, 2025, just a couple days ago, Japan's 40-year government bond yield hit 3.697%, the highest since the security was created in 2007. This isn't just a number. It's a declaration of independence. Japan has already slashed its U.S. Treasury holdings by $119.3 billion in a single quarter. The steepest quarterly drop since 2012.
To change
in just
the title.
first 2 weeks of April 2025,
something
Japan sold over $20
to,
billion.
What's going on in the world.
What are you talking about? This is what I'm doing.
Okay, but somebody was just killed in Minneapolis.
Okay. We'll change it after we do this.
Nobody's going to click on this. I need to do the tweets now.
So change the title. More than America exists in the world.
Okay, I'm telling you that it needs to be more than Australia Day.
Yeah, I will change it.
I need to do the tweets.
That's why I was doing it at the start of the show and then changing it later. So what title do you want?
But I need to do the tweets now.
Okay, so just make a title up. Because literally once I transition from the Australia stuff, I'm going to change the title to whatever is happening because I'm not up to date on what is happening in Minnesota. I heard that they killed someone else, but I also heard that they killed someone else in a different city. So I'm not sure exactly what's happening. I think Wendy wants to come on later as well. So we can start with that and then get her on to talk about that kind of shit if you want. Because she did send me a list of stuff. Give me a second. Just need to find it. And also, it's the day before Australia Day, so we might get a big Australian audience. Where is it here? Okay. So we've got targeting daycares, Ohio daycares, Nazis undercover in protests in Ohio, Minnesota police chief's press conference, black officers harassed and nearly detained by ICE. Minnesota says cops can't fight ICE. City outside Philly evicting ICE after 3 years. Due to, wow, okay. ICE stopped paying for medical care. No treatment for gunshot wounds. Like, there's a bunch of stuff. Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, clavicular and shit. The Hitler song. Oh god. Okay, yeah. There's a lot to talk about, and then Jake Lang we can talk about as well. And then obviously we'll get into the ICE stuff. So we can talk about that. But I'm hoping to get through the Australia stuff within an hour. I'll do my best. There's a lot of history. But you can continue with this video then.
I need to figure out how I can just download audio
What do you
messages
mean?
from Instagram.
In U.S. government bonds.
Like, I could screen record all of them, but like,
in the
there's
week
like
ending in April 4th,
there's several
followed by an
5-minute
additional
messages.
$3.6 billion the following.
I have a bunch of. I'm starting to try and do where I'm gonna try and get voice memos.
Okay.
And then do the masking on them. Because audio recordings can still get out of Iran.
Okay. That's a good idea.
So that's what I've been trying to work on.
Okay. So you know how Minnesota had their Somali fraud and they went during the holidays? So remember how I was telling you that Drew was working with some grifter to do the same thing in Australia and is targeting disability services? So they released a video and I was curious, right? So I looked up the business because I was looking for a business name which they conveniently left out of almost every single shot. And then I finally got a business name, and guess what? They're talking about, oh, look, this business has NDIS approved, but the ABN doesn't work and the business is all closed. There's no one working in there. So I looked it up. It's closed. It's shut down. It went out of business. And he's like, oh my God, look at all the NDIS fraud from this business that is not open and hasn't been open for 4 months. It's like literally the same shit. And I've been replying to these people. I'm just like, hey, do you not think? Do you have a functioning brain? Are you unable to use Google? And I'm just like, big brains investigative journalism can't Google whether the business is actually in business or whether the ABN is expired because they're out of business. It's like a truly impressive display of stupidity on the level of Nick Shirley. It's honestly funny. Anyway, video, continue.
Week. In May 2025, Japan's finance minister Katsunobu Kato said that the country's $1.13 trillion in treasury holdings were a card on the table in trade talks. The Financial Times described it as a rare baring of teeth. This is the revenge trade. And America is about to learn what happens when you take your biggest creditor for granted. But here's what nobody's telling you. This isn't just about treasury bonds. There's a $20 trillion trade that's been quietly propping up probably your retirement account, probably your stock portfolio, and a lot of everything else. And it might be unwinding right now. Stick with me because by the end of this video, you're going to understand exactly why a lot of your investments and savings might get crushed by decisions made in Tokyo. And you're going to know what happens when $20 trillion suddenly moves in the opposite direction. Because this has already started.
I don't want to say this a
You
complete
just don't
web
know it
page.
yet. Let me show you the trade that built the American empire and why it might be about to destroy it. My name is Elizabeth Ann Stewart, and you are watching Geopolitics and Money. Follow the money, decode the world. Part 1, the 30-year hostage situation.
Part 1!
Let's be clear about what happened. This wasn't cooperation, it was a hostage situation. After World War II, America rebuilt Japan. We rewrote their constitution, America stationed troops there. It made them dependent on the United States for security. And in exchange, Japan became our financial servant. For 3 decades, Japan kept interest rates at 0. Japan holds $1.15 trillion of U.S. Treasury securities, well above the next major foreign holder, China, which has $770 billion at least on the books. They became the world's largest foreign holder of U.S. debt. This created the perfect setup for what traders call the yen carry trade. Deutsche Bank estimates this trade at $20 trillion, 505% of Japan's entire GDP.
This shit doesn't
Here's
work.
What that looks like in practice. Japan borrows money at
This
0%
extension
interest.
doesn't do shit.
Japan converts yen to dollars. Japan buys U.S. Treasury bonds paying 4%. Japan buys U.S. stocks during every rally. America gets cheap money to fund wars, tax cut, and spending sprees. Japan gets nothing? Just IOUs from a country that increasingly treats them with contempt. Tariffs. From January 2022 to January 2025, Japan's total U.S. Treasury holdings decreased from $1.29 trillion to $1.07 trillion, a reduction of approximately $220 billion. The U.S. thought they'd do this forever. The U.S. thought that they had no choice. Well, they were wrong. Part 2, the breaking point. Why now? So what's changed? Why is Japan finally supposedly fighting back? 3 reasons. And all of them are America's fault. First, inflation forced Japan's hand. For the first time in 25 years, Japan's inflation rate crossed 2.5%, while real wages remain stagnant. Consumer prices, excluding volatile food, rose at an average rate of 2.5% in 2024, with December alone showing a 3% rise. Japan can't keep...
See, it's not funny anymore.
It's too professional.
Like, it's still, like, clearly her reading a script. But, like, they must have realized how shit the propaganda they were trying to make was.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they saw our videos laughing at them.
I was hoping. I was like, oh my god, it's back. It's been so long since we've seen an actually good Ulalau video. Could this be the one? I need to figure out. I can't figure it out right now, but I need to figure out how to save Instagram messages or Instagram audio messages. So I'm just clicking shit and adding extensions that are doing nothing, probably giving me fucking malware.
Viruses. You're probably just gonna have to screen record it, honestly. It might be your only option. Might be. Alright. Back to programming. Why is this still here? Why can't I take this off? Cool. Okay. So, I was going to order this in a particular way. Do you want to listen about Australia Day first? Do you want to hear the history of the genocide, or do you want to hear about the Aboriginals first?
I don't care.
Okay.
Aboriginal Australians are believed to be the oldest population of humans.
Why are they in
living
whiteface?
outside Africa, having emigrated to the Australian continent from parts of Africa and Asia over 50,000 years ago.
I can't remember exactly what it is. It could be ash. What
Clay.
is the white
It's clay.
material Indigenous Australians use for body paint?
Totally clay.
The other thing it could be is mashed up witchetty grubs. I can't remember exactly which one it is. The white material used by Indigenous Australians for body paint is primarily white clay. You are right, also known as pipe clay. Natural pigment is used in ceremonial and cultural practices, often symbolizing clouds and the sky. Interesting. There are some things that they use mashed up witchetty grubs for. I can't remember exactly what it is.
They make up one of the two distinct groups of Indigenous people in Australia. The other distinct group is the Torres Strait Islanders. Before the invasion and colonization of Australia by the British in 1788, it is estimated that between 750,000 and 1.25 million Aboriginal Australians lived on the continent. However, the arrival of the Europeans came with doom, devastation, and destruction of the Aboriginals. By 1900, the number of Aboriginal Australians had fallen to just 93,000. Today, they make up just 3% of the Australian population. After wiping out the indigenous population in their thousands from their territories, the British invaders brought deadly diseases like measles, smallpox, and tuberculosis. These indigenous Australians were kept apart from the rest of society, made to give up their traditions, and pressured to accept British customs.
Look at the camera.
Many of them even had their children taken away. The structural obliteration of the Aboriginals reached its height through the policy of protection and assimilation that erased the heritage and history
I could
of
just
Aboriginal
screenshot it,
Australians.
actually.
This erasure would lead to a pivotal change in the lives of millions of people and have a tremendous impact on the history of Australia. But how did this erasure happen? What has become of the Aboriginal Australians? We shall answer all these questions and more in this episode.
Great.
Lincoln!
Long before the emergence of the Europeans in the Australian continent, there were two distinct groups of indigenous people of Australia, the Aboriginals and the Torres Strait Islanders. The Aboriginals inhabited the mainland and many offshore islands, while the Torres Strait Islanders came from the islands of Torres Strait, modern-day Queensland, Australia. While some scholars argue that the Aboriginals migrated from Asia, others posit that earlier migrants came from Africa. According to a 2017 genetic study of the genomes of 111 Aboriginal Australians, it was revealed that the present-day Aboriginal Australians are all related to a common ancestor who emerged on the mainland about 50,000 years ago. This is consistent with the claims of scholars who posit that the Aboriginals migrated from Asia. Another theory suggests that the early Aboriginal migrants emerged from Africa and arrived sooner on the continent as early as about 70,000 years ago, thereby making Aboriginal Australians the oldest population of humans living outside of Africa. The continent was home to about 200 to 250 languages and over 500 tribes. This engendered linguistic and cultural diversity as most Aboriginals were multilingual. The Aboriginals had a lifestyle that was based on total kinship with the natural environment. This is often referred to as the dreaming. As hunters and gatherers,
You can do the
several of their
Dreamtime
acts,
religion
such as
in
killing
Civ.
animals for food or building a shelter, were steeped in ritual
Can you?
and spirituality.
Well,
The
it did
Aboriginals
add
were
all
self-sufficient
historic
and
religions.
harmonious. They led a very rich and highly spiritual life. This was largely due to the abundance of resources and
I
a
haven't
large
checked if there's
amount of
cargo
leisure
called.
time available to them.
Neither have I. That's
The
interesting.
arrival of the Europeans to the continent in 1788 would, however, bring about a horrendous change to the culture of the people and forever signal a trademark in the history of the Aboriginal Australians.
Alright, I tagged you in the Instagram post.
There are no specifics as to the exact date when the Europeans first set foot on the Australian continent. However, an exploration of the continent had taken place long before that time. At the beginning of the 16th century, Portuguese and Dutch ships explored the west coast of Australia. It was not until 1688 that it was officially recorded that English buccaneer and scientific observer William Dampier critically observed the Aboriginals for the first time. Subsequently, English explorer and ship captain Lieutenant James Cook would become known as the official explorer of Australia. He arrived on the east shores of Australia in 1770, almost 100 years later. Cook's expedition to Australia was with the intent to possess the land if uninhabited, or by consent if inhabited. Either way, the land had to be taken under the possession of the British. The explorers recognized almost immediately the commercial potential of the land, especially as a source of commodities like timber or flax. Hence, upon arrival, Cook declared the land, which he called New South Wales, to be the property of Britain's King George III. He ignored vehemently the obvious fact that the land was already populated. Cook declared the land terra nullius, meaning that the continent was a waste and unoccupied. This declaration was largely due to Cook's failure to even attempt to gain the consent of the indigenous people.
AI thumbnail that
The Aboriginals put up a fight as they refused to give up their lands. This led to a
With
violent
41
conflict
views.
between the Aboriginals and the British settlers,
Look at
in
this.
which up to 20,000 indigenous people.
Wow. That is.
How many? What's going on with her
horrendous.
fingers?
That is horrendous.
What's going on with her fingers? Is she doing a peace sign or making a swastika out of her hand?
Maybe both.
Like, here, full screen this. Like, look at that hand.
Yeah, that's bad. That's real bad.
Annette, what is you doing? Annette shit.
Yep.
Lost their lives. By 1778, 8 years after Lieutenant Cook reached Australia, the first English fleet, housing its captain and to-be governor, Arthur Phillips, arrived in Australia. Captain Phillips' mission was to establish a penal colony and take absolute control of Australia for settlement. The invasion of Australia by the British came with devastating effects on the Aboriginals. This distinct group, having been isolated for thousands of years from the diseases that had raged through Europe and Asia, fell prey to the epidemic that ravaged their lands. The presence of the British brought an influx of deadly viruses transmitted by the sailors and convicts.
Artemis 2 is
Diseases
launching.
such as smallpox,
I
syphilis,
saw, yeah.
and influenza dealt a huge blow to the Aboriginal community. Having been isolated for thousands of years, they lacked the immune resistance against these diseases, and over half of the indigenous population fell to their death. The arrival of the British
So they're
would not only
basically
cost the
running the
Aboriginals
same
their
mission
lives,
as
but
Artemis
also their
1.
autonomy
Okay.
and
Except this
undisputed
one has
possession.
people on board.
Oh.
So this will be the furthest humans have been in space. Because they have to practice the halo orbit around the moon.
The dark side.
So it's the orbit. They're doing
Ah.
this halo type orbit.
Are they slingshotting back to Earth? What's the plan?
Yeah, but they need the orbit perfected because they plan on putting a lunar station there. So that's what the first flight was they were
Okay.
testing that orbit.
And I thought they were shutting it down.
No. It's just constantly delayed.
Right.
But yeah, the orbit, like Halo sounds round, but it's a very oval.
Yes,
It's almost
yeah.
like two parallel lines. How unround the orbit they're doing is. So at the far end of that orbit is where humans will be the deepest into space.
That's pretty cool.
And then they'll come back towards the moon. And then they'll do their slingshot maneuver back to Earth.
Okay.
but it takes 3 days to reach the moon, and then I don't know how long they're going to be in orbit.
Okay, it's interesting. Love space. Space is great, except when Elon Musk does it. Fuck Elon Musk. Drew's like, this is why I oppose. Also, I have another video, not of Chuds, looking at the hate speech laws, and I'm kind of curious what he has to say about it, so we'll do that too.
Of the continent. There also arose a disruption of the Aboriginal culture, and violence towards the Aboriginals became common practice. The most devastating act against the Aboriginals was the policies of protection and assimilation, which birthed the stolen generations. The devastating effects of the presence of the British transcended the destruction of lives to the complete possession of lands owned by the Aboriginals. It also meant a complete erosion of the traditional way of life of the Aboriginals. The European civilization was seen as superior to the traditional way of life of the Aboriginals. While the Aboriginals engaged in the dreaming, which meant that they felt some sort of kinships with their lands, the British engaged in exploitation, oppression, and forceful removal of the Aboriginals from their lands. The clash of cultures led to a constant eruption of violence between both groups, the British invaders and the Aboriginals. Owing to the violence and cruel treatment suffered by the Aboriginals, policies were put in place to protect, quote and unquote, the indigenous sect. The official Aboriginal policy was constituted in the first Aboriginal Protection Act in 1869. This act, which was passed to protect the Aborigines, however, regulated and controlled their lives in terms of the place of residence, their employment, marriage, and even social lives. The act also established the agency called the Board of Protection of Aborigines. Nevertheless, the policy failed to protect the indigenous people. The second policy put in place was the policy of assimilation, often referred to the Half-Caste Act. By the last quarter of the 19th century, the Aboriginal Australians were considered a dying race, and their culture was defined as weak in comparison to the British way of life.
Wow,
However,
what a surprise.
the reverse was the case towards the end of the century. The Aboriginals were not dying as expected, and there also arose another problem called the half-caste problem.
Not dying
Owing to
as
the spread of the
expected.
British across the Australian continent, their men started having sexual relationships with the Aboriginal women. The consequence of this contact was the birth of children of mixed blood. The population of these children soon increased, and this agitated the British Australians. It would become known as the half-caste problem. This problem constituted a major concern for the British, as they believed that the descendants of a dying race might continue to haunt a white Australia for generations. A solution was needed, and a fast
That is
one
a
at
dumb
that.
thing to justify.
It's colonialism. Did
But
you expect someone to be
They
smart?
believed that they were going to get haunted,
Yeah, did you expect them to be smart? These people are British.
but like, you know what would stop you from being haunted, guys?
Not killing Aboriginals?
Yeah.
Crazy.
In 1886, the Half-Caste Act was passed. This act centered on the forceful removal of Aboriginal children from their families by the state and assimilation into the British culture. This strategy was simply to make the state the legal guardian of all children of Aboriginal descent. The belief behind this strategy was that the children had not learnt the traditional way of life of the Aboriginals. Hence, forceful removal of the children meant rescuing them from the traditional, weak, and inferior culture of the Aboriginal Australians. The children who were forcefully removed were below the age of 4. They were sent to a mission, a child welfare institution, or foster homes where they were given out to British families if sufficiently light-skinned. Between 1918 and 1970, the policy of assimilation led to a staggering amount of about 33% of Aboriginal Australian children being forcefully removed from their homes. These children will become known as the stolen generations. They were assimilated into the superior British culture. These children were forbidden from speaking their native languages, and oftentimes their names were changed. This forceful separation of Aboriginal children from their families was carried out under the pretense of a humanitarian concern for the welfare of Indigenous Australians. However, the devastating effects of this forceful removal and eventual destruction of Aboriginal culture and society remain to this day. The Australian Constitution, which came into effect on January 1st, 1901, established the Commonwealth of Australia. At the time, there were only two parts that referred to the Indigenous people of Australia. In the first part, the Constitution gave power to make laws with respect to people of any race other than the Aboriginals in any state. In addition, Aboriginal natives were not counted in reckoning with the numbers of people of the Commonwealth. The implication of this is that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people were not recognized as part of the Australian population.
6 ways
Over time,
Hegseth
the
can
Indigenous
fix the
people of
army.
Australia would
Jesus
protest
fucking
on
Christ.
injustice
Get real.
meted out to them.
This guy's a moron.
Protest events such as
real.
the Warburton Rangers controversy in 1957, the Yirrkala Bark petitions in 1963, the 1965 Freedom Ride, and the 1966 Wave Hill Walk-Off are significant ones that Indigenous people initiated. These protests would lead to the 1967 referendum. On May 27, 1967, a resounding 90.77% of Australians voted yes, so that the Aboriginals and the Torres Strait Islanders will be counted as part of the population. The referendum is significant in that...
You hear that? The government couldn't be fucked giving them legal protection, so they're like, all right, you people vote on it. That's what happened here. The government
democracy.
wanted to continue genociding the Aboriginals. But because the people, 90% of them said, you're cunts, they stopped it. They took the policy away. So if this vote had been put to people today, they would have continued the child separation policies. I have absolutely no doubt that the vote would pass today, considering that something as simple as an Indigenous envoy to the state failed at the democratic level, at the voter level. It failed because the Liberal Party spent millions of dollars to shit on the idea of an envoy to the state. And people want to argue that the genocide isn't over, or is over.
That the Constitution was rigged, and changes
never
were
ended.
barely accepted.
They want
Hence,
to argue
this
that the
victory
genocide
led
doesn't
to a concrete
exist.
belief
That
in the
too, yeah.
Indigenous people and their fight for the stolen generations. The victory that the Indigenous people had recorded in the 1967 referendum led to a belief that they were being heard and recognized, and that their collective issues as a community were not being swept from the ground. As a result, a cry of concern for the recovery of the stolen generation numbers and their families
seen this
became
game,
a huge deal
The Free
amongst the
Shepherd?
Indigenous communities.
No.
Several years after the victory of the referendum, the Australian government in 1995 set up the Human Rights
one
and
of those
Equal Opportunity Commission
demo
to
looking
carry out the
games?
national inquiry into the separation of Aboriginal
I never
and
heard of
Torres
it.
Strait
Look at
Islander
this.
children from their families.
You're just the dog herding sheep. That's what the game is. It's got to be like a puzzle game, right? What? What's that? What's going on? What was that? I like that they. You know what's interesting is the obelisk that came up there. Like this resembles like those Irish stones where the language was written on. Those ancient stones.
Yes, they have a specific name. I can't
Yeah, I
remember
forgot
the
what
name,
they're
though.
called. Like Odal or something.
It's not the one that they kiss, is it?
No, no, no.
That's Scotland, isn't it?
Hey! Rodent fight.
Oh, it's only Sunday today.
You hear them?
I do. Are they fighting?
Trying to. Like he like is gripping and ripping. But anyway, these look like the Irish stones, and then like the font is like that very Irish looking font.
Yeah.
You can just be a dog and roll in the grass.
Do you know if the China show is their chat is subscriber only, like paid subscriber only? Because my friend is like,
but I know that they only read.
Yeah, because my mate was like, oh,
Paid
I think I'm banned from the China show because I can't post. I'm like, they probably just have paid subscriber only chat on to filter out people who don't pay, because there's so many people fucking watching that you kind of would have to do that with thousands of people watching live. You know, it's kind of need that. What's it called? It's not regulation. Filtering. Moderation. Moderation is the word I'm looking for. You kind of need that moderation when you have thousands of people
While
watching.
the nature of the practice, that is, the forceful removal of children from their families, was widespread, mainstream recognition of the experience had only been relatively recent. On May 26, 1997, 2 years after the commission was set up, the Bringing Them Home report was tabled to the Parliament. The reports documented extensively the experiences of Stolen Generation members and the ills of the practice of assimilation. The reports also highlighted the many issues the indigenous communities faced. According to the report, it was estimated that between 1 in 10, possibly as many as 1 in 3 indigenous children were removed from their families and communities between 1910 and the 1970s. The report would go on to conclude that the forced removal of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children was a gross violation of human rights and, in fact, a genocide. While the report clearly stated that some things cannot be adequately compensated, the Commission had 54 recommendations in the report. The recommendations were made to redress the impact of removal policies and address ongoing trauma. The recommendations included a National Sorry Day to be held every year and also possible monetary compensations, as well as measures for restitution. The first National Sorry Day, officially known as the National Day of Healing, was held on May 26, 1998, exactly 1 year after the tabling of the Bringing Them Home report to the Parliament. The Bringing Them Home report was crucial to the Aboriginal community, and the documentation of their story, especially via the mainstream media, led to
This is so good.
Yeah.
Our fucking terrorism
Yeah, I never really edited
compass
it down.
No, but it's so fucking good. Like the axes we used as well are so good. Like likelihood to use a WMD, likelihood to be political, or inability, incompetence to resourceful effectiveness. Like that's such a good axis.
to a recognition of the sufferings of the community. After the 1997 Bringing Them Home report, it would take the Australian government another decade to officially apologise to the stolen generations. The formal apology was offered by Prime Minister Kevin Rudd on February 13, 2008 at the Australian Parliament Home. The apology would serve as a milestone step towards reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. Also, it served as a major way of making real the experiences of the stolen generations. The catastrophic effects of the policies of protection and assimilation put in place by the Australian government, which led to the stolen generations, remain even to this day. Despite the national apology offered in 2008, only about 3% of Australia's population has Aboriginal heritage. The Australian government never made a treaty with its Aboriginal population, thereby making it the only country in the British Commonwealth not to have ratified a treaty with its Indigenous peoples. Today, Aboriginal Australians constitute only a tiny part of Australia, and the struggle to retain their ancient beliefs and culture continues.
Oh, yeah?
Recent protests in Australia.
Hey.
Australians are the indigenous peoples of the Australian mainland and many of its surrounding islands. They are culturally and ethnically distinct from the Torres Strait Islander peoples who live to the north of the continent. Their roots in this land stretch back an extraordinary 50,000 to 65,000 years. Over that vast time span, they developed into hundreds of different linguistic and territorial communities, up to 500 of them.
Nice.
These groups once lived across large expanses of what is now submerged continental shelf, and their territories extended far beyond what we see on maps today. Throughout history, Aboriginal peoples built intricate networks across the continent.
Yeah, nice.
Some maintained cultural exchanges with Torres Strait Islander communities, while others had contact with people as far away as modern-day Indonesia, such as the Makassar from Sulawesi. These were not fleeting encounters, but part of a deeply rooted web of intergroup relationships, trade, spiritual life, and law, making Aboriginal culture one of the oldest continuous cultures on Earth. By the time European colonizers began to arrive, the Aboriginal population spoke over 250 distinct languages and had varying technologies and settlement patterns.
They forgot to plant a gun.
While researchers continue to study their genetic origins,
dude, that's not,
evidence suggests Aboriginal Australians
carry. You need to understand the context because that's not what's happening there.
I get the joke. I get the joke.
They are saying, "Where's the gun?"
Oh, to justify their response to like murdering.
No, he had a gun.
Yeah, they were open carrying, right?
Yes.
But in an open carry state.
So, like, an agent grabbed the gun off of him before they shot him. So, in the mass confusion, he was killed, and they still think he has the gun. So they're saying, "Where's the gun?" And this right-wing Cope page is like, "Oh, they're trying to plant a gun," and it's like, "Come on, dude."
I see. Okay. Was it a black dude that got killed?
No.
No? Okay, interesting. Because I know there's a lot of black dudes going out and open carrying in Minnesota, so I was just curious.
Very ancient Asian ancestry, but not from more recent populations. They are genetically closest to Papuans, though they've been isolated from Southeast Asia for tens of thousands of years. In today's Australia, according to the 2021 census, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples make up 3.8% of the national population. Archaeological discoveries show that the ancestors of Aboriginal Australians first set foot on this continent at least 50,000 to 65,000 years ago. Genomic research supports this timeline, indicating that the initial migration to Australia likely occurred between 43,000 and 60,000 years ago. These early humans arrived when Australia was still part of the larger Sahul continent, a landmass that also included New Guinea. A land bridge connected the two, though any journey from mainland Asia to Sahul would still have required crossing the ocean, particularly the Wallace Line, a deep marine trench that separated the two regions. Some migration routes may have passed through a chain of islands between Sulawesi and New Guinea, eventually bringing people to northwestern Australia via Timor. A 2021 study attempted to reconstruct possible migration routes and found that the peopling of Sahul may have taken 5,000 to 6,000 years. It estimated an average rate of human movement at about 1 kilometer per year. According to this model, the first humans entered the continent through the Kimberley region of Western Australia some 60,000 years ago. From there, two main migration routes likely emerged. One southern path extended into areas like the Pilbara, Arnhem Land, and the Great Sandy Desert, then progressed toward Lake Eyre and into the southeast. The other, the northern path, passed over what is now the Torres Strait and split into two directions, one toward Arnhem Land and the other along the eastern coast. The earliest known human presence in Australia has been found at Majed Bay in the north.
Who's the one
Rock
who
shelters
boiled the
at this
kids?
site contain traces of ochre use dating back around 60,000 years. While some studies date human activity here to around 65,000 years ago, others suggest slightly more recent occupation. As people spread southward, they encountered vastly different environments. For instance, Devil's Lair in the far southwest was occupied about 47,000 years ago.
It's not even worth
and Tasmania by
debate.
No.
Like, if we can't have a normal debate over an unjustified shooting of this woman, there's no way we can critically look at somebody who was carrying a gun who was killed by ICE with these. Like, there's no way to, there's no room to move anything with these people.
39,000 years ago. Near present-day Penrith in New South Wales, stone tools embedded in ancient gravel terraces have been dated to between 45,000 and 50,000 years ago. Similarly, evidence from Carnaticul, or Serpent's Glen, in Western Australia's Little Sandy Desert has confirmed human
pictures of the tools? Because they look like they understood Clovis points. Isn't that what they're called? Clovis points?
Yes. Fluted projectile.
You smash rocks together to make the point instead of carving it.
Interesting, but yeah, those are the things because they never evolved archery because they had the spear yeeters
and boomers.
What are they called? The adladdles? Is that what you called them?
Well, that one guy who specializes in making the prehistoric weapons, he was saying it a specific way. And like confirming like that's how it's said. I think it's addle.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? That's the device.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they I guess they never needed it because the spears were so effective. And kangaroos are fucking stupid anyway.
Yeah,
They're so easy.
It's also probably has to do with the game.
Yeah.
That they're hunting.
Yeah, because it was
like
largely kangaroos.
The bow amplifies the power of the projectile.
Yeah, but it's also I would imagine it was probably a result, like an evolution based on speed of animals. It's like, oh, you need to be further away and more quiet with a bow. It makes sense that if you're hunting skittish animals like deer, that you would evolve archery. They didn't need it. They had spears and the yeeters.
Far Cry Primal?
No, I never played it. I fucking hated it.
Oh, you didn't like it?
No, I fucking hated it. I loved 4, hated Primal.
Well, I like Primal just because you can throw spears and stuff.
Fair enough.
Like all the weapons you can throw except the bow, so you can throw the clubs too, and you'll throw them, and he throws them sideways, and you'll hit like the bad guy in the face, and they'll stagger, and it's never not.
That's
funny
pretty funny.
When you bonk them.
Presence around 50,000 years ago, 20,000 years earlier than previously assumed. Genomic studies from various global populations also support the theory that Aboriginal Australians arrived on the continent roughly 50,000 years ago. The most ancient human remains discovered in Australia were found at Lake Mungo in New South Wales. These remains, dating back about 41,000 years, include what may be the world's oldest known cremation, providing early signs of spiritual and ritual behavior. As sea levels began to rise with the onset of the Holocene about 11,700 years ago, mainland Australia and nearby islands became increasingly isolated. Tasmania and other offshore islands were cut off from the mainland as rising waters reshaped the landscape. The deliberate use of fire by Aboriginal Australians played a profound role in shaping the environment long before European arrival. Evidence from ash deposits in the Coral Sea suggests that fire was already present in the landscape more than 100,000 years ago. Around 46,000 years ago, humans began using fire intentionally, most likely to assist in hunting, stimulate fresh vegetation to attract animals, and clear dense forests. Over time, this reshaped the vegetation. Dense forest gave way to more open sclerophyll forest. Open forest transitioned into grasslands and fire-resistant species, such as eucalyptus, acacia, banksia, casuarina, and native grasses came to dominate. These environmental changes also had serious consequences for Australia's animal life. The continent's megafauna, large animals often much bigger than humans, began to disappear. This extinction wave claimed around 60 vertebrate species.
What the fuck is that?
A massive marsupial that resembled a hippopotamus. Several species of giant flightless birds.
No, that's probably a big wombat.
It was just a moa.
Among them were the
Diprotodon? Diprotodon, extinct genus of massive marsupial of Australia. Contemporary paleontologists guess they belong to rhinos, elephants, hippos, or dugongs. Marsupials and Australian megafauna.
Do you know what a dugong is?
Swimming elephant?
It's a manatee.
Yes. I thought they were different things. They're the same thing.
They are.
Sea cows, I think, is what a dugong is. Diprotodon is the largest known marsupial to have ever lived. It greatly exceeds the sizes of close living relatives like wombats and koalas. It is a member of the extinct family Diprotodontidae, which includes large quadruped herbivores. It grew to 1.8 meters tall, over 4 meters from head to tail, and likely weighed several tons, possibly as much as 3,500 kilos, 8,000 pounds. Females were smaller than males. Diprotodon supported itself on elephant-like legs to travel long distances and inhabited most of Australia. The digits were weak. Most of the weight were probably bore by the wrists and ankles. The hind paws angled at 130 degrees. Its jaws may have produced a strong bite force of 2,300 newtons. At the long and ever-growing incisor teeth, over 11,000 newtons at the last molar. Such powerful jaws would have allowed it to eat vegetation in bulk, crunching and grinding plant material such as twigs, buds, and leaves. Interesting. What an interesting creature.
Diprotodon, a massive marsupial that resembled a hippopotamus, several species of giant flightless birds, large predatory kangaroos, and enormous reptiles
Predatory
such as a 5-meter-long
kangaroos.
snake and lizard, as well as the armored turtle-like Myelania. The reasons behind these extinctions remain debated. Some argue that hunting, climate change, or human-induced burning, or a combination of these, were to blame. One theory suggests that the disappearance of large herbivores removed natural controls on underbrush and nutrient cycling, leading to more intense fires. On the other hand, Aboriginal fire management likely helped prevent destructive wildfires through carefully timed seasonal burns, a practice disrupted only after European colonization. Aboriginal people had to navigate.
And guess what Australia faces now? One of the biggest natural disaster threats that we face is fires. Crazy. It's almost like if you let the indigenous do what they were doing, that it would probably help. But nah, fuck that, right? Ban backburning. They haven't been doing it for tens of thousands of years and no better than fucking you, stupid white cunt.
Navigate dramatic.
Hey, I've never been to this country. I don't know anything about it. I know more than you, is the British attitude.
Shifts in their environment. About 30,000 years ago, sea levels began to drop, and the climate grew colder and drier, especially in southeastern Australia, where temperatures fell by up to 9 degrees Celsius.
Damn.
As a result, the interior became more arid. Around 20,000 years ago, Tasmania and New Guinea were still connected to the Australian mainland, making the landmass over a quarter larger than it is today. But about 19,000 years ago, both sea levels and temperatures began to rise again. Tasmania became an island around 14,000 years ago. Between 8,000 and 6,000 years ago, thousands of smaller islands formed around the coast and in the Torres Strait. This warmer climate was associated with the emergence of new technologies. Small stone tools with back blades appeared roughly 15,000 to 19,000 years ago.
Hey, there it is.
By 10,000 years ago, people were making wooden javelins and boomerangs. Stone spear points dating from 5,000 to 7,000 years ago have also been found, and spear throwers likely came into use not long after 6,500 years ago.
Ooh.
Around that same time, sea levels stabilized near their current positions. These changes brought about shifts in Aboriginal social and economic patterns. New societies formed along the coast, particularly in areas with tidal reefs, estuaries, and drowned river valleys.
Interesting.
People integrated coastal islands into their subsistence strategies.
Cool.
Technologies for stone tools, plant processing, and landscape modification grew more elaborate. In Western Victoria, groups constructed fish and eel traps up to 3 kilometers long.
Damn.
The same region also saw the rise of semi-permanent wooden huts on mounds, structures tied to the efficient exploitation of wetland food sources. Tasmania's separation had major consequences for its Aboriginal inhabitants. Isolated for about 14,000 years, the Tasmanians eventually retained only a quarter of the tools and techniques found on the mainland. They no longer used hafted axes, grinding stones, spear throwers, or even boomerangs. By around 3,700 years ago, they had also stopped fishing and making bone tools. In response, coastal communities turned to shellfish like abalone and crayfish, while more people moved inland. Though their toolkits were simpler, they still crafted reed and bark canoes, venturing up to 10 kilometers offshore to hunt seals and mutton birds on nearby islands. Aboriginal Australians also adapted to environmental challenges in highly specific ways. In 1958, a study compared the cold adaptation of the desert-dwelling Pitjantjatjara people with Europeans. It found that Aboriginal participants could sleep more comfortably through cold desert nights. A later 2014 study by Cambridge University identified a genetic mutation in 2 thyroid-regulating genes that helps modulate body temperature during fever. This mutation allows the body to sustain higher temperatures during infection without over-activating overall metabolism, an especially helpful trait for surviving childhood diseases. This genetic feature points to long-term adaptations to harsh and fluctuating climates. About 4,000 years ago, a number of significant changes began to unfold in Aboriginal Australia. The arrival of the dingo marked one of the clearest signs of external contact.
Dingo.
Around this same time, shifts in language and tool use began to take shape.
Fucking dingo.
Most notably, the Pama-Nyungan language families started spreading across most of the mainland, becoming the dominant linguistic group.
Interesting.
In stone tool technology, people began making smaller implements, indicating a possible change in resource use or hunting techniques. These developments led some researchers to consider whether human contact from outside Australia might have contributed to these changes. 2 lines of genetic evidence were proposed to support the possibility of gene flow from South Asia to Australia. The first was based on genome-wide studies of Aboriginal Australians that showed signs of South Asian ancestry. The second pointed to the presence of a particular male Y chromosome lineage, haplogroup C STI, that appeared to have a relatively recent common ancestor, estimated at about 5,000 years ago. A 2013 study by the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology explored this further. By comparing large-scale genotyping data from Aboriginal Australians, New Guineans, island Southeast Asians, and Indian populations, they concluded that Aboriginal Australians had mixed with South Asian populations during the Holocene, approximately 4,200 years ago. 2 possibilities were proposed. Either the genes arrived indirectly, passed along through contact with Indonesian populations, or Indian migrants made direct contact with Australia. However, this theory was challenged by a more recent 2016 study published in Current Biology. The researchers sequenced 13 Aboriginal Australian Y chromosomes and examined their relationships to other global Y chromosome types. Their findings showed that Aboriginal Australian haplogroups diverged from South Asian types much earlier, about 54,000 years ago, far before the proposed Holocene contact. The same divergence timeline held true for other Aboriginal haplogroups compared with those in Asia, pointing to very deep genetic separation. The authors concluded that, despite earlier claims, there was no recent genetic input from South Asia. These results suggested that the linguistic and technological changes observed 4,000 years ago had indigenous origins rather than being triggered by new arrivals.
Damn.
Still, the presence of the dingo offers strong evidence of some kind of external contact, even if it didn't involve substantial genetic mixing. The study also acknowledged that gene flow across the 150-kilometer-wide Torres Strait was plausible, supported by existing data. However, pinpointing the timing of such exchanges, if any occurred, remains a challenge that future genetic research may help resolve. Outside of a few recent admixtures, Aboriginal Australians appear to have remained genetically distinct from the rest of the world since their initial divergence around 50,000 years ago. Interestingly, although Sahul was a single landmass until about 8,000 years ago, Aboriginal groups across Australia and the Papuans of New Guinea already showed genetic divergence by around 30,000 years ago. In essence, each population followed its own evolutionary path after initial settlement. Roughly 4,000 years ago, the Torres Strait Islands began to see their first sustained human occupation. By 2,500 years ago, more islands were settled, giving rise to a distinctive maritime culture. Agriculture developed on some islands, and permanent villages began appearing around 7.
I wonder if the Torres Strait Islanders ever encountered the Polynesians as they were traveling down. Because they moved very late as well. When did the Polynesians migrate the coastal waters of the Asia Pacific? I'm pretty sure it was only like 10,000 years ago. And coastal waters around 3,000 years ago. Wow, even earlier, 3,000 years ago. Significant movements occurring between 1500 and 1000 BC, leading to settlements of various islands in the Pacific. Okay. Did the Polynesians encounter the Torres Strait Islanders? There is no definitive evidence that the Polynesians directly encountered Torres Strait Islanders, as there is no distinct groups with different cultural and historical backgrounds. However, both groups are part of a broader indigenous peoples of Oceania and may have had indirect interactions through trade or migration in the region. Interesting. It's fascinating that they didn't necessarily encounter each other.
These societies became known for their close ties to the sea, reflected in their economic systems and social structures. On the Australian mainland, Aboriginal people continued to innovate, and while some tools and practices were adopted through contact with neighboring cultures, the basic structure of Aboriginal society remained largely consistent. One clear example of cultural exchange was the arrival of the dingo, believed to have come from outside Australia. Later, shellfish hooks appeared around 200 years ago, likely introduced from the Torres Strait or brought by Polynesian seafarers.
There you go.
From the mid-1600s, fishing vessels from Indonesia began visiting northern Australia regularly, especially in pursuit of trepang or sea cucumber, which was in high demand for trade with China.
Yuck.
These visits were not brief or incidental. Over time, they developed into long-term trading and social relationships. Aboriginal communities in the north adopted dugout canoes and metal-tipped harpoons from Indonesian visitors, which improved their ability to hunt dugongs and turtles along the coast and nearby islands.
Leave the dugongs alone.
Aboriginal society remained fundamentally rooted in long-standing social structures. Family units formed the core, grouped into clans and bands, typically consisting of around 25 individuals. Each clan was associated with a particular territory used for hunting and gathering, and often linked to a tribe or language group. By the time of European contact, there were approximately 600 such tribes or nations and around 250 distinct languages, many with their own dialects. The society was egalitarian. There were no chiefs or kings. Instead, leadership was informal, with authority resting in the hands of elders who possessed extensive ritual knowledge accumulated over time. Decisions were usually made by consensus among these elders. The economy was cooperative. Men typically hunted large animals, while women gathered smaller game, shellfish, vegetables, fruits, seeds, and nuts. Whatever was collected was shared among the group and often exchanged with neighboring communities. Aboriginal groups were semi-nomadic. They moved within defined territories that were usually marked by natural landmarks like rivers, hills, or tree lines. Entry into another group's territory required specific rites, often established through marriage, kinship, or special invitation. Ceremonies and seasonal events, such as the sharing of abundant food, were important occasions for such visits. The question of whether Aboriginal societies practiced agriculture remains debated. In places like Lake Condah in Western Victoria, communities built elaborate traps for eels and fish.
That's an interesting question. Did the indigenous
You just said they had borders.
have hard borders? Yeah, I know, but it's like I'm kind of curious how hard they actually were. Indigenous Australians did not generally have hard or rigid artificial borders like the straight lines surveyed and heavily controlled borders of the typical European nations.
No shit.
Instead, traditional territories were often defined by soft borders or border zones that often corresponded with natural landscape features like rivers or mountain ranges. I imagine that the indigenous in the States also had something like this as well. How much interconnected sort of stuff existed within the American indigenous?
It depends on the social group.
Okay.
And then, oh yeah, you didn't change the tags, doofus.
I didn't go on Twitter or Twitch.
It doesn't matter. You have to change the tags every time.
Give me a second.
They shouldn't be the same as. Use a different channel.
No, you use a different
hard code.
You had to the lobby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they don't.
Nope.
Thank you, mouth racked. Why'd you rack your mouth?
Okay. Tags should be good.
How are the tags? What were they? Good ones?
Gay. Very gay. Incredibly gay. I left gay and LGBT, and I just put Australia history, Indigenous, ICE, fascism, USA.
During the eel season, hundreds of people would gather in semi-permanent huts made of stone and bark. Yet these same groups still moved across their territory several times a year to make use of other seasonal resources. In the semi-arid zones, millet was harvested, stored, and processed. In tropical areas, yams were replanted after being harvested. Some scholars argue that these practices fall more accurately under the term resource management rather than full-fledged agriculture. While Aboriginal Australians did not develop permanent crop cultivation like that found in the Torres Strait Islands, their approach to managing the land and its resources was highly systematic. In fact, researchers have referred to certain communities in the Murray Valley region as complex hunter-gatherers, indicating the sophistication of their subsistence methods. Aboriginal Australians have no cultural memory of living anywhere beyond the Australian continent. Yet for thousands of years, groups along the northern coast, especially in regions like the Kimberley, Arnhem Land, the Gulf of Carpentaria, and Cape York, maintained contact with people from outside the continent. Before the sea levels rose and permanently submerged the land bridge between Australia and New Guinea, there was active movement of people and goods across this shared landmass. Even after the seas rose around 6,000 years ago and formed the Torres Strait, trade and communication continued, aided by the many islands and reefs scattered through the 150-kilometer-wide channel. These natural stepping stones made sea navigation feasible. The Torres Strait Islands themselves were settled by various seafaring Melanesian cultures more than 2,500 years ago. Cultural exchange between these islanders and Aboriginal groups in northeastern Australia remained ongoing through oral traditions, trade, and shared technology. These interactions left lasting marks in both communities. Elsewhere along the northern coast, Aboriginal people also interacted with Indonesian seafarers. Fishermen from the Spice Islands,
Timor.
such as those from Banda, had been visiting Australian waters for centuries. From at least the early 18th century, Makassar traders from Sulawesi made regular trips to Australia's northern shores. Their main interest was trepang, or sea cucumber, which they harvested to sell to Chinese markets.
Gross.
Long before British settlement, European explorers had already begun charting the Australian coastline. Although there's a theory that Portuguese sailors might have discovered parts of the continent in the 1520s, it remains unproven and lacks solid evidence. The first confirmed European sighting and landfall came in 1606, when a Dutch ship called the Dijfken, captained by Willem Jan Zoon, reached the Cape York Peninsula. On February 26 of that year, the crew made landfall near what is now the Pennefather River, close to the modern town of Weipa. This marked the first recorded European contact with Aboriginal Australians. Over the 17th century, Dutch navigators continued to explore and chart large stretches of the Australian coastline. They mapped the western and northern coast and named the landmass New Holland. Despite these efforts, the Dutch never attempted to settle the land. They were focused on their profitable trade routes to the Dutch East Indies, where they dealt in spices, silk, and porcelain. Nevertheless, their voyages added significantly to Europe's geographical knowledge of Australia. In 1616, Dirk Hartog, sailing from the Cape of Good Hope to Batavia, veered off course and landed on an island off the coast of Shark Bay in Western Australia. This unplanned stop became one of the most iconic early encounters with the continent. A few years later, in 1622 and 1623, the ship Leeuwin made the first documented rounding of Australia's southwest corner, lending its name to Cape Leeuwin. Another key explorer was Abel Tasman. His 1642
Tasman
voyage
Sea.
was the first known European expedition to reach Van Diemen's Land, what we now know as Tasmania, as well as New Zealand. On a subsequent journey in 1644, Tasman returned to map more of Australia's northern coastline. He took note of both the geography and the indigenous peoples he encountered. The first documented contact between the British and Aboriginal Australians came much later, in 1770. Lieutenant James Cook was sent to chart the eastern coastline of what was still mostly unknown to the British.
Do you know what the funny part about this guy is? Do you want to know how he died? He tried to kidnap the king of Hawaii, so they stabbed him to death. It's very funny. He's like, I'm a kidnap the king of Hawaii. So like, ha, no, you're not. Stab. Gotta fucking laugh at that. And people, this cunt's fucking cottage got shipped from
Didn't
England
they also
to
cook and eat him or something?
Probably. I fucking hope they did. And now, but this cunt literally shipped his house over from England.
Alan!
His orders were specific: to find a large southern continent and, if the opportunity arose, to take possession of lands in the name of the British Crown, but only with the consent of the local inhabitants. Cook's ship, the Endeavour, anchored at Botany Bay on April 29th. The area was home to the Gweagal people of the Darawal Eora Nation. Upon the crew's landing, 2 Gweagal men opposed their arrival. A confrontation followed, and one of the Aboriginal men was wounded by gunfire. Cook and his crew stayed in the area for about a week, but attempts to establish peaceful relations were largely unsuccessful. As the Endeavour continued north, the crew met the...
I wonder if it has anything to do with shooting one of them. I can't imagine
In this octagon,
why.
I'm the boss.
The Gugu Yimitor people near the mouth of the Endeavour River, in what is now Cooktown. Relations in this case were more peaceful, although a dispute over green turtles led to shots being fired, with one local man sustaining a minor wound. Eventually, Cook
Dispute
sailed
over
further north
turtles!
to Possession Island. There, despite never obtaining Aboriginal consent, he claimed the entire eastern coast of Australia for Britain. The formal colonization of Australia by the British was not driven by a single reason, but rather a convergence of strategic and practical concerns. The key figure behind the decision was Thomas Townshend, the first Viscount Sydney. After the American Revolution brought an end to convict transportation to North America, Britain faced a pressing need to find new destinations for its growing prison population. At the same time, the British government sought to establish a strategic outpost in the Pacific, particularly to curb French ambitions in the region. Australia, still largely unknown to Europeans, offered a remote but potentially valuable alternative. On May 13, 1787, the First Fleet set sail from Britain. It consisted of 11 ships carrying around 1,530 people. Among them were 736 convicts, 17 of their children, 211 Marines, along with their wives and children, and roughly 300 officers, sailors, and crew. The fleet was under the command of Captain Arthur Phillip. Although their destination was Botany Bay, upon arrival, Phillip quickly realized the site was not suitable for settlement. Just a few days later, the entire fleet relocated to the more protected Port Jackson, establishing the first European settlement at Sydney Cove, known to the local Aboriginal people as Warrain, on January 26, 1788. From the beginning, Governor Phillip was instructed to establish peaceful relations with the indigenous inhabitants. His official orders called for engagement and conciliation, urging the settlers to treat Aboriginal people with kindness. Yet, the Eora people, whose lands surrounded the Sydney area, were first surprised and then hostile toward the British presence. Their resistance stemmed from clear violations of Aboriginal custom. The newcomers took from the land without permission and entered territory without observance of local protocols. As tensions rose, most Eora avoided the British during the early years. Nonetheless, a few exchanges occurred. Some involved gift-giving, while others led to the capture of Aboriginal individuals whom Phillip hoped to teach English and employ as intermediaries. These early attempts at cultural exchange were limited and often undermined by misunderstanding and imbalance. After Phillip's departure,
It's almost like
trade
landing
between the
on an
colony and
indigenous
visiting ships began
landmass
to
and then
expand.
killing people is
Farming
probably
efforts
not a
moved
smart
inland
thing
to
to
more
do.
fertile areas around Sydney. In 1789, the British government established the New South Wales Corps, a permanent military regiment intended to relieve the Marines who had arrived with the First Fleet.
Did they die?
By
Why not?
1820, British settlement remained concentrated within a 100-kilometer radius of Sydney and across the central plains of Van Diemen's Land, modern Tasmania. The settler population had grown to about 26,000 on the mainland and 6,000.
They deliberately made Sydney the capital, and there could have been other settlements. They just constantly were seeing the funnel web and being like, yeah, let's keep hanging around this spider. That's crazy. Like, if you have a choice, why would you continue hanging out with that spider?
That's true. How long has the Sydney funnel web existed?
Forever?
I don't know. Millions of years. It is an ancient species.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's like one of the older spiders.
Older than the dinosaurs. That's spiders in general. Okay. I knew that. Okay. A true Sydney funnel web diverged from related species such as the recently identified Newcastle funnel web approximately 17 million years ago. Wow. They're like, this is perfect. I'm no longer moving anywhere else.
Like,
I am the perfect creature.
Honestly, it's probably the scariest spider.
Yeah.
Like, the huntsman is scary too, but like, because it's not venomous, I would just want to be not near it.
Yeah. As long as people just relocate them, because they are harmless, they are good things to have around your house because they
But
do.
like a funnel web, and they like want to rear up and show their teeth and shit. Fuck those things.
No, their defensive display is really fucking cool.
It's fucking terrifying. Get out of here, bug.
Following the end of the Napoleonic Wars in 1815, convict transportation increased significantly. Between 1821 and 1840, around 55,000 convicts arrived in New South Wales and 60,000 in Van Diemen's Land. But by the 1830s, free settlers and locally born colonists outnumbered convicts in New South Wales. The 1820s also saw a rapid expansion of sheep and cattle grazing. Settlement extended far beyond its original limits. In 1825, the colony of New South Wales reached its greatest territorial size when its western boundary was set at longitude 129 degrees east, now the border between Western and South Australia. This brought nearly all of modern Australia under the control of New South Wales, including what would later become Queensland, Victoria, South Australia, and the Northern Territory. By mid-century, the settler population had exploded. In 1850, New South Wales alone counted 180,000 residents, excluding the 70,000 to 75,000 living in the Port Phillip district, which would soon become the separate colony of Victoria. The Biggie reforms during this time aimed to attract affluent settlers by offering land grants tied to their financial capital. From 1830,
Hey, rich people, you can have land here that we don't own. Just take it. Who gives a shit? Fuck you.
onward, land was no longer freely granted, but instead sold at auction, with proceeds used to fund the migration of workers from Britain. Between 1821 and 1850, Australia received 200,000 immigrants from the United Kingdom, setting the stage for deeper entrenchment of British control and society across the continent. The effects of British colonization on Aboriginal Australians were immediate and devastating. One of the earliest and most catastrophic impacts came in April 1789, barely a year after the first fleet arrived. A deadly disease, likely smallpox, swept through the Aboriginal population around Port Jackson. Prior to the outbreak, the number of British settlers was roughly equal to the local Eora population. After the epidemic, that balance shifted dramatically. The settlers now outnumbered the indigenous people on the Cumberland Plain, and by 1820, their population of 30,000 matched the total indigenous population across all of New South Wales. The toll on local groups such as the Eora, Darug, and Ku-ring-gai was immense. Within a generation, these once thriving communities had been reduced to small groups living on the fringes of settler towns, struggling with poverty and disease. Yet, some survivors remained in coastal areas around Sydney, including along the Georges River and Botany Bay. Inland groups, too, were quickly warned of the British presence. News of invasion traveled far in advance of settlers, often by hundreds of kilometers. Still, within 2 generations,
they told them to watch out for the white devils.
Interesting use of phrasing there. From a History Channel. News of invasion.
many Aboriginal societies in southeastern Australia had either collapsed or vanished entirely. The primary causes of this population collapse were disease, settler violence, and internal conflict exacerbated by displacement. Birth rates also plummeted, compounding the loss. Some estimates suggest an 80% reduction in population. The result was the breakdown of kinship networks, spiritual obligations, and ceremonial traditions that had structured Aboriginal life for tens of thousands of years. Survivors often lived in poor health, in makeshift shelters on the edges of European settlements, disconnected from their ancestral lands and customs. When the British first established their colony in Australia, their plan was to create a self-sustaining penal settlement, primarily based on agriculture. But the expansion of that settlement brought settlers into direct and often violent conflict with the Aboriginal peoples whose lands they occupied. These conflicts weren't simply over territory. At their heart were deep, irreconcilable differences in worldview, particularly regarding land ownership. While Aboriginal Australians saw land as a communal resource with spiritual and ancestral significance, British settlers believed in individual property rights, cultivated land, and exclusive possession. Tensions also escalated due to cultural misunderstandings and acts of aggression. One common source of conflict was the kidnapping of Aboriginal men, women, or children, sometimes by settlers,
No
sometimes
way.
in retaliation. In turn, both Aboriginal groups and colonists carried out reprisal attacks. Aboriginal resistance often took the form of raids on farms, the burning of crops, and the mass killing of livestock. Acts meant not just to disrupt settler livelihoods, but to protest the theft of traditional lands and food sources. As settlers pushed further into the continent, these confrontations intensified. Conflict followed the advancing frontier, becoming a prolonged and bloody part of Australian history. Estimates of the total death toll from settler-Aboriginal conflict between 1788 and 1928 vary. Some historians put the figure at 1,700 settler deaths and between 17,000 and 20,000 Aboriginal deaths. Historian Henry Reynolds has suggested even higher numbers, perhaps up to 3,000 settlers and 30,000 Aboriginal people killed. More recent research by the University of Newcastle has arrived at a preliminary estimate of 8,270 Aboriginal deaths in frontier massacres between 1788 and 1930.
Oh, and in case anyone is confused by this, the intent is to thieve the land. The intent is to get rid of them. This is why this is genocide. It's why all colonialism results in genocide. Because they come in, they demand their land, and then they kill people who say, how about no? It's all it ever is.
Infectious diseases brought by Europeans were among the most devastating consequences of colonization for Aboriginal Australians.
Hey, remember how, like, Pauline Hanson and shit say that the third world imports disease?
And then I was laughing and said a white person saying that is very funny.
Smallpox, influenza, and tuberculosis spread rapidly through communities that had no prior exposure and therefore no natural immunity.
Wait, are you telling me that the indigenous never had tuberculosis and this is a European issue? Wow. Thanks, European, you filthy fucks. Dirty
maybe
cunts.
wash your buttholes next time.
Maybe learn some fucking hygiene. Clearly the indigenous people living in literal, what do they say? Oh, the indigenous living in mud huts. Yeah, they live in mud huts and are still cleaner than you cunts. Go figure, right?
Of all these illnesses, smallpox was the deadliest, killing more than half of the Aboriginal population in some areas. Other diseases followed: dysentery, scarlet fever, typhus, measles, whooping cough, and repeated waves of influenza swept through Aboriginal populations over the decades. The impact of these diseases was more than just biological. The arrival of new foods like flour and sugar, which replaced the traditional and more diverse Aboriginal diet, contributed to widespread malnutrition. Colonial authorities and settlers also introduced alcohol into Aboriginal communities, leading to long-term health problems and social disruptions, including alcoholism.
Happening.
The first recorded smallpox epidemic occurred in April 1789, a little more than a year after British settlement began. It struck a wide area, from the Hawkesbury River to Broken Bay and Port Hacking. According to journals kept by members of the First Fleet, Aboriginal people had never encountered this disease before. With no understanding of its nature and no means of treating it, many communities collapsed in panic. Often, those who were still healthy abandoned the sick, leaving them with some food and water, and then fleeing, spreading the disease even further inland and along the coast. The social effects of this epidemic were devastating. With many of the experienced hunters and gatherers dead, survivors were left without food and unable to sustain their communities.
Awesome.
This was not an isolated event. Over time, repeated disease outbreaks weakened Aboriginal societies further, compounding the loss of culture, knowledge, and connection to land. Before British contact, estimates of the indigenous population ranged between 318,000 and 1 million. The majority lived in the southeast, particularly along the Murray River, where the land was more fertile. By the early 1900s, the Aboriginal population had dropped to about 117,000, or possibly even fewer. That represented a decline of at least 84%. It would take generations before their numbers began to recover, driven in part by changing social attitudes and more accurate census practices in the late 20th century. By 2021, the combined population of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people had reached an estimated 984,000, or about 3.8% of the total Australian population.
Oh, it can't be genocide if population go up?
That's what people will say. Okay. Now.
Meh.
Vice claims
Yes. It's Viacom.
Why do you think it's important for people in Australia to acknowledge Survival Day, Invasion Day versus the more nationalistic Australia Day?
It's important because people have this misconstrued idea that you can't have pride as an Australian and talk about this day without it being, you can either be a nationalistic person or a person who is coming here today to stand in solidarity with our Aboriginal brothers and sisters. I'm here because as a white person, I am living on stolen land, and to celebrate anything else than a justified dispossession of this land is a travesty. I am proud in many ways to be an Australian, but
Bro,
the Australia that...
Gotta go back to that sign. Epic sign. He is a fugly slut.
This man is the nastiest skank bitch I've ever met. Do not trust him. He is a fugly slut.
That's a Mean Girls reference.
That's amazing.
I am proud in many ways to be an Australian, but the Australia that is popularised in national consciousness is not the Australia that I resonate with.
There's no pride in genocide. I mean, that's what invasion means. That's what Australia Day means. Invasion Day is today. I understand Australia Day has had many, many dates.
Yes, it has.
And I don't even think it's the anniversary of colonisation.
This land was violently taken and it is a site of genocide.
During colonisation, it was a deliberate act of genocide and getting rid of us.
Decolonisation to me is understanding what took place with the invasion when white people first came to this country.
Whether you're in South Africa, whether you're in Australia, or whether you're in America.
It's all the same principle, which is you just turn up with a bunch of ships and a bunch of people.
It's great editing those quotes together. That's fucking great.
With guns and say, well, we're here now and you can clear out.
What you see is a kind of inherited legacy of wealth that accrues to white people in a way that it doesn't accrue to black people, right? So what we inherit is an inequality.
In Australia, they needed a workforce and they didn't want to have to pay for it.
History is super interesting because it challenges what we think about who settlers were.
And even to the extent of truth-telling as to why these convicts came to Australia.
There were the colonists and then there were the convicts who came here not of their own free will, who came, in this way that was stained.
My ancestor arrived in chains in this land.
And yet who also made a place here.
What is, like for you, if you were to explain to an alien, what is the history of Australia? What does it mean?
Well, we come from English stock, a lot of us from prison stock, but that's what we're proud of.
Well, based on the videos that we just watched, that's not true.
Those are big fishing hooks.
Just based on those
what are you catching with those?
videos of history that we just watched, it seems like most of them were actually free settlers, not prisoners. But sure, I mean, if you can trace your lineage back to the cunts who came over in chains, maybe you can argue that you were also a victim. But then you also have to look, okay, well, what did the descendants of your prison ancestor do? Did they participate in genocide? Because once they were out of prison, I doubt they had generational prison like they do it. Like they sort of, I doubt they're putting generations in prison if you're a prisoner in Australia from the first go. So if that's the case, then what did your descendants do? This is the question. Like, you should probably find out.
Also a product of that colonial history. So how come there's so much pushback when I, as a white person, am trying...
romantic nationalism and national shame.
White?
Trying to participate in that conversation.
What do you think about people saying that we shouldn't celebrate Australia Day and things like that?
Oh no, you can't change history. that is history and that's it. Like it or lump it.
Be a voice that says, hey, white people.
Hey, you know what
let's
else is
also
history?
reflect. Let's not expect that all the
What?
work about
There you go. How about that one? What the fuck is that shit?
Oh, the gollywog?
Get that shit out of there.
Do you not know about gollywogs?
I know about them.
They're fucking wild.
this needs to come from people who are of color, because that's also not fair.
So how does a white person in Australia find and make peace with and acknowledge history and find something to be proud of about being Australian?
When you also need to step into
Why do you
the
need
space and
national pride to
figure out
begin
how
with?
you're
Why
going to
can't
live
you
in
have
that space
self-pride?
and feel a sense of belonging and feel settled.
People don't know what
You
their
mean,
history
John?
is.
Performative
So if you don't
nationalism is
understand your
easy and
history, you
fun.
don't know how to move
You
on
know,
from that.
I can go
Get
and
a
buy.
sports team.
I can go and buy plastic Chinese-made Australian flags and put them on my car and take them down to the city and wave them around like I'm actually proud of my
Go
country.
kick a soccer ball.
Like, you don't understand how easy performative nationalism is.
that and look at remedies to look at solutions so that we're all equal.
My sense of belonging is very much bound up with my profound sense of what it cost and to who the cost was and how profound that is.
But I can't say that I'm proud to be an Australian because the modern state, which is only 150, 200 years old, has done so much to undermine the sovereignty of Aboriginal people. So I can't be proud of that. So how do we find a language that allows me to find common cause solidarity and say I'm part of some nation, right, that has that lineage? So if the country can figure out how to do that with extraordinary leadership, it's like if you can start to help to frame a language so that many people can see their way in and across to one another, then you're doing something that really matters without lying to people.
Because we don't recognise the truth. I mean, you know the famous expression, there is no peace without justice, there is no justice without truth. So you must start with truth-telling.
In order to defend what is in Australia, you have to lie to people about history. You have to pretend like that the things that happened were not crap.
You got to have the both black and white history to tell the real truth of what happened.
We only ever see in front of our arms. We can't see what we brought with us from behind us, from wherever we came. So we can't see the trauma that's back there. We can't see the poverty and the whatever that was back there. We only see what we have now and we think that's the way it ought to be.
People are ashamed of their dirty laundry. Any way you put it, people don't want to reflect.
They have worked hard and their parents worked hard and therefore they have the right to have what they have.
So if you want to go and live in and be settled in a site of genocide, a lot of people don't have to make those kinds of choices. And here people don't think they have ever had to make that choice.
There's a fear for me to go out today because of what today is. I first saw a boat with white sails coming to shore, which they haven't seen before. You know, it would have looked like a large white bird, and the sailors, being Wadjalas, Nidiyangs, whitefellas, made the Noongar people think it was their ancestors, their spirits coming back from the dead, from the sea.
Since our birth, we are socialised into whiteness. That means all the things that we are complicit in, whether it's the freedom of movement I get, all the things that I won't get stopped in a street, I won't know that I'm not going to draw police presence. I know that when I go into a job, I'm not worrying about my skin colour. All these things that I think people need to consider, that looking internally within oneself and understanding how your whiteness operates within broader systems is so imperative.
There's so much we don't know. There's so much mystery out there. And what we have to help white people do is discover that mystery. And it's not about this utilitarian spirituality that says house, car, 2 holidays overseas every year, my children goes to private schools. It's not that. There is more
That a
to
fake
it.
dog?
Until we resolve that kind of thinking, we will continue to get what we've always got, a bloody disaster.
I think that the idea of people understanding the colonial project more objectively and looking at it from the outside in, and not looking at it as like, oh, you're saying I've got bad ancestors and that I'm dirty. Rather looking at this thing that's affected all of these places that we've visited and affected all of the people that we've interviewed, white and black and everyone, that it's a negative for everyone.
Until we start to love the other's children as much as we love our own, and more than we fear them, nothing is going to change.
I don't think there's a perfect serve, but I definitely think that there are strategies that work. Calling people in to
What
a
are they trying to
conversation
catch with those
versus
hooks?
calling them out. Getting people to understand how structural racism affects us all, and it's not
Is that not
you,
the hull of a
individual
ship?
that is being attacked.
There is a process of self-reconciliation that happens.
Yeah, I was joking. Shaheed drone!
Is it actually a? Do you think it is a?
Shaheed drones on your wall?
Do you think it is an actual hull of a ship, like a
Probably.
dead hull of a ship? That's kind of what it looks like to me.
It looks like art.
That's true. It does.
Why you got a Shaheed drone there?
Where?
The white thing.
Has to happen
triangle.
to allow people to get
this.
Yeah. Does
that
it not look like one?
Not at all. I can see the connection. Triangle look like triangle thing.
Yeah.
I understand that it's okay to be vulnerable, that it's okay to feel shame. What are you going to turn it into?
We could be grateful to Australia Day to constantly remind us about that's how it began.
I said, I'm not here to make you feel guilty. You weren't here, you weren't there with that. You are here with what's happening now, and you need to take responsibility for some of that.
And not rely on algorithm bias and media that's lazy.
It's part of the Aboriginal life cycle. When we're born, we say we're born under a tree out of the ground. We come out of the ground, which is full of layers of people who have died and laid down their wisdom, their knowledge, their traditions into the dirt. We come out of the ground bringing those with us. We live through our life cycle till we get to the tree of our death with the vocation of honouring all of that, of solving some of the issues that were put into the ground that hadn't been solved, and not putting any more issues into the ground. And then we live through, go in, lay another layer, and it builds up. So what I say to non-Indigenous people, that's your journey. That's your journey. You come out of all those stories, good, bad, and ugly, and then your job through here is not to put any more of those stories back in the ground, honour what's good out of that, and then in some way try and resolve some of the not so good.
It's just a simple case of acknowledging the truth and letting that truth be told.
That's where I think real change happens, is when it's people to people. It's small to small, and then it grows.
There is hope, but it's difficult.
We're not on an equal playing field, and probably won't be in this generation or the next generation. So an equal playing field allows us then to be treated differently, but acknowledge the untruths, acknowledge what we've been through, acknowledge the levels of disadvantage, to then say, well, once that occurs, we are then on an equal playing field.
What are your hopes for the future of Australia?
We have no resilience to discomfort, and because that white equilibrium has never been disrupted, whenever we're confronted with small amounts of discomfort, we get our hackles up and we go, our white fragility levels itself up, and we just step away because we've never been put in a position of discomfort yet. It's through that vulnerability and dialogue of actually seeing how privilege has played out for us that we begin to undo ourselves, and in that undoing we can understand what it means to actually belong on this country.
At the moment, the settler is getting much unsettled, which is a good thing.
When is the settler settled?
Never.
It literally doesn't matter. Like, you can just reframe it around the same date, and like you can have it like, oh yes, this is the National Day. People who want to commemorate the invasion by the British and the colonialism, go nuts. People who want to celebrate Australia as it is today, you fucking cringe, but go nuts. Like, if you want to wave your fucking flag, go wave your fucking flag. Just don't be a cunt about it. It's really not that hard. And it's like the romanticization of Australia's history. Like, most people probably won't be aware of the shit that we just watched. Right? Most people would likely not be aware of just how bad Australia's history was. And as a result, they have this confusion around people saying abolish Australia, talking about decolonialization and all of this shit.
They're trying to white genocide.
Exactly. That's exactly where they always go, because they're fascists and they're perpetual victims. Most people in the country don't give a fuck. Me, I mostly forget that Australia Day happens. I just get a day off. So it's like, I'm more inclined to be like, you know, it's only been around on this day for 30 years. It doesn't matter if we fucking change it.
Maybe that 5-year-old deserved to be arrested.
Potentially put it on January 1st where people are like, oh, but New Year's Day. But look, man, you make it a New Year's Australia Day back to back.
You know how there's like the Indigenous Peoples Day thing with us? I think that we should move our new national holiday to January 6th, and the nationalists can just have their own holiday. What do you think?
I mean, that could work. That could work. MAGA would love that. And then they would make it the official national holiday.
Yeah, I mean, go for it.
Yeah, who gives a shit? It would be pretty funny. It would create the division that Australia Day does. It would be great. Counter
we already
protests
have
and
that
shit.
type of shit as well, though.
On July 4th?
Well, it's Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day here.
Okay, so
July 4th is much different because
it's the
that's
formation of the
independence
country.
from Britain. Not celebrating landfall.
Okay. Because this is the contention, right? Is they're like, oh well, what should we make the national holiday? January 1st, because that's when we became a country. That's the most logical solution.
What about honoring like all the hardship that Australians did in the World Wars?
That's Anzac Day, so that's April 25th.
Okay, so why can't that be the Nationalist Day?
That's a good point. That's a really good point. It would put a lot more emphasis on Anzac Day. That's probably not a bad option. It is the romanticized history.
It's literally, because like then you literally have your national holiday celebrating and ending the worst genocide that's happened in modern history.
Yeah.
And it is specifically a national holiday that comes out of
struggles.
Anti-genocide maneuvers.
I wonder how many Indigenous people fought in the forces. What population of Indigenous men fought in World War I and II?
What's crazy about America is how often, like, there's certain nations that consider it an honor to fight in the military.
About 1,000 Indigenous Australians were estimated to have fought in World War I. More than 5,000 fought in World War II. There you go. So we've got unified forces. We've got Indigenous and white Australians all fighting together to defeat Nazis. I agree. I agree with you on this. This is a much better option.
I was just thinking about how it's like, a nice Australian movie, and Dead Alive was not Australian.
Like, it's...
Actually, just watched an Australian movie today.
Oh, yeah?
Like, it was a great movie, but enraging.
Okay.
It's called Baby Teeth.
Okay.
And so the plot is basically there's this 16-year-old, and she's dying of cancer, and she ends up, like, getting involved with a boy who's 23.
Okay.
And, like, the entire time, I'm like, it wouldn't get to this level. I would have already called the police, you know?
Yes.
But, like, at no point did I think this guy was redeemable or anything like that. But, like, the movie's fantastic. But I also hated it at the same time. But the guy who's playing the 23-year-old in this movie, his acting and his performance and his charisma in the role, phenomenal. Like, one of the reasons why I was so uncomfortable with him is because the actor was doing such a good job.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious of how much of it was acting and how much of it is, like, drawing on lived experience, you know?
Yeah.
Like, maybe he's just kind of scummy. Like, hanging around a cancer patient just so you can steal her meds to sell them on the street? What a piece of shit.
So, this movie here is a movie that I saw years ago, and this is an Australian movie made in Adelaide. I fucking hated this movie.
What's the movie about the dog?
I fucking
who gets
hated
yelled
this
at by
movie.
the lizard in the road?
I don't know.
I'm sorry for caring.
So,
I love that.
So this is funny. This is a 10-word movie review. Aussie drama uses animation creatively, but plot threads meander aimlessly. That's great. Okay.
We done? Yeah, it's been enough.
Yes. I do have other videos that I will send you, but they're not about Australia. There is the anti-Semitism bill. Do we want to look at that? Someone that isn't a fascist looking at it?
Later.
Okay.
Because I want to talk about Greenland for a little bit.
Okay. I'll change the titles after I send the videos
Sure
to
if
you.
you saw, but now we're not.
You're not going?
Greenland.
Oh, really? Great. So he just destroyed relations and put tariffs for no reason?
No. It's more complicated than that.
Mm-hmm. Are we still sticking with Trump's a nutcase, or is this calculated?
I think he went there and they're like, you know that you already have military control of Greenland, right? Like, what exactly do you want more here? And he's like, ah? But they did come to a deal, so now it's like, art of the deal, baby. But it's not you making the deal. It was like all you did was cede ground on what you wanted.
Okay. Stop sharing. Why?
Is rattled, but touting a win on Greenland, even as he says negotiations over a future deal are just getting underway.
Essentially, it's total access. It's There's no end.
You already have total access.
NBC News has learned the president has discussed adding U.S. troops and more military bases in Greenland, in part to
Okay, that was always
support
allowed.
the system still in its planning stages, according to 2 former U.S. officials. And the New York Times, citing 8 senior Western officials, reports proposals include giving America a sovereign claim over pockets of Greenland's territory, where U.S. bases would be located. Denmark's prime minister tonight saying we cannot negotiate on our sovereignty. And the president today acknowledging a deal might not include U.S. ownership of the Danish territory.
Anything's possible, but in the meantime, we're getting everything we wanted: total security, total access to everything.
You already
as many
had that.
bases, have all the equipment that we want.
An existing Cold War era treaty between the U.S. and Denmark already allows the U.S. to expand its military presence in Greenland.
President Trump and other leaders are right.
You're telling me he got nothing?
To protect the Arctic against Russian and Chinese influence.
President Trump earlier launching his own international organization.
It sounds like
the
he got
so-called Board
nothing,
of
and then they
Peace,
told him it's a
created
win.
After the Gaza ceasefire, where he serves as chairman and the only one with veto power.
Like, wow, you're really fucking us.
To be one of the most consequential
Really
bodies
fucking
ever
us on this
created.
deal, Trump.
And it's my enormous
He's
honor
like,
to
yeah.
serve as its chairman.
More than 50 countries invited
the
to
big
join,
penis
at least
strategy
20
from
already
South
on
Park.
board, with Russia's Vladimir Putin still considering the offer and allies like France and the United Kingdom declining, citing concerns it could undermine the United Nations, whose emblem is similar to the Board of Peace's logo revealed today, with the U.S. front and center outlined in gold.
And Peter, there's another headline we're tracking tonight. President Trump also making news, announcing he's suing one of America's biggest banks and its very powerful CEO.
Different story.
Listen up, Greenland. This is the last straw. Even though it has full access to your land for defense purposes and mineral extraction, that's still not enough. You see, we don't play nice anymore. This is a new world order. We're going to take your land, whether you like it or not. We can do it the easy way or the hard way. What's your choice? So the hard way. We'll invade your country. It would take us like 2 seconds. The Europeans won't even see us coming. We'll make Venezuela look like potty training. It's the easy way. We'll spend billions of dollars buying your land. Hell, we'll pay each citizen $100,000. Who cares? But I'm not going to mince words. The old days are over. This is America first, baby. Don't forget it. I know that's been like the
Fair
implicit
enough.
understanding always, and we've been pretending that isn't the case, but now I'm just going to say it. We don't care about your sovereignty. We
Wait.
don't care about the global economic
Name
system.
Australian bands?
Turn this
Hold on.
weight, I'm embarrassing these fools. The financial markets are reacting to all of this stuff. And?
Name Australian, not including ACDC. Brother, ACDC is Scottish.
You're one tough cookie, I'll put it that way, and a damn good negotiator. I'll
They're
tell you that.
fucking
We'll strike
Scottish.
a deal, one that will
Have you heard them
completely
talk?
embarrass you. We get everything Denmark has always been offering.
They're fucking
But
British.
I thought the A in ACDC stand for Australia. Is that not true? What about OAR? I heard that stands for Old Australian Robots.
That sounds about right.
That's a joke from like the early 2000s. You'd have to be
Angus and
around
Malcolm Young.
in the early 2000s to understand that reference. Remember Dave Matthews Band?
Okay, I was right. They are Scottish. The members are Scottish. I'm talking shit.
Do you remember Dave Matthews Band?
I do remember the Dave Matthews Band. I never listened to them,
Have you
though.
ever seen Jimmy Fallon's impression of Dave Matthews?
I have not.
You've never listened to Dave Matthews Band?
No, I might have, like, I probably know a song here and there, but it's not
Go
something...
look up one song real quick
Okay.
so you can hear it.
I'm just going to go to their YouTube and go to their most popular.
Yeah.
Crash Into Me.
Go for it. Just listen to it so you can hear how the guy's voice sounds.
Mm-hmm. Yep, okay.
Joe. Matthews Band. Dave.
Obviously can't show it. You can hear it, right?
Welcome.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the Celebrity Jeopardy, the one with Bjork, actually.
Oh.
And this is him doing Dave Matthews.
To the show. I am glad to be here. Fantastic. Next up, Icelandic sensation Bjork.
Sometimes when I look at my veins in my hands, they remind me of these two snakes that laugh.
Our final contestant on Celebrity.
Get back to Jimmy.
Let's just get this over with. Mexico and Canada. Fine. Shoe. Well, thank you. Stearns. One. That becomes towing in. Do you have an answer?
It sounds like
Okay, here we go.
Will Ferrell.
That is Will Ferrell. Listen, the Jimmy Fallon.
Did you
Dave
ring
Matthews.
in? I did it. Guilty as charged.
That's exactly what their music sounds like.
Do you have an answer?
No, I don't.
I am glad to be here. That's exactly what it sounds like.
The financial markets are reacting to all of
I
this
think if I was a
stuff,
bit
and
more familiar, it might sound a bit better for me.
Yeah, I mean, it was a timely reference there.
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah, of course.
That's why Bjork is also there.
Yes.
I'm embarrassing these fools. The financial markets are reacting to all of this stuff, and
Oh, no, like they're an Australian band, but they are from Scotland.
you're one tough cookie. I'll
Why
put it
don't
that
you
way. A
like
damn good
AC/DC?
negotiator. I'll
That's
tell you
very
what,
interesting.
We'll strike a deal, one that will
'Cause they
completely
suck.
embarrass you.
They're
Next.
fine. They're fine.
Annoying.
It's perfectly adequate rock music.
That's what they sound like.
Okay, but I'll do 5 Australian bands. Okay.
I did see him still fucking no lip singing, just still belting it out.
Yes, they do.
Earlier.
The new guy, yeah.
No, it's like a 60-year-old guy.
Yeah, he's
Maybe
the
it
new
was a different band.
guy.
Maybe it was Guns N'
Original
Roses.
guy
Guns
died.
N' Roses and AC/DC are the same in my head.
So
it was Guns N' Roses I was looking at.
when I say new guy, the new guy came in like the 90s.
Yeah. It's
5
like the guy who replaced the lead singer in Journey.
Okay, 5 Australian
some,
bands.
like,
Five Australian
Filipino
bands.
guy, you know?
Okay, I'll give you, instead of giving you 5 random Australian bands, I'll give you 5 bands that you should look up the music. Cold Chisel, Australian Crawl.
I'm glad to be here.
Okay, so Cold Chisel, Australian Crawl.
Screwdriver.
I think Baby Animals is Australian as well. They're pretty good. Oh, fuck.
That's the only neo-Nazi band I know.
The Chats.
I was going to call out more if I knew them.
You should look up The Chats. I think they're the one that do Pub Feed.
Chat?
The Chats. Yes, they do the Pub Feed song. It's great. Is that 3? Gautier. No. Okay, not a band, singer-songwriter, but Gautier. You know the Somebody I Used to Know song? That guy. But listen to his older albums. They are art. They are incredible. He's from Melbourne too. And the Cat Empire. There you go. The 5 bands that you should look up. Australian bands / singer-songwriters that you should look up. I can give you more. Alpha Wolf is a metal one if that's what you're more inclined to do. There's Parkway Drive if that's up your alley.
Not winning the cultural victory, huh?
Mudrat is a new one that I found. His album called Social Cohesion is incredible.
King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
What?
Yep. And then I think what's that one band? It's like they're good, but like it's like the epitome of like the genre right now. It would be like any radio station
is playing
will play
that.
this band. What is their name?
Okay.
Not Imagine Dragons. Tame Impala.
Oh, Tame Impala's Australian as well. He's great.
Yeah, that's what I was just
Mm.
saying.
No, his music's fantastic. There's a song that he made that Little Yachty did a thing over, which is amazing. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll link it in the chat. So the one that
North Lane.
North Lane is Australian as well. Yep. I forgot what you said. What did you say? Tame Impala. Tame Impala. Little Yachty.
Who's the "Are You Gonna Be My Girl" guy?
Don't know.
Bam, bam, bam.
Here. So
That's how
this
the song
one.
goes?
This one
I
is.
said, "Are you gonna be my girl?"
Wolf Mother.
No.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, that's not who I'm
sorry.
saying.
Jet. Is it Jet?
Yes.
Yes.
Wolf Mother is the one that's like the song that's really hard on Guitar Hero, I think.
Yeah. Yes. Woman, gotta be a woman. Gotta...
Yeah.
That song. Yeah.
It's like, or it was the song I could play good on Guitar Hero.
Bro, Cake is American. What are you talking about? I fucking love Cake. Cake is a great band. Their music is awesome.
Not winning the cultural victory.
Are you talking about me? Or Australia in general?
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, Australian general. Well, look,
Oh,
you
no,
haven't done
absolutely
cultural
not.
victories yet, so you don't understand the importance of rock bands.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like, you know how like missionaries can just go into territory.
Mm-hmm.
The rock band.
They can only go into friendly territory though, can't they?
No, they can go into. Lady Six Guy was sending rock bands into our territory.
We
while
were at war with
assaulting
her. We were at war with her.
Yeah, but she was still sending them in. You can just touch them and send them back if you're at war.
Mm.
But then also there's a policy that they can ban rock bands at the cost of amenities.
Ah, okay.
And it's funny because if you're about to win the cultural victory, like all the AI will enact it.
Yeah. Hold on. Triple J. Fuck, what's her name?
The thing about the cultural victory is like you really have to start going for it in the beginning. When like science, you can just be like, all right, and just flip to science right at the end.
Ruby Fields is another really good Australian band if you like sort of softer pop music.
Because like
You
can,
might
you
like
can just
her,
do
John.
domination and then win science,
Mm.
and domination and then still win diplomacy.
Better in Black is the Thelma Plum. That's her fucking name.
You can do domination and still win religion games, especially if you're Byzantine.
Yeah.
Right? But like culture, like you're punished in the culture if you're doing wars.
Here's another song. This is a live version of her song, and this song is amazing. This song is great. So Thelma Plum is a great Indigenous artist that you could listen to if that's up your alley. You know, a little more than 5, but a little bit of side tangent. So
Is Macromantics Australian?
I don't know who that is. Arctic Monkeys, I think, is British.
Anyway, the rock band system is very weird. It's like the most different system in the game.
Okay.
So like you'll get a free promotion and it just like how you do, I don't know if you've trained apostles yet.
Yeah, I have.
But you know, once you get an apostle, it starts with a promotion. And you get to pick the promotion. So like that's how rock bands start too. And the promotions will be various things. Either like give you gold, or it will be like they have an extra chance of like having a good show on certain types of tiles, like campuses or something.
Okay.
And depending on where you're playing the show, you can have up to a 50% chance that you'll lose the unit. And every show that they play will raise that chance, but it will always stay maxed at 50%. But it can be like low at like 30%, and then if you play a few shows in that territory, it will eventually reach 50%. And then each show is rolled on a random scale of how much it will award you.
Yeah. Interesting.
We get everything Denmark has always been offering us, including control of our own military bases, access to mineral extraction. Sir? Can this wait? I'm embarrassing these fools. The financial markets are reacting to all of this stuff. And? You're one tough cookie, I'll put it that way, and a damn good negotiator. I'll tell you what, we'll strike a deal, one that will completely embarrass you. We get everything Denmark has always been offering us, including control of our own military bases, access to mineral extraction, defense stuff, okay? Okay. You're so mad right now. Okay. But I gotta say, I respect the fight in you. Okay.
Should we watch this?
What is this?
So look, so like a crown of thorns starfish, how they react to the smell of a giant triton.
Interesting.
Right? So like look, they put the water from that tank, so the smell and particles of the triton are in it, and they're inflating. Big snail. That's fucking... Look at that. But do they eat it? Or are they scared of it?
Creepy.
Does it eat them, or do they eat it?
What's it? What is a triton? What?
Big snail.
Oh. Oh!
How about this one? You ever see this video? Classic.
That's a rat. Is pushing him out of the way. That's funny. Rats are hilarious. They're
this
great
is
pets
typical
too.
rodent shit. I love how they close the eye that's closest to their friend. Oh, they're tooth chattering.
I know, right? And I can't believe America's trying to take Ukraine and China's trying to take Japan. Pretty crazy. Oh, sorry, Japan's trying to take Taiwan. My mistake.
We are taking you live to Minneapolis, where city officials are holding a briefing after
Only
federal
America.
officers shot and killed a person.
YouTube, please.
Yes, titles. What do we want to try change the title to?
Death in Minneapolis or whatever. It's, I'm not doing tweets, so it doesn't matter.
Yep, ice, death.
I'm John Favreau.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
On today's show, we'll talk about J.D. Vance's trip to Minneapolis to stand with the beleaguered Americans who need our support right now. ICE agents. We'll also cover Jack Smith's testimony to Congress, where he defended his decision to charge the current president with multiple crimes. Plus, Dan and I have been just itching to dig into the newest New York Times Siena poll, which is full of bad news for Trump. Just plenty of fun crosstabs for us. But first, they're calling it more brilliant than Jefferson's Louisiana Purchase, more monumental than Roosevelt's statecraft at Yalta, more daring than Nixon's trip to China.
Rage baiting.
That's right, Dan. Donald Trump, the president of peace, the darling of Davos, duked it out with Denmark over Greenland, and he art of the dealed himself into his greatest achievement yet. Let's take a listen.
It's really hard not to see this through the lens of the art of the deal.
The president's doubters were once again proven wrong. Europe and America are going to be rich and safe, and Greenland gets McDonald's.
Congratulations, Mr. President. You've done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. So have you.
I'm
You
gonna
got us again.
I'm gonna
You got
live
us.
fact check that. Does Greenland have McDonald's? No, there isn't any McDonald's in Greenland.
Oh, crazy.
Import that shit. This is the real reason for invading Greenland is to benefit
have
McDonald's.
A reindeer burger. They're reindeer.
People be talking about
Greenland has reindeer, right?
the Rothschild banks. I don't know, honestly. Maybe, probably.
I just saw one where it was something about, it was a government post about penguins in Greenland, and it is like
In
it
the
got
north?
fact checked because there's no penguins in Greenland.
in the northern hemisphere. Like, yeah. So okay, this is the real reason. This is the real reason that America's invading Greenland, to benefit the McDonald's bottom end. It's not about oil. It's not about the Rothschilds banks. It's not about any of this. It's about
Well,
America's
these guys have an interesting
company's
take that,
bottom
like,
line.
that like Trump was like misconceived about the polar ice melting and more icebreaker ships. He was really obsessed with icebreakers and buying icebreaker ships and stuff. And so the Europeans, to show Trump that they're taking the security of Greenland as a priority, they did deploy a bunch of troops a while back, and like Trump saw that as like a confrontation instead of like them doing what he asked. I don't know. He is an idiot, so.
When
sure
will
is
we
an idiot.
learn to stop doubting this man?
Hold on a second. Wait. Hold on.
You may be wondering.
I'm glad that after like a year and a half of watching us, you're still dedicated to buying Chinese slave
I
products.
told you, stop rage baiting, and I was proud of you to not react to it.
No, yeah. If you want to have
bait,
your product
Jack.
of slavery,
Jack,
go for
it's
it.
bait.
I don't care. No pride in owning
What's actually
slavery
in
products.
this?
John, do we own Greenland? Do we have it?
Well, let's hear directly about what's in the deal from our secondhand recipient of a slightly used Nobel Peace Prize.
Does this ultimately mean that the U.S. will ultimately acquire Greenland?
Well, I don't know if I can say that, but it could be. I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible.
Does it still include the United States having ownership of Greenland like you've said you wanted?
It's a long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal.
How long would the deal be, Mr. President?
Infinite.
We'll just speak to Denmark. Just speak to Denmark.
There is no time limit. It's forever.
The deal has broken the space-time continuum. It's just it goes forever. As long as the universe exists, there will be a deal. Seems like the details are a bit fuzzy. Here's Fox News' Brett Baier trying to nail down the details with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte.
Is it still under the Kingdom of Denmark in this framework deal?
That issue did not come up anymore in my conversations tonight with the President. We very much focused on what do we need to do to make sure that that huge Arctic region, where change is taking place at the moment, where the Chinese and Russians are more and more active, how we can protect that. That was really the focus of our discussion.
It didn't come up, John. It didn't come up.
So, in the discussions with the NATO Secretary General that led to the concept of a framework of a potential deal that we're all celebrating, what never came up was U.S. ownership over Greenland, which was the whole reason this entire crisis began.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That is correct. That is it is U.S. ownership of Greenland, which Donald
So
Trump
what,
demanded
Lib?
3 hours earlier. Said anything short of that was insufficient and would put the entire Western world at risk.
Threatened tariffs.
Threatened tariffs
on not only Denmark, but multiple other European allies. Made more than one insinuation that perhaps we would invade militarily. Posted
They got
a couple of
turn timers
memes.
here.
One picture of him flanked by his two boys, Marco and JD, and a polar bear, I believe, with like a sign that said like, you know, Greenland, part of America, 2026. I don't fucking remember. There's also another picture he posted of most of North America with an American flag on it, because now we're owning Canada too, I guess.
Yeah, the one I saw was him planting an American flag on Greenland.
Yeah,
I think.
that's right.
That might have been the one with Mark. I didn't.
Yeah, it's like the Neil Armstrong of our time kind of thing.
Yes, I didn't. Did that one have a polar bear?
Maybe I could be imagining the polar bear, but that's going around these days. So there is no deal. We did get a few more details from the New York Times about what has been discussed. Potentially more U.S. military bases, which we were already allowed to build. I was already part of the treaty, so we could have done that anyway. Though maybe the U.S. would control just the land that the bases are built on now, as opposed to just building the bases on other people's land. Though, Prime Minister of Denmark, not too happy hearing that. Clearly not part of the negotiations. Denmark was not part of that discussion in any way, so they have like rejected that. Maybe there's a larger NATO troop presence in Greenland under American command, which again, the Danes had already been willing to do. They could have done just under any president at any time. And maybe some ban on non-NATO countries getting mining rights in Greenland, which again, the Danes had already been willing to do. So what is this?
What is this, John? What an existential question that is.
This is literally...
What is any of this? It's infinite.
Like, honestly, it's been a minute since we saw Trump do this exact same thing, because the early Trump admin, it was a lot of the him doing the tariffs to get things that he already had, right? Which that's literally what this ended up being, is another one of those. I tariffed them to do the art of the deal. And what was the art of the deal? Ultimately, it impacted our economy and got us the same thing. So it was a net loss. Good deal, bro. Would I rather you be naked? First of all, thrift stores exist. All my clothes are thrifted.
Fair enough.
Secondhand source clothes takes directly out of the fast fashion market. And the fast fashion market is the issue, not any specific country. And when it comes to fast fashion, the textile industry is mostly based in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, in Bangladesh, and Southeast Asia and stuff. I don't know how much, like, obviously there's plenty of textiles in China, but I couldn't tell you the share of the textile industry that they have that's in Chinese companies. Like, plenty of stuff is produced in China. Like mass textiles will be produced in China, and then that fabric will be used in Bangladesh. But the issue is the fast fashion industry. It's not just a slavery issue. It's a waste issue. It's one of the biggest contributors to climate change that an individual can fix. Because a lot of these oil companies try to put it on the individual instead of getting regulated. But you never hear it coming from the fast fashion industry because they haven't spent the propaganda on fixing your mistakes, because that's what oil does, is being like, it's actually your choice. Like, it's because you chose to drove the gas guzzler that climate change exists. And like, the oil companies spend a lot of company doing that personal choice style shit. But like, if you've looked at any of the stuff we've shown and how the textile waste affects places like Africa, it is a very serious pollutant that's just
textiles is
like covered.
Are you talking specifically about like
Why are-
textiles
why
off,
are we here?
like
Yes.
pollution and stuff?
What is a
Yeah, the
negotiation
chemicals.
All
that
textiles
does not include the
basically
people
are
who live in
bad.
Greenland? That's a question. How does that work?
What is Mark Rutte doing, by the way? Fucking freelancing. He's
I
like,
think he drew. I think all the European leaders got together. One of them drew the short straw, and they had to go meet with the delusional man baby who is throwing his weight around Davos. Like the whole thing is so embarrassing. It is
Deeply.
embarrassing for the world. It's embarrassing for the American people. It's embarrassing for all the people who sat in that room who applauded like this was not some insane fucking speech happening. It's embarrassing for the European leaders who are like sending friendly texts to Trump to try to get on his good side that they can try to steer his insanity into a less dangerous place. The only person not embarrassed by this is the person who should be most embarrassed, which is Donald Trump. It's just so. It's like what a gigantic waste of everyone's time. Like this isn't like there are things that Trump wants to do that are crazy, that are the crazy solution to an actual problem, right? Like trying to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. That's an insane, impractical, ineffective solution. But it is trying to solve a problem. It's not how most people would solve it, but it's trying to solve it. There is no problem here. He invented a problem and then created an insane solution, caused the stock market to lose 2%, created all kinds of instability.
It's almost like
caused
that's
people to
what
sell off
fascists
American
do.
bonds and the dollar, and threaten the entire Western world order. For what?
I also noticed though that like Trump, he wasn't even in those interviews. Like he might have been a little tired from all of his traveling to Davos and whatnot.
And football games.
And football games, and he's fucking old and deteriorating. So it could be any of those. But he wasn't selling it like he usually sells the fake deals that he's reached. He was kind of like, I don't know, anything could happen.
I'm telling you,
The
they
deal's
told him
infinite.
that
Who knows? He had that like
came
long
in with a
pause
list of
Caitlin Collins.
demands and learned that he already has all that, so he's just confused. I'm telling you, that's what happened. Like the only thing that he pushed on was owning the land underneath the military bases we're building. And that wasn't ever brought up as a formality in the deal because that would have to be brought up to the PM of Denmark. And they said that that wasn't brought up. So all he did was learn that everything that he claims that he wants to do in Greenland can already happen. And that it's just a big waste of time. Like owning Greenland wouldn't. Like, nothing would change. All it would do, like, nothing would change, like, for Greenland. All it would do is, like, hurt NATO and shit. Which is probably why Putin
Loved it.
allegedly got this idea in Trump's head to begin with.
Doesn't surprise me.
Because we know how susceptible that admin is to the information warfare narratives. So Russia basically just has a direct in with their to get them to think the way that Russia wants them to think. Pretty stupid.
Pretty stupid.
I haven't heard these clips yet, but right before we started recording, he did like a gaggle on Air Force One, I guess on the way back from Davos.
Gaggle of gooses.
So they asked him a few questions about this. One reporter asked, were you worried about the market reaction to your tariffs on Monday and Tuesday? Like, is that why this all happened? And he goes, Trump said, the market reaction has been good. Reporter, well, the market came back only after you backed away from your threats. Trump, the market came up very nicely. And then they asked him about Denmark, you know, being on board with the, I guess, tiny pieces of land to give the United States that the U.S. military bases were built on. The reporter said, is Denmark on board with this concept? Trump, I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. There it is.
Hilarious.
The classic.
The old 2 weeks from now.
This one has nothing to do with Denmark, but I'm just going to read it because it's kind of fun. I don't know if you see on Twitter, you can all Google this. It's out there. Trump now has like a big bruise on his left hand. He's been bruising on the right hand. He's bruising all over the place.
Oh, here, what are
Who
we,
knows?
David Pacman now?
Reporter, we saw the bruising on your hand. Are you okay? I'm very good. I clipped it on the table. So I put a little, what do they call it? Cream on it. I clipped it. I would say take aspirin if you like your heart, but don't take aspirin if you want to have a little bruising. I take the big aspirin. When you take the big aspirin, they tell you that you bruise. The doctor said, you don't have to take that, sir. You're very healthy. I said, I'm not taking any chances. That's one of the side effects.
You know what counts as not taking chances? Taking a massive dose of medication above and beyond what your doctor recommends. That's a chance.
You take all the aspirin, you whack your hand, it bruises. You put some cream on it. What's it called? It's cream.
It is for all the conspiracy theorists. I don't really know what's going on. It is true that if you take lots of aspirin, you do bruise more easily and you cut more easily. It's a blood thinner.
No, the conspiracy here is that the president's a fucking lunatic who's taking too much aspirin.
Because you know, if 2 aspirin are good for you, how great do you think 20 aspirin are?
Yeah, well, make sure you take the aspirin, not the Tylenol, or else it's, you know,
then you'll get
late
autism.
onset autism for you. So it is obviously not surprising that all those Fox goobers would fluff Trump over getting absolutely nothing that he asked for. But some of the other media coverage has been wild. We were angrily texting about it this morning.
As we do.
As we do. Here's Axios, which listed the first place winner. It had 5 winners of Trump's Greenland climb down. Guess who the first place winner was? It was Trump. It was Trump. Trump was the first place winner of Trump's Greenland climb down. And here's the explanation. Even with concessions falling far short of total control. Far short? Yeah, like what do you mean far short? There was no concessions. There was no concessions.
Literally nothing happened.
There was nothing to fall. Trump can tout.
It is far short, John.
It is far short. Yeah,
it's quite far, but it is.
You
far.
know what? You know how far it is, Dan?
Even when I lose, I win.
It's infinite far.
It's infinite far. Trump can still tout the art of the deal to his base and retreat from an issue that polls even worse than his handling of the Epstein files. Well, isn't that comforting for Trump and the rest of us? What a big winner. Yeah, I would say like Greenland should have got #1 because now the United States doesn't own them just like before. Greenland literally got, and in Denmark got 100% of what they wanted.
Maybe the list wasn't in order.
Berated and threatened on the world stage.
Maybe. You know, it was
and
just a general
lot of time
top
wasted
5.
Trying to figure out how to deal
Sometimes
with the
that's
fucking
what they do.
madman that has taken over America.
I did not get past #1 on this list because at that point I felt I need to put. Oh, so you're not going to answer my question, which was where did Greenland land on the list?
That's a good question. Should we look? Let's see. Axios.
Let's do this live.
Top 5.
Okay, now that's enough of that. But I do also want to talk about some speeches that happened at Davos. I'm not sure if you saw Mark Carney of Canada. So his speech happened before this Greenland shit. Let's see if they have the clips in here.
Welcome back to Pod Save the World. I'm Tommy Vitor. I'm Ben Rudd.
I can't scrub for until it loads all the way, so. Can't scrub in general and see the fucking...
Great.
Why can't I scrub? Why can't I fucking see? How am I supposed to fucking find the fucking clips if it's even in this fucking video? Does it work on my other computer?
Welcome back to Pod Save the World. I'm Tommy Vitor.
I'm Ben Rhodes.
Shut up, Tommy.
We have...
Am I crazy? Could you not scrub and see the images above the timeline before?
click and hold and drag it up.
I'm clicking and holding.
Yeah, click hold and drag the mouse up, and it should show
I
a
am.
bigger thing.
I am.
Like, I don't know, it's doing it for me. I don't know what's wrong with your YouTube.
Everything. Maybe there's a setting for scrubs.
Maybe.
I'm just trying to figure out if it was this episode or the episode before when they show the Mark Carney clip.
The Canadian guy?
Yeah. Were you listening to anything I said?
I know he went somewhere.
Okay, so that was a no.
Yeah. I'm looking for other videos. You would add the squid video.
Welcome back to Pod Save the World. Number.
Okay, found it.
Greenland. French President Emmanuel Macron and Canadian...
Shut up!
That they needed to start preparing for a possible invasion of Greenland. Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen said, quote, "It's not likely there will be a military conflict, but it can't be ruled out." A little ominous. Trump's commentary on the subject was a little less serious and sober. He posted an AI-generated image of himself planting an American flag in the ground next to a sign that said Greenland, U.S. territory established 2026. He posted a screenshot of a text from French President Emmanuel Macron, where Macron said, "I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland." I don't either. He also posted a screenshot of a new sycophantic, pathetic text from NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. He later attacked the UK over an unrelated issue. So this past weekend, Ben, Trump sent a text to the Prime Minister of Norway.
Oh, damn, our Twitch
following,
jumped
quote,
up like
"Dear
crazy
Jonas,
for some reason.
Considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus,
Oh my God.
I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace. The world is not secure unless we have complete and total control of Greenland."
Trump really
Thank you,
doesn't
President
understand how
DJT.
things
I
work,
excerpted-
does he?
I cut a bunch of even crazier shit because it's just too...
Like, he really doesn't comprehend how things work.
Can we just, for a second, he's telling Norway that the reason why he's taking Greenland from them is because of the Nobel Prize.
You mean Belgium?
Norway has no, he was telling this to Norway.
Wow, he really is retarded.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Unfucking real.
And then he keeps calling it Iceland as well.
He's actually just dumb.
I'm telling you, this is all caused by Putin. That's my conspiracy.
He's an actual moron. He's a certified moron. He should be clinically diagnosed as an idiot.
Donkey brains? Do you
No,
have
like-
a certificate that says you don't have donkey brains?
Like, can someone still be medically classified as an idiot?
I'm gonna launch Resolve so you can.
It is no longer used.
So you can
What
join this or
was the standard for
post.
being a medical
Okay,
imbecile? Hello?
Hello? I'm launching Resolve, so like join the game and take over with a short video while I edit something.
Okay.
Just send me the video.
Would you say
want to
Donald
play.
Trump has a mental age of 3 to 7? Is his understanding of the world
and
at a primary school level?
Gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, my trial. And it means to have the brains of the...
Pull that off so we can't hear. I'm going to play this video right here. Actually, no. I'm not gonna do that one. 18 minutes.
Just send me what you want to play.
No, I got it. I just gotta find a video.
Because you can't join Civ and host videos, I thought.
Short video.
He has weird
Yes.
eyes. Is that a cuttlefish?
Great video.
Or is it a cuttlefish?
Get close. Get close.
Like the angle we are seeing it. No, don't change the angle, please. Maybe the legs are folded. Maybe he's got weird eyes. It's a cuttlefish.
It might be a cuttlefish. It had weird.
It's an octopus. Is it? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the body looks like a cephalopod. It is totally not.
Cuttlefish and octopus are related. So.
Maybe he's got eye problems. And then,
eye problems.
Oh man, look at him.
Yeah, he's totally a cuttlefish.
This is a different guy.
Look at all.
Why is it so googly?
It's like fake. Like Davy Jones.
They look like googly eyes.
They just said it's a different guy.
It looks so fake.
So
Imagine just being this cuttlefish and having some some human submarine come up on you and these assholes are just laughing at the way you look. This guy's just minding his own business, getting mocked by these humans.
That I ever with him just came before and just left it here.
It's like some little kid dropped their toy.
Trash. Oh man.
He's awesome though.
He is awesome. That's a good focus right there. Great focus,
Justin.
Justin.
It's freaking me out. I want to see him move.
It's a.
Do something.
Do something.
Are they actual eyes or is that a defensive thing, do you think? And it's like, oh, I'm watching
I mean,
you.
cuttlefish have pretty big eyes.
It's interesting. I'm so curious whether that's an actual optic nerve, like eye, usable eye, or a distraction tactic, sort of an evolutionary distraction.
It's flasher lights.
See, they're moving.
Maybe
the
I'll
eyes are
change
moving.
He's all veiny. You can see how like reactive he is because of all his
I think this is a good spot to end our watch. Just stay here until.
Just stay here. Well, I don't know if the ship will.
The ship's still moving. The ship is still moving. So.
He's cool, Mr. Cuttlefish. I want to see him swim.
Yeah, me too.
How can we make him
So,
swim?
so we're sure it's a cuttlefish?
That's why you need like a horn on Hercules so he can.
Cuttlefish. Cuttlefish. Cool.
They're both cephalopods.
It's a cuttlefish.
He's a cuttlefish.
Bye. Bye, little guy.
I mean, we can still look at him if you want, but I just was gonna slide into him.
Nice way to end it.
Got a cuttlefish.
Yeah. All right.
So cute.
I turned around, so.
Oh,
He
okay,
is
so we
so.
do.
That's awesome.
That
You
was
found
weird
it.
looking. Found a cuttlefish.
Yeah.
It's-
We saw 2 octopuses.
2 baby octopus and this cuttlefish. All right, so I'm turning
over
back.
and
You want to
then-
fly that way?
Yeah, I just didn't want to go right
This
over
is
him.
okay. This is that one. It is this team.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I love how enthusiastic they are about this. This is great.
Oh, what is that? It's so grumpy.
This is Slodenia. Look at its little nose.
Oh, what is
that? And the lips. The lips are what get me every time.
I know, right? Little smoochums.
Oh, can we turn the lasers off for a second for some video?
Oh my gosh. Look at what
Yeah, there's something going on there though. Oh, that's its back fin, yeah.
it looks like a little
It was
foot.
just, it's curled up.
Bro's got a beard. He looks very angry. He's not happy.
Looked like a isopod or something.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Oh. Is there like little barbels hanging off the top lip?
So this is in the anglerfish family, right? So it's got a lure. That's like the little nose there.
Oh my gosh.
And it's got all those like little projections on the skin for the lips.
Yeah.
They're so voluptuous.
They are. They are.
Little funny little guy.
I Everybody loves this fish.
Ah, see the
Every single
lure?
gal look at it.
So are those like, do those
Fascinating.
function as whiskers?
Yeah, they'll use their little lure to sort of like entice some potential prey items
Amazing.
nearby. You're like, oh, look at this little.
This is why I hate the ocean. What the fuck is this thing? Don't fucking come near me.
Little something something.
Well, something. Well, what are the something that they try to eat?
They'll eat like amphipods and isopods and polychaetes and
Anything that comes along.
that
If it
they
fits
can,
the chips.
Yeah, fit the chips. One low fat rate, you know.
When you live in the deep sea, you have to be opportunistic. This is
Yeah, you can't be like, that doesn't really do it for me.
More fish. I like this channel.
Okay, guys.
Look at that.
Look at that thing. While you get set up.
Yeah.
He is awesome.
That is a beautiful jelly.
You want me to zoom?
Oh.
Bridge,
Hold
let me
on,
please
let me
hold
get
position.
closer to him.
Sure want to know if he glows, but I'll keep going.
In there. Thank you.
Look at that thing.
Cool.
He's reflecting the lights of Fergana. Yeah.
Looks like a firework.
Cool
All
as
right,
fuck.
so once he's disturbed, which is now, if you can back off, zoom wide. There's a different crab that we want to try and grab.
What a crazy creature.
Okay. Esmeralda, which one is...
Look how fucking
you said there was
bright
one
it
that was
is.
further down you want.
It's the same.
You think that one's the same? Okay. So if you can get your suction sampler out. And
All right.
Oh man.
I know. Trust me, you're talking to a midwater guy.
All right, full wide.
Let's see what else we got. Moths? Sure.
Okay, done.
Done?
Yeah.
I think all of science.
How do we
boils
feel about
down to
moths?
Trying to do things
Okay.
in order to see and
Enough. We
appreciate
gotta
the
go
world
back
in
to
a
the
new
news
way.
Look
thing.
at look how cool this is.
Yeah, I know
Most
what
of the
I've
time,
seen
that
him
means
before. I
doing
know about this
experiments,
moth.
Gathering data or testing hypotheses.
It looks like my ex.
This is a Polyphemus moth. a
I'm not
gigantic
kidding.
species
If I showed you a picture of her, you'd be like, okay.
What you're seeing, like all the rest of the clips,
Look at that!
was filmed at 6,000 frames per second.
and you're gonna be like, she does look like that moth.
Okay.
It's not a negative thing.
It's the colors.
Yeah.
Yep. How do we feel about moths versus butterflies?
And if you can catch a glimpse of the top side, you'll see how they're circled in yellow, blue, and black to form eye spots.
Creepy fucking bugs. Get away from me. This is a cool fucking
And
video.
on it's what's called a dark marthissa. At rest, these moths are unmistakable. Their wings appear rolled up and held down on their sides, while their abdomens are flipped up and held above their bodies.
Interesting. It's tiny.
In flight, their abdomens still arch upwards, and their unrolled wings glisten and shimmer with a metallic-like reflection.
Interesting bugs.
At rest, this moth tries its best to look like bird droppings.
Lol.
Its common name is a beautiful wood nymph.
If it looks like bird shit, it should be called the bird shit moth.
Okay, you tell me she doesn't look like that moth. I sent you the pictures of her on Instagram.
Yes. Very colorful. Yes. I've never seen a moth look like this.
Yeah, I know about that specific moth because
Crazy.
They used to tell her that's the she was that moth.
Wood nymph. As these take off, especially with the one on the left, look for the cloud of dusty scales that it kicks up off its wings and body.
Fucking weird creatures.
Might be pink and yellow. Others have mohawks and fluffy leg warmers, like this white dotted prominent.
That one's fluffy. Why is that one fluffy? How cool is Flight? What a cool video. Okay, all yours.
Okay, put me back in. I can smell your cunt. Was your ex Mothman? No. They're just very yellow and pink.
Too long. So Ben, this Greenland obsession went from being something that I think a lot of people treated like a joke to a genuine crisis that is threatening to destroy NATO and the global order. Trump himself said there is no going back at this point. In past episodes, we explained in more depth why Trump might want Greenland. The quick and dirty is the melting Arctic is opening up shipping routes. There's mineral deposits, oil and gas. Then there's just this big, stupid fucking ego, and he wants to expand the size of the United States. But this most recent temper tantrum seems to have stemmed from a misunderstanding. So basically, a few European countries recently sent a tiny number of troops to Greenland for military exercises. The Financial Times said it was 1 British soldier, 2 Finns, a few dozen Danish, German, and French troops. That's all we're talking about. They thought that those countries thought this would be like they would show Trump that they were taking his Arctic security concerns seriously. He interpreted it as defiance or an affront to him. So he announced tariffs on Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the UK.
I watched a video on butterflies the other day, and I appreciate Moss a little more now.
French President Emmanuel Macron and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney responded to Trump during their speeches at the World Economic Forum in Davos on Tuesday. Here's a bit of what they said. Carney is first, Macron is second.
I believe butterflies are the actual only insect that forms a chrysalid.
I believe that sounds true.
And the other ones are technically cocoons. Like the cocoons are made out of other material.
Yeah.
But the chrysalid is formed out of the bug's skin itself or something.
Yeah, it like crawls out of its pupa, essentially, and it like, I think it basically turns its skin inside out, from what I understand. I'm sure it's a bit more technical than that, but that's what it seems like. Which is interesting.
I like them rhino beetle grubs. You know, those big scary ones.
Yeah.
The big juicy grubs.
We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false. That the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient. That trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition.
It's as well a shift towards a world without rules.
You gotta just see the snap cut here.
Yeah, give me a second.
Did you hear what he said?
Vaguely. Go back 10 seconds.
To Trump during their speeches at the World Economic Forum in Davos on Tuesday. Here's a bit of what they said. Carney is first, Macron is second.
We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false. That the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient. That trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition.
It's as well a shift towards a world without rules. Where international law is trampled underfoot Cooperation gives way to relentless competition.
Just you can hear them even laughing over the clip when it cuts to Macron there.
It's as well a shift towards a world without rules. Our international law is trampled underfoot. Cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty.
This is all very serious, but for you not watching on YouTube, Macron's wearing sunglasses because he has I think he got pink eye or something.
But it's not it's not just wearing sunglasses. It's the blue. Why those sunglasses? It's like if Joe Biden took mushrooms and bought a new pair of aviators that happened to be mirror blue.
It looks like his AI.
Yeah. We gotta laugh at something.
It's so funny.
We gotta laugh at something.
Sorry, everybody. So then the S&P is down 2% on Tuesday, so maybe the business...
What Mark Carney said, basically international law is dead.
Yeah.
That's shit. That's some wild shit.
I mean, is he wrong?
No, but...
Or an off-ramp.
Somebody
President
said
Trump.
it, and then a lot of the MAGA base have been crying because Gavin Newsom was at Davos as well and talked some shit.
Great. Of course they are.
Backs down after his aggressive efforts to acquire Greenland enraged and insulted American allies. What's in the agreement that quieted some international backlash? And how much damage to America's most important relationships has already been done? Tonight on Compass Points.
Support for Compass Points has been provided by
I love how
the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler
the host
Foundation,
pronounces it
Camilla and
Compass
George
Points,
Smith,
but this
the
guy who
Dorney
does the
Koppel
voiceover
Foundation,
said Compass.
the Gruber Family Foundation, and Cap and Margaret Ann Eschenroder.
Compass
Additional
Points.
support is provided by Friends of the News Hour.
That's me? Hi, friend?
This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Once again, from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, moderator Nick Schifrin.
Hello and welcome to Compass Points. For the last decade, President Trump has purposely created a great disturbance in the force that binds the U.S. and Europe together, and he has realized results.
I hope you die.
NATO now pledges to spend more money than any time in its history on defense. But over the last week, President Trump threatened the Danish territory of Greenland with an implicit military threat, and then European allies with explicit economic threats, and then said he might not prioritize peace because he didn't win the peace prize. Now, he and NATO say there's a Greenland
He's an
deal,
actual child.
but has this week finally proven to Europe that the art of the deal threatens the U.S.'s oldest alliances. To discuss this today, I'm joined by a fantastic panel. Carla Sands chairs the Foreign Policy Initiative at the America First Policy Institute and was President Trump's ambassador to Denmark in the first term. Sherry Goodman is a distinguished fellow with the Atlantic Council.
Hey, a
and former
tribal
Deputy
village.
Undersecretary
Bro,
of
the
Defense
AI is
for
so shit
Environmental
at
Security
getting
in
the tribal
Clinton
village.
administration.
Look at this.
Eric Edelman was the ambassador to Finland under President Clinton, ambassador to
literally
Turkey under President George
on the
W. Bush,
border of their
and a former
territory.
senior official
Actually,
in the state and defense departments.
If your
and
border
Professor
expands
Matthias
into a
Matthias
tribal village,
is the
you actually
Europe
get the tribal
faculty
village
lead
as
at
well.
the Johns
Really?
Hopkins School of
Yeah, it
Advanced
happened to
International
me
Studies and senior fellow for
one
Europe
game.
at the Council on Foreign Relations. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your being here for our
Thank
second
you.
show. And I want to begin with the question of why Greenland. It's the world's largest island, remote, rugged, been part of the Kingdom of Denmark since 1721, and it sits right in the middle of the shortest route between the U.S. and Russia for missiles and bombers, which is why for decades it's hosted air defense bases, and today is home to the U.S.'s northernmost base and a ballistic missile early warning system. Sherry Goodman, remind us, why is Greenland so important for national security, and why is it perhaps even more important today?
Well, it's long been strategically important, as you said, Nick, because we defend from a base in northwest Greenland Russian or Chinese or North Korean missiles coming over the pole to the U.S. and Canada. So it's part of our early warning and detection system.
You're the only one with a
First an Air Force base, today a space base.
Really?
Now, in the climate era, it's important because navigation sea routes are opening up and changing the character of the Arctic.
As the ice melts.
As the ice melts, warming 4 times greater than the rest of the planet, sea ice is retreating, permafrost is thawing and melting, creating new sea lanes across the Arctic, but
Stalin
particularly on
probably
the
has
Russian
one, but I
Arctic,
can't
where
see.
Putin seeks to monetize the northern sea route for transport from ships in Asia to into Europe.
So, Carla Sands, you were ambassador to Denmark during the first Trump administration when the president first raised this idea. And by the way, he's not the first president to raise this. Why has the president been so interested in Greenland, and why hasn't he believed that NATO protection and that one U.S. base is enough?
Well, as you know, we occupied Greenland during World War II, so we understand the U.S. understands how strategically located Greenland is. But President Trump looks at NATO and sees the United States is still carrying NATO. Our NATO allies, I don't believe any of them can really prosecute a war without U.S. top cover, without partnering with the United States. Now, he's trying to get them there so that they're
he is definitely
militarily
the
they have
whole
might
trying
and
to
they
get
can
them
defend
there.
their own territory.
He doesn't
But
understand
Denmark
that
has
shit,
always
lady.
been in violation of Article 3 of the NATO Charter, which is that every NATO ally has the ability to defend their own territory. Denmark has never been able to defend or develop Greenland. They can't afford to. They don't have the resources. When I was U.S. ambassador in Greenland, there were about 30
She's
Danish
not making a
soldiers
bad
and
argument,
2 dog
but
sled teams, and that's what they consider
once again, it's
Arctic
this
security.
The entire arguments coming from the MAGA base have been like so far out of reality and not what's going on with Trump. And it's very funny that they constantly need to figure out a way to like justify his actions and rationalize it. Oh no, I failed the military emergency. Now they're going to get 0.5 healing in my territory.
Wait, really?
Or 5 points of healing in my territory.
This,
I mean,
what Carlos is saying is getting
I didn't
to a
care
much
about the
larger point. This
military
is not
emergency.
only
I'm not gonna go
about
back and
Greenland.
stop
I mean,
my
it was just a
fucking
few days ago when
destruction.
I broke the
I
story
finally-
that President Trump tied his desire for
that
Greenland,
fucking
which, of course,
line
part of
infantry
Denmark,
moved
is
off
not
the
winning the
fucking,
Nobel Peace Prize, which of
I
course
just
is
passed on a
administered
great engineer.
out of
It'll
Norway.
probably come to
European
you, I
officials
imagine.
warned
Maybe.
before the
Yes,
deal
it
this
did.
week
You'll
in
get it next
Davos
turn.
that any
I already
aggression
got it.
toward NATO could end, any aggression toward Greenland could end NATO and Canada.
The
of all
fucking
countries,
barbarians
has come
finally
out now
moved
and
off
said
their
there's a
camp.
new
I was
global
finally
order.
able to clear
So
it.
even
Now
if
I only
there's
have
a
this
deal, what
fucking line
damage
infantry.
do you think is
Then I
already
can
been
redirect my efforts to killing India.
Well, Nick, let
Make
me
sure
just
you
say
read
that,
what that guy
I think
does.
our European allies have had concerns about the reliability of the United
I've already
States
made
that
all
go
my
back
industrial
before
zones.
President Trump. I mean, if you recall,
But I've got more cities, so
President
is it
Obama
all?
raised
Yeah, if you're gonna
a
make
lot
one
of
in the
questions
future,
about European
hold
free
on to
riding
them.
in his
In any
famous
city,
interview, for
okay.
instance, with Jeffrey Goldberg in The Atlantic. Some of my European colleagues
Is it just the district, or is it
voiced to me
buildings in the
concerns
district
that they weren't
too?
hearing enough from the
I don't know.
Obama
Does it say
administration.
just the
during-
district?
I'm not
It
trying to draw an
says
equivalence here. I'm just saying that this has been a
industrial zone.
long-standing issue. I do think that the tone of the president's speech yesterday, in which he said, "You can either give us
Davos.
Greenland, or we'll remember if you don't. We'll have gratitude if you do." I think has been heard in Europe in a way that they will remember. And I think if you look at the commentary in European press, you're already seeing that this has raised fundamental questions in their mind, despite the walk back of the military threats and the tariffs, about ultimately U.S. reliability in being part of a collective defense and collective security agreement.
So, Matthias Matthijs, how does Europe see this moment? How fundamental is it?
Yeah, I mean, I think Europe has been pretty clear-eyed about this now, much more so than they were a year ago. I mean, I think for them, they had expected 2026 to be a relatively quiet transatlantic period.
That is definitely
right?
a naive assumption during the Trump administration.
They feel like they've given major concessions on the defense front within NATO, the commitments to defense spending, which is a huge amount of money for many countries that are not growing very fast. And similarly, on the trade side, they felt they already gave huge concessions to the United States on a lopsided trade deal where they had to pay tariffs for stuff they sent to the United States, but they actually were going to lower the tariff down to zero. So I think there was this sense already that they needed to speed up their own autonomy. They need to have, rely on other trade partners like in South America, like in India and Indonesia and Asia and so on. And on defense, I think they're more determined now than ever to speed up this transition. But at the same time, there are divisions among within member states on this, right? And clearly on the Eastern Front, they want to keep the Americans involved in Ukraine. And in other countries, the French want to be much more confrontational, while I think the Germans that rely more on their trade to the United States are much more cautious.
How dare you. Yeah, absolutely. Let's just talk for a minute about the details of this framework. So just to be clear, this is a deal for the U.S., Denmark, and Greenland to negotiate in the future. So Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, has just gotten us to that point. European officials tell me it's going to be more U.S. bases for Greenland, guaranteed mineral rights for U.S. companies, increasing NATO presence in the Arctic, excluding Chinese and Russian military and investments. And again, this is a framework for a future negotiation. So Carla,
can I talk about that for a moment, Nick? Because under the 1951 Mutual Defense Agreement, between the U.S. and Denmark, we have the right to have as many military bases as we want. In fact, we once had as many as 17 bases. We reduced that to 1 at the end of the Cold War. So we could reestablish bases. The real threat in many ways to Arctic and transatlantic security is the U.S. unreliability at the moment. And we could have more presence. The Europeans are pleased that we want to increase our focus on Arctic security, and we should. In fact, Arctic investments in the U.S. defense budget have historically not competed well because they are expensive, although we do need to improve our communications capabilities in the high north and across the Arctic. But we also have to keep our eyes on where the real threats are, which is in Ukraine, and that is, so we have to watch the eastern flank as well as close to our own.
So, Carla, take that on. Is the real U.S. threat?
I'll disagree. So, Ukraine war is not our war. That's Europe's war. It's really their problem. They caused it with their consumption of Russian oil and then having a weak U.S. president. Then we ended up with the invasion by Putin. They're still buying Russian oil today.
You are a moron.
Europe is still buying Russian oil.
They're
and they're
buying
actually
Russian
paying
oil.
Russia more for the energy
these
than
are
they,
like
by far than
it's so funny where
PBS
PBS finds these people because it's the best arguments I ever hear. Like these fucking people
for conservatives,
yeah,
and it's still dumb.
But it's still way outside like the mainline narrative. I don't know where they find like these semi-intelligent conservatives.
It's interesting.
For that war. But I want to pivot to Greenland. Greenland is our issue. It's part of the Golden Dome that President Trump is building. He needs Greenland.
He wants to
Alaska.
trade great
That's right.
works.
And, Greenland is still, if Denmark is the owner of Greenland, it's their problem. In other words, they need to do the investments. They need to do the defense. I object to American taxpayers paying for defense in another country that when we don't have ownership.
But take on this argument that others have made, and Sherry just made, that right now the biggest threat to transatlantic unity, to everything that the West is trying to do, is in fact the U.S. threatening a member of NATO.
I disagree. So the NATO alliance has largely relied on the U.S. It's like we have been the sugar daddy to rich European countries who would rather invest their funds into very generous social welfare plans, free college, free healthcare, free childcare. Most of those countries have that, and a lower retirement age oftentimes than the U.S. Fewer work days during the week or work hours.
So
these countries have been living off the U.S. basically since World War II. We
Our
helped to
agenda.
rebuild them after World War II. We helped to put the EU framework
Okay,
in place
now
so they would
she's
have
back on
energy.
making
But
decent
now they've gone
arguments.
to
If you say that
basically
they
a
have
net
these
zero
things-
agenda,
okay.
which is
I still think it's a dumb argument, right? But like, this lady would be able to beat me in a debate.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like the average fucking chud wouldn't be able to do that. Like Tim Pool could not do that. And it wouldn't be much of a debate anyway. It would just be
No.
constant goalpost moving and dumb shit, you know? But
Mhm.
like this lady I could have a serious debate with, and I'm confident that she would be more practiced than me, because like I don't practice debating or anything like that.
Yeah.
But like to say that Europe has this progress because of the Marshall Plan, that's an argument I think I may have made before. You know what I mean? Like that is a very good argument, but like I know for a fact that if I actually took the time to like research and debunk that, I could
Yeah.
give like every single European country specific example that has nothing to do with the Marshall Plan.
Mm-hmm.
Because like we also had the New Deal, lady. Like we could have had our own Marshall Plan. But people like Nixon and Reagan fucked us in the ass. While they went over and bombed Vietnam and shit.
Pretty
just
awesome.
destroying most of the economies. They're not growing as fast as the U.S.
Nick, with respect to Ambassador.
The EU is now seen as an economic bloc. If you
Okay.
divide them into separate states, you know what? What happens when you divide America into separate states? How's that economy growing? Is most of America not growing economically when we do it like that? It's apples and fucking oranges. Whoa, wow, Hungary doesn't have the same economic development as New York? Crazy.
Who'd have guessed?
Like, no shit! They're fucking tiny countries! Look at this guy. He's like, I hate my life. You can't even see him, he's kind of cut off. She's like talking directly to him, and he's like, I hate this lady.
Ambassador Sands, we have a globe-girdling set of bases around the world that we
That's the
have
sound a turkey
defended at
makes.
the cost of trillions of dollars since 1945.
You like that one?
don't
That would
involve
do it for
US
you?
ownership.
That's pretty funny.
So the idea that we have to own every base in order to defend it, and somehow U.S. taxpayer dollars are being wasted in defending bases that
build
we don't
2
own,
field cannons and I can
think
get a
is contradicted by our
envoy
entire
there.
experience during the Cold
Will
War
do.
and the post-Cold War.
This is the world's largest island, though. This is
And-
not just a base that we're defending.
Bloop.
This
Boom.
is the world's largest island, and they're
Thank
asking
you.
us to take it on.
I think the
Religious
problem
conversion
with
for
Denmark,
Kubal?
of course, and taking
I can
on
do that too.
Denmark is that it's probably one of America's best allies. I mean, it fought side by side with the Americans in Afghanistan, lost more people, soldiers per capita, than the United States did. This is not a country that's not spending its fair share agreed
Good
with
point.
NATO on defense. They've been very active in Ukraine as well. So I think we should take it seriously when the Danish Prime Minister and Foreign
I am
Minister says
getting
like,
chats,
this
I
could
just
mean
wasn't
the end
scrolled
of
down.
NATO. Also, I want to point out this framework of a deal. This still needs to be negotiated between Denmark and the United States, and I don't think this is going to happen in the next few days. And so they actually need to get to an agreement. And right now, I think there's a lot of skepticism in Europe that there is, that there can be trust and that there's good faith on the American side. So I think there's some diplomatic work here that will need to be done to
But
get
let's
there.
also remember, under NATO Article 5,
Yeah.
where an attack on one is an attack on all,
But
only time Article 5 has been invoked was when there was an attack on the United States.
This is
Not-
a common thing that I've seen a lot of people making this argument lately about the Article 5 thing, because Trump did specifically in a speech cry about the existence of Article 5. So people have been pointing out that the only time that's ever been triggered was by the United States.
Say that again. I missed the first bit.
This argument of the only time Article 5 has been triggered was when America was attacked.
Yes. World
So
War II?
this-
No.
Yeah,
When?
no. 9/11.
Oh, okay. Ah, yes, the war on terror, of course.
So, like, that's what
I
the
forgot
argument
that
is. It's
happened.
like, so, like, because Trump specifically whined about Article 5, I have
Yeah.
seen this exact argument a lot more lately.
Okay.
9/11, and the Danes and the Europeans and the Canadians and others came to our defense.
That's right. They always remind us, but they never, when I got to Denmark, they had not in many years contributed their fair share
Shut
to
up.
NATO. They were in arrears. And,
Throw
Mette
eggs
Frederiksen,
at
the
this
prime
lady.
minister, never picked up the phone for a whole year to talk to Donald Trump and sit down and have a conversation.
pick up
She
the phone
she
either
neglected
for
her
that
diplomacy.
fuckhead.
And yet I think the Ukraine war
They fail
changed
every
that
NATO.
quite dramatically.
They fail every NATO report card. Denmark fails. They do not contribute what NATO asks for.
But Eric, is it the principle
taking
here,
loyalty
right?
from me? Indonesia?
I'm trying to stick to the substance of what we're talking about, but a lot of this is about just the style of the president and the style of the president, as I listed, not taking military threats off the table, threatening European allies with tariffs. What is the longer term impact? What's the impact on the trust between Europe and the United States?
Well, all of the things that Ambassador Sands has talked about could have been discussed and negotiated with Denmark and with other NATO allies without recourse to threats of either military action or tariffs, which seem particularly inappropriate. I mean, when Secretary Bessent was asked under what authority these tariffs were going to be levied, it was under an emergency, the IEEPA emergency tariff, which is before the Supreme Court right now. But when asked what emergency this was, meant to prevent, he said it's an emergency to prevent an emergency, which is double talk and nonsense. So
Trump nonsense?
All
Hang
this
on.
could have been done.
Donkey brained?
It means to have the brains of a donkey or a donkey type creature.
Done in a way that didn't arouse all of the concerns that Matthias
Hey, there's
just
gunpowder in
So
my
let me
territory
bring
over
up
here.
some of these concerns, because let's just talk about how, if you
I
will,
guess I'll
freaked
build
out
a
Europe
lumber
has
mill,
been,
unless
especially
I already
Western
got
Europe.
the inspo
Let me
for
just
that.
bring up some of the highlights from the last week. This is Emmanuel Macron saying, quote, "We are shifting
Macron.
toward a world without rules." The Belgian prime minister, "Being a happy vassal is one thing. Being a miserable slave is something else." Ursula von der Leyen,
Damn.
"This is a dangerous downward spiral between allies." And then Mark Carney, the prime minister of Canada here, right, said this at Davos.
Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. The middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu.
Hey, a
We
barbarian
know
stole my
the old
builder
order
that
is
I
not
stole.
coming back. We shouldn't mourn
You
it.
asshole.
Nostalgia is not a strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, we can build something bigger, better, stronger, more just. This is
Siphon
the
funds.
task of the middle powers. The
Siphon fund
countries that
upgrade.
have the most to lose from a world of fortresses and a most to gain from genuine cooperation.
Matthias, is this a sign that we've crossed the Rubicon in some way?
Yeah, but I think we've known this for a while, and I think Carney was directly addressing the European countries, especially the big ones, UK, France, Germany, Italy, also Japan, Korea, where it's like, well, what can we take from this moment and build some sort of new system where we don't get eaten up, where we're not simply on the menu, right? And so I think the last week has been yet another reminder for many Europeans that they, that talk isn't enough. They need to actually move forward with their goals of strategic autonomy and being less reliant on the United States, which is something, of course, the United States wants.
Exactly. I mean, Carla, the president points out that
Who's that fat
he
idiot?
achieved this moment in The Hague last summer of getting everyone to hit 5%. So that is a success that the president can point to.
Yeah, but let's go back to Carney for just a second. So he just talked about hugging up to China, doing more trade with China, bringing in
it was a lot of
50,000 BYD
China-centric
vehicles,
stuff
which
in his
is
speech.
going to be
Electric.
very
People have
bad,
been
right?
ignoring that.
Very bad for their car industry.
I mean, he went to Beijing and said
he
that
did.
Beijing is more predictable
He
than
did.
the United
So,
States.
and then there's
Which
this.
is true.
He has a
It's- no, no,
$60
that's
billion
totally true.
trade deficit with China today. He has a
I
35.
guess.
That's totally true.
Yeah.
With Trump, it's so unpredictable. in
Yeah,
the US
that
market.
yeah, that's a fair
Trump,
point.
So China has had the same economic model for a very long time. When it comes to analyzing risk, you know exactly the type of risk that's involved when you invest in China.
That is true. Like, you understand going into China that the government and the corporations are intertwined. Like, you go knowing. That is a fair point. Specifically, Trump has made this the case, though. Like, this wouldn't be the case had Trump not done this whole, like, oh, you're not going to give me Greenland, I'm going to tariff you. Like, who the fuck would be able to predict that kind of shit?
They keep trying to shoot my man-at-arms.
It's a fair point.
Hey. That's a conversion.
$5 billion trade surplus with the U.S., but he wants more of that.
Yes, I do know about those.
So if you ever can do one, it's worth doing.
Mm-hmm.
See, like, I can't do
China. So that's Mark Carney, the leader of Canada. But look at what President Trump's trying to do by rebalancing trade, having more reciprocal trade. Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury, just said
I've already
this week,
satisfied a
he's
card.
afraid that our deficit with the EU may be bigger than our deficit
really
with China. That's a really big deal. So they
Their
have
bonus
so
is
many
so
trade
good.
barriers and
That will really help you on
non-tariff
conquest.
barriers, tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers to our goods. They're still not treating us fairly in trade. President Trump and his team are working on it, but he wants the trade is part of his diplomacy and statecraft. He's got to take care of American workers and reindustrialize the U.S. So this is all a piece of it. You can't pull one piece and it stands alone.
No,
it's
the
all
city
connected.
is slightly stronger
so when
than I
Europeans are
expected,
talking
and they
big
did.
like
They
this,
were
then
able
first
to
of
kill
all,
my
most of them have
trebuchets,
Trump
and they're gonna
derangement
kill the
syndrome.
other one.
They like it when we take
Oh, it's
care of them
because
and
of
don't
this.
ask
It's this
much of
it's
them. Don't ask
actually
many
Stalin.
questions. And this is
Or
like when
Lenin.
Daddy comes home
That's
and
what's been
everybody
hitting
has
him.
to behave and kind of,
So this city's hitting
be
my
on their best
man-at-arms, but
behavior.
this
This is
thing's
that
hitting my
moment, I think.
trebs.
Yeah, okay.
I would
should
just
have
point
moved them
out
down.
that we had a U.S.-EU trade agreement that was sitting in front of the EU Parliament waiting to be ratified. That ratification's been at least put on hold. Hopefully now it will go forward. But again, none of this had to
And then I'm
happen
ignoring this
absent the
front
president's threats
Even
and
though I
bluster.
probably could
And I
take
would
it
also add
easy
that
and
as the
apply
Europeans do
pressure.
increase their defense spending, they may spend less on American defense companies.
Propose the deal?
They
I
may
can't just
build up
clear
their
it?
own industry.
I don't
and
even want to look at his
other
deal.
partners around the world to provide their security needs.
But
is that going to leave us better off?
Is this Trump derangement syndrome, as Carla just said?
I mean, I think they realize.
Wouldn't it be funny if she said, Trump derangement syndrome? No offense, but that's a retarded thing to say.
That would
as
be
Mark
funny.
Carney said, that they can no longer
Not
rely on the
PBS.
U.S. as a reliable partner. And I think that's become very clear. So now they're looking at how they better provide for their own defense.
And then that is the shift that the U.S. wants as well.
I mean, one of the things that's been quite striking in the second Trump term, as opposed to the first term, is that European leaders have gone out of their way to court President Trump. Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, is the one who called him daddy. It's hard for me to understand how they could be suffering from Trump derangement syndrome when they have been courting him as assiduously as they have.
Exactly. Matthias, you made a point earlier, right? That
he
the
just
trade deal
destroyed
Ursula
your
von
ass,
der Leyen
lady.
agreed to with President Trump was seen as wildly lopsided, and yet von der Leyen and her aides said, no, this is what we have
Aides?
to do. So is this a different moment? Does Europe learn that appeasing Trump last year didn't work, and did it draw a line in the sand, and is that perhaps what worked this time?
And that's what, to Eric's point about this trade deal, the European side of the deal that still needs to be implemented because it has to go through the European Parliament's procedures and so on, is on hold because that's the part where Europe actually will lower its tariffs for American goods, right? So the hope was a deal is a deal. We can now build on this. And again, like I want to point out again, because I teach this stuff at Johns Hopkins, I mean, trade deficits or trade surpluses are not a sign of strength or weakness or anything, right? I mean, there's a whole macro side to this that's about savings and investment. And we all know that the U.S. running these enormous deficits on the government side, that by definition means that money has to come in from abroad. And so these deficits on the trade side are representing on huge capital inflows in the United States. You can't just solve this by fixing non-tariff barriers to trade.
Basically,
But
any
also the real
economist
winner
could
of
also
what's
destroy
happening
me
this
in a
week
debate.
is China.
Sure.
They get the benefit of seeming like the reliable,
That's why
predictable
anytime
partner
you'll
on the
ask
world
me an
stage.
economic question, I'll say, not an economist.
Exactly.
And I
Trump is
disagree.
driving the allies into Chinese arms, both Europe and Canada.
He's correct
I
as well.
disagree. China is a predatory nation. Everybody knows it.
America is a predatory nation.
They're both.
Throw eggs at this lady.
Both are correct. Like, can we stop thinking of these countries as different?
Throw eggs at her.
Like, they are literally the same fucking country. Can we just stop? It's the same government. It's the same megalomaniacal fuckhead at the front. It's the same military ambitions. It's the same territorial ambitions. It's the same imperialism. Like, this isn't to be debated. Like, the similarities are too obvious to ignore. MAGA and Chinese nationalists, what the Chinese call little pinks online, they're overtly
That's how you cook a steak.
the overtly aggressive wolf warrior people, the militant nationalists, same as MAGA. Exact same. They'll save your picture. They'll cry about...
Send it back to you?
You can send it
Almost
back
like-
to you.
Almost like they have the same training.
Yeah, crazy, right? They always come up back with the same deflections. They never
'Cause
stay
they're-
on
they
topic.
are the same.
It is the exact same. Like, we need to...
They've been infiltrating the conservative
Mhm.
branch for a long time.
Yeah. Like, there is so much similarity between MAGA and the Chinese nationalists.
It's so funny that, because, like, you would think that China and Russia were the ones definitely doing it wrong when it came to, like, what sides they were picking the information warfare doctrine. And then you would look at a country like Iran and how they've been able to pretty much use Palestinian deaths to work their way throughout left-wing politics.
Yes.
To, like, that general sympathy also, like, just because of Cold War era Maoist and Soviet apologia, like, that carried over into leftism in the end of nations era. What is the Fukuyama book?
You tell me.
The one where he says that end of history, right? The end of history era before the terrorism era, right?
Okay.
So, like, in that era, there was still a lot of leftist apologia of
Yes.
Soviets in China. So you would think maybe that's why they went so far into infiltrating the right, is because they thought they already had the leftism apologia.
Yeah.
But, like, the fact that a theocracy is more penetrative in left-wing networks than Russia and China is shocking to me. You would think that the theocracy would be the one that is on the right wing infiltrating.
You would think so, right?
Carney has
I don't
hugged
know.
up
Maybe
against China
they
before,
maybe they
even though he
determined
said
them the
opposite
easier
when he was running
targets.
for office.
Maybe that's
but
as
Denmark
simple as
has
it
bought
is.
arms from us. I think 3 big orders
I think it's
recently.
really more
and
about
there is something called the European
they saw the
Defense
Christian
Initiative,
right as
and they are
supporting
trying
the
to
Zionist movement.
make arms in the EU and block, basically
And how
block
much-
U.S.
even though,
arms
like,
makers
in America,
or
all
producers
the
from
Jews are left-wing.
participating. When the U.S., our arms
Yeah,
makers
it's
make a
interesting.
lot of pieces,
Even though they
parts to
still
these
support
arms in
Israel.
all
It's
the
very
different,
strange.
NATO nations. So they participate
a pretty broad
and they
statement.
build up their
Well,
small
I mean,
businesses.
like there's a
the
large
same
there's a
way
large
US
number. Like
states
obviously
do,
there are ones that don't, but
cooperating
there,
with big
especially in
American
New
arms
York,
manufacturers.
it seems like there's a large number
NATO
that
right now,
support
and he said something very interesting to
Zionist
Davos that
causes and
we noticed,
Israel
and here
and
it is.
I don't know. It just seems very strange.
All we're asking for is to get Greenland including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease.
That is against 77 years of U.S. anchoring the idea of NATO, that NATO collectively defends all territory. Carla, why does he say something like that?
Because he's an idiot.
Because we actually occupied it during World War II. We had 1/4 of the population were
I love.
U.S.
He says
servicemen
it
and their
because
families.
no, he
We
says it because he's an
occupied,
idiot.
Built almost all
Yeah.
the infrastructure.
Let's be
on
real.
Greenland. The bases, the ports,
Like-
the airports. There are two.
In the George Bush era, I don't think there was anyone of his supporters who would be like, wow, what an intelligent, powerful guy. It was, wow, he did great speeches after 9/11 at Ground Zero and stuff. That's what it was.
Yeah.
It was never, he was smart.
2 airports now that have been built since we left, but everything else was built by us. And, you know, as a matter of fact, that Article 3 of NATO that Denmark cannot afford and will never be able to defend
I swear to
this
God, if I don't
territory. It's
finish
too
this
big
war
for them
today.
to take down. It's like owning a house you can't afford to take care of, or a building, and it's
What is,
disintegrating. You can't afford to
not
develop it.
Druze.
Eventually, you have to sell it.
Satanism.
Well, what's the threat there, Carla? There is.
Who did that one? Is that
real
you?
Threat
Yeah, it
of
might be
Russia
me.
and China in the Arctic is
What does
either close to
this lady
Russian
have?
territory or close to American
is my
territory
religion?
in the Bering Strait. That's
Yeah,
where we
I'm
see
Satanism.
active Chinese and
Okay,
Russian
so
military
hers is
exercises that have disrupted
Chauvism,
U.S. fishermen.
or whatever
That's
it
over
says.
in the Bering Strait.
Condemn her
That's not
units.
around Greenland.
She's annoying
Eric,
as
last
fuck.
word. 'Cause
Okay.
Well, I would just say this, which is, you know, after World War II,
I'm
in
putting 8 in
1946,
that. That's how
Secretary of
annoying
State
she
James
is.
Burns sat
And then
down with his then
50%
Danish
reduced
counterpart to
production is
discuss these
always what
very
the AO will
issues.
pick.
I just recently read
So
the
you can just put
MEMCON.
1 point there and get a
One of the
Diplo
things he
point,
was
even though they
concerned
don't matter
about
in this
was
game.
particularly early warning, and in those days it was long-range bombers that were the issue. We worked out the treaty in 1951. We were able to defend Greenland throughout the Cold War without ownership. And I would just point
What's
out
hers?
that the issue
Drew's?
appears to be
Shaw.
one of Donald Trump's personal
Chauvism.
psychology, not national interest. He
Chauvism?
was asked by
S-H-A.
David Sanger in the
Yeah.
New York Times, in the New York Times interview, why is ownership so important? Is it important to you or to us as a nation? And Trump said, it's important to me.
Well, there's a lot more to talk about here, but we're going to have to leave there. Okay, sorry, Carla.
We bought the Virgin Islands from Denmark. We forced the sale shortly after World War I. We forced them to do it. We bought it for $25 million. So there's a precedent to U.S. buying property from Denmark.
And yet, Nick, on
Not
the
a terrible
speech he
argument.
gave, where he talked about allies, you need to have the territory
Still
to be able to
stupid.
defend it. I think that was carefully listened to in Japan, in Korea, and definitely in Taiwan as well.
The whole world is absolutely watching. So this was a fantastic conversation. Thank you, guys.
Losing
This is-
units
I
over
don't
there.
think PBS has done this show before, have they?
Hey, I'm pressuring this asshole city. This asshole put another city near me, and it's losing loyalty.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police
It's so
Chief.
funny. So, if you've been to journalism school, one of the things they teach you is that you open an interview is by telling them to introduce themselves and then to spell their name. So this guy is so press trained that he literally gets up, says his name, and spells it.
At approximately 9:03 a.m. this morning, Minneapolis police received a report of a shooting involving federal law enforcement in the area of East 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue on the south side of the city.
What avenue?
Officers arrived and found an adult male with multiple gunshot wounds when they arrived. Life-saving aid was being rendered, and he was transported by ambulance to Hennepin County Medical Center, where he was later pronounced deceased. Based on the information that we have, which is very limited, this is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe he is an American citizen. We have not been told any official reports of what has led up to the shooting.
These
But we have seen the
motherfuckers.
video that is circulating on
He
social
built a
media.
wall around this city, and I was moving my trebuchet
Our
low, and
demand
it fucking
today
shot it and almost
is for
killed it.
those federal agencies
I don't have
that are
gunpowder
operating
for a bombard.
in our city to do so with the same discipline, humanity, and integrity that effective law enforcement in this country demands. We urge everyone to remain peaceful. We recognize that there is a lot of anger and a lot of questions around what has happened, but we need people to remain peaceful. In the area, we have an unlawful assembly at this time. Minneapolis police have given multiple warnings for the crowd to disperse. We are asking for people to avoid the area
I was already doing
and to
it.
leave if you are there.
Cool.
We have requested mutual
I gave
aid
you half of
from
what
the
I have.
Minnesota State Patrol and from all our local and
Cool.
county
That will give me
regional
one
partners.
bombard.
Mm-hmm.
We ask everyone to remain calm and to please do not destroy our own city.
You know, hang on. Okay.
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? How many more lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values?
There you go.
How many times must local
What a
and
great gift I
national
gave you.
leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not
Was that
creating
luxury?
safety in our city?
Yeah.
As you'll hear from Director
do
Sayer in
need
just a
those.
second,
Armor.
we have seen these kinds of operations in other places, in other countries, but not here in America. Not in a way where a great American city is being invaded by its own federal government.
Okay.
I'm done being told that our community members are responsible for the vitriol in our
Who
streets.
needs orders? A builder?
I'm done being told that our local elected officials are solely responsible for turning down the temperature. Just yesterday, we saw 15,000 people peacefully protesting in the streets, speaking out, standing up for their neighbors. Not a single broken window, not a single injury. Those peaceful protests embody the very principles that both Minneapolis and America was founded upon.
Ah, I didn't even realize she'd joined
Conversely,
yet. Hold on.
the mass
Pause.
militarized force and unidentified.
We'll get Wendy in here to talk about this.
I wanted to finish my war today instead of make no progress.
All right. Give us a second. I didn't even realize you joined, to be honest. How long have you been sitting there?
Not long. She just came in. You can see
okay.
when she said yo.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Like 10 minutes.
Okay.
We only have one road between us.
Yeah, I sent one trade route. All right, so we'll save
No,
up.
I meant me between where I'm fighting right now.
Okay, so we'll save after this turn, then we'll move to our segment.
Requires shipbuilding. Okay, I guess we'll build a London.
Identified agents who are occupying our streets. That is what weakens our country. That is what erodes trust in both law enforcement and in democracy itself. So to everyone listening, stand with Minneapolis. Stand up for America. Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on. Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again. To make sure that the foundational elements of our democracy were rock solid. What did you do to protect your city? What did you do to protect your nation? This is not what America is about. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. This administration and everyone involved in this operation should be reflecting. They should be reflecting right now and asking themselves, what exactly are you accomplishing?
Saying hello, Gumbarrel.
If the goal was to achieve peace and safety, this is doing exactly the opposite. If the goal was to achieve calm and prosperity,
hell yeah,
this is doing
Pause
exactly the opposite. Are you standing?
So I put the fishing lady in the city that I settled on those 2 flooding rivers, and I used the Museum of Halicarnassus or whatever the fuck it was to level her 3 times so that I got the
They're scared. You know
improvements.
what?
Improvements
I wanna play one video
can't.
before we transition.
Yeah, improvements can't.
But you wrote a piece a couple of days
improvements
ago
can't be damaged.
that ICE is okay with Renee Good's killing,
And it prevented damage.
YouTube.
Yeah, it prevented the damage of all my tiles that I made, so I'm going to keep her in that
what
city.
happened?
Because she has the improvement where your improvements don't get damaged by environmental things. And I stuck her in the city on the 2 rivers that have floodplains while I'm preparing to build dams on both of the rivers. Worked out. All right, after this we'll move on and do
This video I do want to
simultaneously, immigration agents are terrified of the ICE backlash after the shooting. Talk about that paradox and what's going on.
Paradox, my
we can
favorite
see
mythical
in their
creature.
behavior since you wrote the first piece on the 9th that their answer has been double down.
Totally. Yeah. So there's a huge disjunct between their public bravado within hours of
this update here. After being destroyed by fire, 0 forests have regrown.
Amazing.
And the update is forest regrown.
Renee Good's killing, Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem basically dragging this
Noem.
poor woman's corpse through the mud and saying she's a terrorist. Imagine getting killed and in addition, I mean, you know, some number of people are going to think whatever they're going to think about the video, but to take, okay, so you can say, you know, maybe this woman should have got out of her car. What was the psychological state of the cop? What, you know, were there reasons he was afraid? You can have a debate about that, but to say she was going to kill him and she was a terrorist within like 2 hours of the thing,
that's pretty silly.
Not only struck me as absurd, as I talked to people in the Department of Homeland Security, a lot of them thought that as well. They can't say so publicly for the same reason that anyone at a job isn't going to want to go out and criticize their employer. And I don't want to overstate things and give you the impression that the majority of ICE agents think that. That's not true. But there's a sizable minority within the Immigration Services, Border Patrol, ICE, that do think that, including in senior ranks, because they look at this and they think it's not good for a number of reasons. One, just basic moral reason that a lot of people had revulsion watching it. But another one is the effect that it's going to have on the agency. It's destroying any reputation federal law enforcement might have had, not just ICE, but federal law enforcement generally, as was described to me by people in the FBI recently. You mentioned at the top of this segment, Justice Department people resigning over it. That's exactly the stuff that they're worried about, just from a purely cynical, self-serving point of view, that it's going to destroy the public faith in these institutions that has been very carefully put together over the last, 50 years or so, since Watergate and all that. But yeah, talking to folks, I was surprised because I've been covering national security for about 10 years now. And so I know people at these different agencies. And when I posted them, I was kind of thinking, all right, time to get an earful about why I'm wrong about this or whatever. And that wasn't what my experience was. I wouldn't say their views are the same as mine or that they're lefties by any means. But it was a lot closer to my point of view on this and a lot farther from the administration's. So I think part of what we're seeing when the administration gets out there and you have Vice President J.D. Vance saying it was terrorism, President Trump says she was going to kill him, the Homeland
Gandhi
Secretary,
is in
they're
the
creating this unified front that
atomic
doesn't actually
era.
reflect what the attitudes are.
What the
behind the
Your
scenes and in the
responsibility
bureaucracy.
over there.
We've got a lot of footage. I mean, yesterday we dedicated a significant portion of the show to just
Look at his
playing
science
clips
return.
from out of Minnesota, and they were horrific.
He just has a
And
huge
since
population.
within
and a
the
lot of
past 24
campuses.
hours, we have clips now of.
Noted.
And this
I'm
came
gonna
out of California.
I'm
I
gonna
guess
make
it was
a bunch
week or
of
two
light
ago,
cav
maybe,
and loot
a guy
his
getting shot in
science
the
districts.
eye with a pepper ball. We have clips of a woman being headed to the doctors, just being yanked out of her car and slammed onto the ground. they're clearly doubling down on this, and they're getting more aggressive. When you talk to your sources, I get that there's a cohort that is worried, like the optics of this are bad, the PR associated with this is bad, but do any of them have a fear that we are seeing the precursor to something that is worse and more expansive? I mean, when I look at this stuff, I'm starting to see them, widen the scope of what they think their authority is, and basically blow through the guardrails and the structures that are placed around different law enforcement agencies, right? I mean, different agencies have jurisdictions, different agencies have different, and as more and more resources go into ICE and they become more and more fanatical, it feels like they're becoming more and more expansive to the point where, hypothetically, we're 16 months away from them banging down your door saying, like, you're not sure, you shouldn't be doing this, interview type of thing. I mean, that may be hyperbole, but it may not be. Like, it feels like we're headed in a certain trajectory. Do they have do any of your sources have that sort of like concern, or is it more just like these guys are, these guys are jokers and they're screwing things up for us? Do they have concerns about where this is leading?
I would say that their concerns are probably a little bit more subtle, just because institutionally, DHS was created in response to 9/11. ICE is younger than I am. Homeland Security is younger than I am. It was created in like 2003, I think. Replaced INS, which used to be under the Justice Department. So what was once a question of criminal or civil law under the Justice Department became elevated to a national security question. And so, to your point, I think it's an important point, because that's kind of what is in ICE's DNA, which is to be a national security entity and to treat immigration as a national security threat. So I think you're right to raise those concerns, because they certainly have the power to do a lot of that stuff. When people look at ICE, they think of the what's called enforcement removal operations, the guys that literally go and grab someone and arrest them. But that's actually a minority of what ICE is, or that's actually just one part of what ICE is. They have another wing called Homeland Security Investigations. And those guys, they've been tapped to since before any of this. They were investigating protesters in Colombia for Hamas ties.
The country?
They're basically an internal FBI within Homeland Security that operates under ICE. You guys might have seen yesterday, there was this absurd story. It's going to sound like I'm making this up, but I encourage you to go. It's in CNN. You can go read it, about how HSI, the ICE component I was talking about, purchased something that they thought was a Havana syndrome like gun giving people.
I saw this.
And they spent like at least 10. It was 8-figure sum, at least $10 million on it. That was ICE, Homeland Security, but nobody knows that because people don't know what Homeland Security investigations are. Like, if you look at their badge,
I've seen HSI on some of these jackets occasionally, and they're ICE.
Yeah, exactly. And this is an army basically of thousands and thousands of these federal agents that they've certainly had a shot in the arm since Trump, when they've had their ICE has had its law enforcement budget tripled. But even before that, the Department of Homeland Security's badge carrying, gun carrying officers actually outnumber the FBI. It's a larger police force than the FBI. People don't know this. Not just ICE, but Federal Protective Services. They have all kinds of different things. So it's like kind of like this national security colossus has sort of been growing to this point where previous presidents didn't push it as far as it could go, but Trump is more than willing to, and he's taking full advantage of what they can do.
I want to just stop for a moment and just sort of like ruminate on this so that people fully understand. When it goes from INS under the DOJ, it is part of law enforcement. It's under a law enforcement structure where they have very clear lines of delineation of what they can do. They have, it's all within sort of an infrastructure that we deal with on a daily basis, even with local cops. They may have a different geographical jurisdiction, but they're within the context of the chief law enforcement agency of the country, which is the DOJ. when it moves into this DHS, and DHS is created in the wake of 9/11, and it was very controversial at the time, but Democrats were, if you think they capitulate now, that time was rather despairing. But they're in this sort of netherworld when they become national security, right?
Tell her units
Because
to get out.
there isn't the same
Holy shit.
infrastructure
You know
to
what?
deal with
Pause it.
a national security police force.
So I was thinking, I'm like, why the fuck did alcohol get more expensive, right? And because I basically just, if I'm drinking whiskey. So I got this, right? And I'm like, why is it so fucking expensive?
American.
Kentucky.
Yeah.
That's fucking why. It didn't even register. No fucking wonder it's like $15 more expensive than it fucking was when I stopped drinking. Fucking Trump's tariffs have just jumped alcohol prices by like $20 at least. Fucking crazy. Oh, you're not paying the tariffs.
Force.
Yeah, in some ways, what Trump is doing, I have to look at it, and I think there's a response that's like, this has to be illegal. This hasn't happened before. And unfortunately, I don't think the law is going to provide much solace because, again, this is kind of what Homeland Security was designed to do. It was designed to be a counterterrorism entity by the Bush administration. And thankfully, those powers were pushed as far as they could have been, but that doesn't mean that they can't be because, again, that's what it's for. And it's just this, like, it's interesting. I was talking to an ICE agent once years ago, and he was describing to me how I think he used to work for INS before that, and then he moved to HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, the ICE component. And he was upset. And I asked him, why are you upset that you got moved to ICE? He goes, because now we work with the guys that are hated and seen as these deportation guys. Like, no one wants to talk to us. We can't, people are afraid of us. I would much rather go back to how it was before. And I asked him, I said, how common is that view? He said, we made a big fight about the badges said ICE on it. We didn't want it to say ICE on it. So it's like these divisions that have existed within the department have been there for years, since before Trump. And so I think what we're seeing now is kind of like a lot of this stuff coming to a head because it wasn't really litigated in the past, even though it was clearly an issue.
And what does it mean that it's coming to a head? Like, is there any of this? Or is it by coming to a head, you mean it's just sort of emerging and blossoming?
Watch this video.
Well, I mean, the powers that they kind of always had legally, you now have someone in the White House who's willing to just stomp his foot on the gas and not care about what the backlash is. But he's still using a car that was built by the Bush administration and could have been used that way at any point. I think past presidents were a little more restrained by considerations about like public backlash, but it's like they feed on this stuff. I mean, it's like they enjoy it. If you look at how they responded to the protests in Minneapolis, it's like this sense that there's some sadistic pleasure in it or something. I mean, they're explicitly deploying these things in the states that it's going to have the most public opposition. So there's this whole kind of sadistic partisan dynamic to it, I think, that exists. Yeah.
Are they aware of that in the agency, or do they care?
Oh, yeah. Totally. They're aware of it. They care. I mean, I encourage people to talk to other reporters, to talk to these guys, because there's different layers. There's Washington, which has its own thing, and that tends to be the most political. But at the different field offices, you talk to these guys, like, they're a lot less like the picture that is like when the Department of Homeland Security's Twitter account posts these just insane, I don't know what to say about them, depicting joining ICE as that famous painting of the
really
white angel colonizing the West and driving Native Americans out. They literally posted a photo of that. They posted another one saying a deportation of, what was it?
He's like good Ryan
50
Grimm.
million, it's the equivalent of like half the country. They said we're going to deport them. Like,
actually,
the reason that messaging is designed to attract a different cohort to ICE and these agencies. And not just because they have money come out of their ears, they have more money than they know what to do with that tripling of the enforcement budget, the law enforcement budget that I mentioned before, but also because,
Stalin also
as I reported on Monday, where ICE was, what was it, Border Patrol seeking volunteers to help with the Minneapolis deployment. All that says that all that means that their kind of rank and file existing cohort is uncomfortable with a lot of this stuff. So they need new blood that is going to be ideologically aligned, and that is a huge part of these crazy memes. Because you get someone that responds to that, you can be sure they're going to be okay with something like this.
Right, exactly. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the ICE programs revealed. I haven't had a chance to read this piece. It just came out. That's not your fault, Ken. It's my fault. But give us a sense of what these programs are.
So I was talking to a military intelligence guy several weeks ago, and he made an interesting observation. He says to me, you guys in the media are getting it. He's in the intelligence community, so he sees a lot of stuff that we don't see. And he says to me, you guys are getting this all wrong. He says, you're treating like it's just about the deportations. I was like, what do you mean? Isn't that the whole point? He goes, that's part of the point. And he said, but Trump has also cast this as an invasion and characterized it as an invasion by narco traffickers and cartels that he wants to go to, in his words, war with. And he says, and his point basically was that these ICE operations and immigrants, they're basically cannon fodder for the war on cartels, because when ICE gets an immigrant, and as these documents show, they can interrogate them and dangle citizenship over their heads and say, if you don't work with us, you're gone, your family's gone. And as those
we're moving on in 5 minutes at 4:30.
Right before I came on the show,
like 4.5 hours.
Reveal, intelligence collection from the immigrants that ICE is targeting is a central component of the war that's taking place. So it's much bigger than just removing people, although that's obviously something the administration cares about. It's also mapping out and getting data on these groups that, as I'm being told, will eventually result in some kind of special operations in Mexico, in other parts of Latin America. So, like you said before, you mentioned before that you have this sense that there's something bigger going on here. Absolutely, it's much bigger than just the deportations. I mean, they've already shut down the border to the point that no one else is coming in anymore. They've achieved like one of their main objectives, but that's not his only one.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out.
All right. So get rid of Sam. Bring you in. Make sure all your audio is good before we continue. Hello? Hello.
Can you hear
audio
me?
issue? Yep. Can you hear us?
Give me, yep, you're going to have to give me just a second because I've been sitting here long enough that I'm in the middle of ordering myself a pizza.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, I'm mostly just getting you in here to make sure there's no audio or any glitches like last time. Take your time.
No, I'm actually on a computer this time, so it should be far less awful.
Cool. That should be fine. Do what you need to do and let us know when you're ready.
Yep, give me just a few more seconds. I am finishing my order.
The pigeon's back.
I hear his ass.
we got bird food to put out for them, so we've got an army of pigeons that have meals at the apartment here.
Bro, his city is back to full health.
It's a big fat pigeon bullying other pigeons. We'll see if they run away. I'm gonna give them more. Maybe they won't run away if they see that I have bird food.
I should be redirecting and taking this bottom city. Because I expected to take the central city, but because we ended in the middle of the war last time, I forgot what I was doing, and now it's costed me like the last hour.
Just regaining what you were doing?
Literally, I'm back at square one.
Now. Oh, really?
I'm very frustrated.
Mm-hmm. The other bird food that I got had aviary grit in it, so it's just
like 4 hummingbirds.
Bunch of shit they don't eat. A bunch of it just laying on the ground.
Okay. I have my pizza ordered. Sorry. I'm just starving. I realized it was I was sitting here and I was starting to get frustrated. You didn't know that I was there. And I was like,
I know.
Oh wait, I'm just hungry. I need to get myself food, so I stop being angry. Like there's no real reason to be upset right now. So I was like, I'm gonna order myself.
No, that's fair. I'm just gonna redo my policy cards because I went to theocracy because I want more military slots. Faith in gold. I like faith in gold.
I like cheese.
How's your game going? I haven't actually been
Bad.
Listening that much. I've been.
It's Jack's fault.
It's always my fault.
It's okay. I just got a line infantry.
I actually and my friends and I got Civ 7 for Christmas, and we've been playing it, and it's actually not so bad.
Yeah?
I don't hate it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It's pretty good.
Trying to settle a second city.
Yeah, I just think the constantly changing the leader thing is interesting because, like, it is unrealistic. It's like, why would you be Cleopatra for, 8,000 years, But it's like, I don't necessarily think that was a necessary
It
change.
sounds. No, I know what you mean. I thought the same thing, and then my friend, my bestie, was like, "But I want the new one," and so I got myself and her it for Christmas, so we could play it together. And we
I
did,
think
and
what
it's
they
actually,
realized
it-
is when they started releasing alternate leaders for
Here's-
Civs in this one, they realized that they could sell more games over time by adding a bunch more leaders for all the different eras.
Yes, but there's also okay, so it sounds dumb and on some levels maybe, but also when you're playing a game that's that long, it lets you like shift up your tactics a bit, and it doesn't like it's coming. It's not like it happens suddenly. Oh no. I've only played through 2 games, but like all I'm saying. I'm not gonna say that like, oh, it's better. I'm just saying I don't hate it.
I'm sure it'll eventually get better once it has enough content out.
Because
But,
how long
like,
how long did it take for all the expansions to come out for 6?
Well, that's the thing is that the 2 main expansions have been out for a while, but basically all the leader packs that they introduced to get it up to 61 leaders, I think.
Yeah.
All of those were, if you already own both DLCs, you owned the leader packs. But if you didn't, you would have to pay for the leader packs.
Okay, interesting.
So as long as you bought the complete version, then...
Okay.
And like even then, some of the leaders, it's like, I don't know if they really thought this out. They were just like, fuck it, we can sell more. I don't know.
Who knows? Fucking barbarian caravels taking
I don't know.
Scout.
I will
Trying
say every time that I go to like find the fucking game after not playing it for a while, I go because I go to look for Civilization, and then I
And
have
it's
to
under
remind
S.
myself that it's under S.
Can't you rename the games on Steam?
Maybe.
Yeah, but I also don't play that many. I used to play on Steam a lot more than I do now. Currently, I don't have a nice computer at the moment.
Nah, fair. Although I'm playing Civ on a Mac, so...
Yeah, I
I'm
guess
a
Civ
Mac.
doesn't
I'm a
really
PC.
take that much, but
It does continually crash.
I will say I have an older Switch, and Civ 7 is pushing it on an older Switch too,
Interesting.
which makes me want to either get a new Switch or a new computer, and I don't really want a new Switch.
I
I'd rather
would
get a
I
computer.
would advocate strongly against getting the Switch 2. Purely
Well,
because
I wanna get a
it's just
computer.
Nintendo being greedy cunts. Being like, oh,
It
by the
is.
way, we're making the Switch 2 and none of the games that we're releasing on it you can play on the original Switch. Go fuck yourself. Buy 2.
It
I
is,
do
and
like
at
the
the time-
ability to use the Joy-Con as a mouse, though.
It's I do like my Switch, like don't get me wrong, and I bought it. I love my Switch because I bought it in December of 2019, right before COVID hit. So it was my best friend.
That's fair.
Like I was hard into, Animal Crossing and just let the world burn, for a little while there. Anyway, I got to work from home, so I just played Animal Crossing in my room like a lot during the pandemic. So anyway, I love my Switch, but I don't want a Switch 2. It's not like there's enough of an upgrade that I'm like, and I never really expected it to be for like hard gaming. I expected it to be for Pokemon, which is why I bought it, because of the like Pokemon that was out 5 years ago is like, I don't know, it was like an upgraded enough version that I was like, I want to play this. So anyway.
It's a trap. Okay.
Amenity in all specialty districts? Over 7 gold? Yes, please.
As soon as you end this turn, I'll save.
Yep. Oh, I'm going for neighborhoods now.
Fuck neighborhoods.
Knowledge of
Stalin
computers.
all of a sudden he started moving his units into this city, and he's now attacking this city-state, and it like burned all the units I just produced to hit the Congo. So now I have to shift up what I was doing again. Fucking Lenin. But I already have this city under siege with trebuchets. And I produce cavalry so fast.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be real interesting at the end to see the units lost screen.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for a new record.
Sure, that'll work.
6 ways Pete Hegseth can fix the army. I really want to see this video too by Ryan.
I just noticed what
I'm
you
not
guys
giving
have
you
the
gunpowder.
title
I need
for the
that.
stream as.
What'd you say?
Why don't you care? I would argue there's a lot of people who do, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who don't. I just don't surround myself with them.
There's so many people that don't
I'm
care.
sure there's so many people who don't. I just don't surround myself with those people.
Like, it's crazy to me that ICE is executing American citizens and Americans just like, that's chill.
I would like to say that they're in defense of a lot of Americans who are not
in defense of
taking
ICE.
it upon them post on social media about it. A lot of people are taken aback. And the more times that they do this, the less defensible it gets,
That's true.
I say that like it was ever defensible. Neither of these murders were defensible in any way.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that, like, if things went to a court of law, which won't happen, there would be a big difference in the ability to convince a jury. That's how I like to phrase things. It's not about justification. It's about how likely would a jury make a conviction here.
Oh yeah, no. Well, there's two arguments to be made here. There is the like, can charges be brought against this person, but then there's also like, why are we allowing a small,
I just know
like,
that
poorly trained army to run around and murder people with impunity?
Yeah.
Like, how did we get here? I feel like those are two different questions and two different conversations. The one today, do you want to start? Like, I don't know. Sorry, I'm like, should we wait for you guys to wrap up?
No, go for it. I'm just doing
waiting
tax
for
and
him
shit.
so I can save.
I'm
Oh,
just
no,
doing
you're
tax
good.
and shit. So go ahead and like say what you need to say.
No, I just also was wondering, like, if you, because you guys started by playing the thing, because they did murder someone today, and I noticed
Yeah.
that that's the title of the thing. So I guess we
wanted to
might as well chat
transition
about that
into
for a
it.
second.
Yeah,
to
so
start.
I was doing Australia Day stuff initially, and we'll transition.
Australia Day. What's Australia Day?
It's our nationalist holiday.
Yeah.
I was just doing a bunch of like, this is the history of Australia, like it's genocide and white supremacy. Stop lying to yourselves, kind of shit. And
I missed
it
it.
literally is. It literally is. Like it's just genocide and colonial violence towards indigenous people, and people want to reject the history and hide behind this fake performative nationalism, and I'm fucking over it.
That's fair.
So I did a bunch of like videos being like, oh, this is the history of Australia. This is what the British and Australians did to the indigenous over 200 years. So
I'll actually have to go and like listen to those, because I know some highlights and whatnot, but I don't know Australia's history in depth.
yeah,
at all.
nobody does, because
Yeah,
Australia
that was pretty
hides it.
informative.
Like everybody, like Australia has worked so hard since the 1970s to hide the fact that this genocide happened. Like it's, when I say hide, it's, they don't like actively talk about it. And anytime this kind of stuff happens in Australia, an Australia Day, that sort of stuff, it's
Oh my God, Stalin's got artillery.
always
I mean,
combined
Lenin.
with people crying about people being like, hey, you know that this country was built on genocide of the people that you are literally shitting on by celebrating this day without acknowledging the history that happened to get to this point. Also, Australia Day has been around for 30 years as an official national holiday. It literally said in the videos that Australia Day was jumped around on the last weekend of January for a weekend, long weekend, day off, public holiday. It's got like, it's literally just a public holiday, and that's what most people give a shit about. And that's partly the bigger problem, is that because it's a public holiday, people are like, hell yeah, day off. And it's like, the government just saying sorry isn't enough.
It is
Like-
a
Your
huge
government
step, though, because like
apologized?
that's literally what.
Yeah.
Like,
Wait,
starts
they
marking
apologized?
the end of
In
genocide.
2008, Kevin Rudd apologized to the indigenous for the genocide. Yeah.
Wow.
It
Rare
is huge,
moment.
but like
Yeah.
people do often
Like-
see it as pointless. But
I
people
really
don't
know it
understand
is.
how
It is
big that
point.
is.
Look, I understand that it's pointless in the scheme of things, but I also just want to be like, we never apologized. People still
yeah,
say,
but like
shit
that's
like
why
conquered,
like
not
Genocide
stolen.
Watch
Yeah.
puts the like you're not out of stage 10 of denial until you acknowledge and apologize for the genocide.
Have you left the game yet? Sorry.
Much
No,
like
I'm just sitting in it.
Okay. I've saved and we can leave.
much like when you do a 12-step program, the first
just
step
leaving
is
it open.
acknowledging that you have a problem. It doesn't mean that you've solved it. It doesn't mean that you've even
Yes.
addressed it. It
Yes,
just
exactly.
means
That's a great comparison.
Yeah, it's largely feckless, and like, especially considering if we look from 2008 to now and what's actually progressed within the Aboriginal community, nothing. They wanted to send an Indigenous envoy to Parliament so that anything that relates to Indigenous issues can go through an envoy, which gives them, I guess, some kind of representation in the government towards like mining companies destroying artifacts and sites and shit, which they're just like, we're sorry. And it's like, just continue on. Like, I'm pretty sure Rio Tinto destroyed like a 30,000 year indigenous site, and they're just like, we're sorry. Like, fuck off. Like, it's this kind of shit. It's this kind of shit that doesn't actually change. It's the voice to Parliament was put to the people, and of course conservatives bankrolled campaigns to shit on it to make sure it didn't get through. Like, okay, you can say that we said sorry to them, but what's actually changed? if anything, it's getting worse. And it's like
Anyway.
50 years after the genocide stopped, and what's progressed? Are they not
let's
stealing
talk
children
about-
anymore? Great.
Let's talk about
ICE killing
current-
people. Yes.
So ICE killing another person, and like with Renee Good, I think that nobody has not acknowledged that the dude didn't have a gun. Like, and I want to see if the right-wing information narrative is already trying to be like, they're saying he wasn't even armed or something stupid like that.
Ooh, I haven't
Because
checked
I haven't
on
looked
it. I'm gonna
at
be
their.
honest with you.
We were just going to the videos on it, so I haven't really seen.
I'm gonna be
anything
real
on it.
with you. Everything with Renee Good was, hard. I mean, just like watching anyone get, killed, not necessarily easy to watch, especially from a bunch of different angles, and to be so publicized and have so much pressure on that topic during times like these. But I don't know, it didn't hit. It did. I feel like all of that, I guess I pushed it down, and it didn't really hit until today when I opened my phone. I took a nap. It was a good day. I woke up, I opened my phone, and first thing I saw was a video of someone being murdered. Another person in Minneapolis. Like, they didn't even, say, oh, we taught him a lesson, we should back off. Like, no, they just murdered another person.
Well, they've continually been saying, haven't you learned from what happened in
Mhm.
these altercations? We've continually seen videos showing that.
Not just one person, multiple different people in isolation. Like, these are not a coordinated thing. This is a decentralized individual agent saying this shit in multiple instances. Like, this is way worse than people think it is.
The thing that I am really hoping for is that each time that this happens, because it's going to keep happening, right?
Mhm.
Like, they're not going to just suddenly stop. And it seems like it's just going to accelerate faster and faster. And I thought that we had a few more months at least until this kind of thing started, closer to the election. But now that I
If
feel like
anything,
we've hit
they'll
a
back
tipping
off
point.
closer to the election.
Yeah, to cool it down before the election, to be like, well, we're not that bad.
That's why this is the pullout of Afghanistan period.
They can't.
It's when it won't
I think
hurt
we've
them
hit a
as much.
tipping point. They can't go back now.
No.
They've committed too many crimes. There's too much that
Sunken
people
cost.
know that they have, but we can't see about all kinds of things, not just the Epstein files, right? Now others, how many migrants are missing from Alligator Alcatraz?
It was
like all of them.
Yeah, 1,200, I think it was, right?
Yeah, and it was something like 1,200. Like, they're disappearing people,
Yeah.
right? And there someone knows where they are. So all I'm saying is they have done too many things for this to be walked back, right? And I have watched them over the last year try really hard to gerrymander the shit out of Indiana. Like, it's already gerrymandered enough. Like, they wanted a comical map, and they were trying to gerrymander Indiana like a decade before, like, our constitution, our state says we're supposed to redistrict.
And is this the pictures you sent me yesterday of the
Yeah,
district
yep,
maps?
I sent you
Yes.
those pictures,
Okay.
yep, of the district maps,
Yep.
because they're so, like, even you don't even have to be from here or know shit about like how often we redistrict or why or anything to be like, those look odd.
Because you said Chicago was in the corner.
Yes, that's why that area up there is blue, because
Okay,
that
but you said
Chicago
Indiana?
is over the line.
So
It bleeds into Indiana.
Ah, okay. Because that was the one thing that I was wondering. I'm like, isn't Chicago in Illinois?
Do you see how there's a little dip at the top of that map, like by that blue
Yeah,
space?
yeah.
That dip is a lake, and Chicago's on the, like, around the bend of that lake, like, and it bleeds over into. So, like, that's technically not Chicago, but it's
Greater
It's a suburb of
Chicago area.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like how
Yeah.
New York City is
It's
also in New Jersey.
if you ever hear northwestern Indiana, it's really just Chicago area, like the greater
Yeah.
Chicago area that's in Indiana.
Okay, so that's
anyway.
the big lake. Is that why Chicago's so fucking cold? It's a
But-
lake effect?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And the wind and everything across. Yeah. mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the metro does expand out rather far down, it looks like.
Oh yeah. And then there's this sprawling, like, people don't stop, even though it's not packed on
Yeah.
top of each other like sardines, into Indiana.
So that northwest corner is quite densely populated for Indiana, I would imagine.
I mean, more than some parts of the state, but it's not our most densely populated area. Our most
okay.
densely populated areas are the middle, the other blue spot on that map. Up in the northeast corner, there is Fort Wayne, which is, I think, biggest or third biggest, and then the other one that's either second or third is down south, Terre Haute.
Okay.
And then there's a couple college towns like Purdue and IU.
That's so funny. The border is not even a road. It's literally a drawn line on a map. It looks like a river.
It is.
Might
The Ohio
be
River.
The line.
Yep, the Ohio River down there on the
okay.
bottom.
No, I'm looking at the divide between Indiana and Chicago.
Oh, I don't actually know what that looks like explicitly up close. I'm
it-
gonna be real with you.
Yeah,
I
it
never-
looks because I was like, I'm expecting it to be a road or something, right? But it's
now I'm
not.
gonna pull up a
There's
map. One
literally.
second, you're not
I'm
showing it,
literally
so
looking
no
here at
one
this
can see
neighborhood.
Jack.
This is funny.
Put
It's
it on
like
the
so.
screen.
Put it
so
on the screen,
I
dickhead.
will. So this seems that if these guys want to leave their neighborhood, they have to enter Chicago. Like they have to enter Illinois to leave.
Yes.
To leave
is that Gary?
their neighborhood.
Is that Gary?
Krensburg? Kreatsburg?
Yeah.
Kreatsburg.
Okay, so you also like so you need to know that those
That's so funny.
some of the like turnpikes and things that were built very very racist and intentional. And yeah, there are
Okay.
some places like that. That's also yeah.
So
Anyway,
Indianapolis,
Indianapolis
is
is
the center
there.
population hub.
And then and then we
Okay.
got South Bend and Fort Wayne up north.
Up
And
here.
then down
Yep.
south we have Terre Haute and Bloomington.
Bloomington, yeah.
And then we have part of Louisville down. We also have part of Louisville in
That's-
Indiana. Oh,
that's
Evansville is pretty big,
hilarious.
too. I always forget about Evansville. So
That's
yeah, we have
so
part of
funny.
Louisville and part of Chicago, and arguably the best part. No, I'm just kidding. And we also tried to steal part of Illinois, not Chicago, but underneath Illinois, like take it from them
Oh,
earlier this
that's
year,
fun.
or last year
Oh.
rather.
Neat. Okay, that's interesting because
We're the mini Tex of the Midwest. That's what we are.
that's very interesting. Yeah, because I didn't know Louisville was so close to the border because my mate works
Oh, yeah.
in a distillery in Louisville, I believe. So that's interesting. Okay.
So Louisville also had very different prices on like cigarettes and things. So
Okay.
when we would like go visit some friends that were down near the border, we would go to Louisville to buy cigarettes because it was cheaper.
That's so interesting. Okay,
Yeah,
so now that
fun
we're
fact.
familiarized
I'm
ourselves
sorry, we
with
went way the fuck
yes,
out.
no,
of-
I was
yeah, anyway,
mostly just familiarizing myself
That's
and
fair.
anybody who's not familiar with Indiana, considering we're talking about it, just to familiarize ourselves
even
with the
people
state.
from the United States, no one has been here. They call Indiana and like the surrounding area the flyover
Yep.
states because people
They
don't
fly over
come
them
here.
to go to
They,
Illinois?
like, drive through or fly over. Yeah.
No, fair enough.
We do have the NAFTA superhighway going
Mm-hmm.
through us and a bunch of trains. Like if you look at America's trains, like we were called like the Heartland or whatever because for a long time we were like the train hub when trains were the big thing before trucks.
Cool. Okay.
And then we also had the ear.
Yeah.
for that.
Okay.
Anyway, I have watched them try really hard, and not just here, but things like redistrict and gerrymander, and try really hard to. So we went really off on a tangent. You're gonna have to like cut all of
It's
that
all right.
out or
You're
something.
talking about how they killed a guy.
But no, I've watched them try really hard to make it so that they can win this election without having to, stuff ballots or, whatever, like, because fraud would look bad, would get caught and look bad, right?
Yes.
And doing the violence thing is iffy and could it blah, blah, all that. So I've watched them try really hard really hard to do everything that they can to make it so that they can legally like just get this election by, you know, making so people's are in different like various ways and yada yada yada, and that's failing, and the violence ramping up along with that failing means that their support is going to continue to go down, and there's no coming back from this, which means that they are forced into a corner of violence or doing something like, whether it's internal, external. If they start a war with someone else, they can say, oh, we can't have elections, you know, kind of shit. But they can't afford to lose these midterms.
It's what the conservatives claim Zelensky was doing by being invaded by Putin.
Yes, well, I feel like I've been Cassandra for the last like decade, like yelling at people like, this is bad. You need to people need to do things. Go organize your community now. Please pay attention.
It's bad.
And I'm trying to tell people, because a lot of Democrats are watching the cops get up and have their little speeches about, like, there was the one from Philadelphia, I think it was, Philly, who's like a lady cop and she's a black woman. And she got up there and said like, oh, you don't want this smoke, right? Okay, sure, that's cute, I get it, that's viral video propaganda
in reference
shit.
like referencing ICE, like saying don't come here.
I will cheer that, but I'm not going to cheer that cop on until she actually smokes them, you know?
Yes,
like,
yes, yeah,
that's
like,
not, they're not going to fight them.
Words
Mayor
and
Frey
actions are two very different things.
Yeah, and
I mean,
so,
look at
but
Jacob
I
Fry.
think that is meant. Yeah, that's meant to keep people from coming out. Like, oh, our cops have it, don't worry. Oh, our mayor and our cops are on it. Like,
It's a
our
reassurance.
justice system is
It's
gonna handle
yes,
this.
yes.
It
It's the
is a
police
reassurance.
reassuring
It's
people.
propaganda.
Yeah, yep. That's a really
And
good
themselves, because what else can they do?
point. They're
One
gaslighting
of
themselves.
Okay, so it wasn't just that. Like, there have been. So I have like a whole list. Sorry, I don't have a list of like videos. I can pull up links to send you, and I can actually send you links now that I have a computer. But like currently, I just have a list of fucking news stories from this last week, and it has been a fucking week, you guys. And a number of them have to do with police forces around the country being affected by ICE. Finally, like yesterday in Maryland, there was a sheriff who came out and did a press conference, and he said that a man who had gone through the hiring process and was about to become a deputy got snatched up by ICE. And
haven't some cops been threatened with arrest as well? Like
yep.
the
and
cops
then
have been
and then there
threatened?
was also the other press conference in St. Paul, I believe. It might have been somewhere else in Minnesota, but there were multiple police chiefs there, and one of them told a story about one of his officers nearly getting abducted by ICE, and then said that multiple other chiefs who were standing behind him had officers who were all officers of color that had experienced the same thing. And then we end up with things like, you know, the black lady cop in, I think it's Philadelphia. It might be a different city. It might be Pittsburgh. I'm gonna have to fucking check. They both start with P, so I can't remember. But like coming out saying like, you don't want this smoke.
There's only two cities there. Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania, or Pittsburgh and Philly.
Yeah, it's true. There's only two of them, and they all start with P.
That is funny.
Sorry, guys, I don't spend much time in Pennsylvania, just like you've never been to Indiana.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's a great
don't
city.
Come at me.
If you're gonna move to America, that's one you should look at.
Which one?
Pittsburgh.
Oh yeah, sure. I guess go Steelers. Anyway, they like having cops come out and say those things feels good, and I'm sure it feels good to them, right? And it makes for great propaganda, but all it does is give people hope that maybe the cops are going to fight them in the street, and they're not. They're not.
Yeah,
they're not.
Isn't it
going
funny?
to.
Actually, Cal makes a good point here.
What's that?
Not a cop, an ICE agent, and he said keeps forgetting that they're not law enforcement. And it's interesting because they always claim that they are law enforcement, but it says ICE and customs enforcement. It's not law enforcement. It's ICE.
Yeah.
It's immigration and customs enforcement.
Yeah.
But they're also like
is that not? Oh, is that not law
No,
enforcement?
they're not law
Is that
enforcement.
not a form of law enforcement?
I mean, if you could probably argue, but they're a branch of DHS which is not law enforcement as far as I'm concerned. Like as far as I'm aware, DHS is not law enforcement. Is DHS law enforcement?
It's literally called security, not Homeland Policing.
Mm-hmm.
They're security guards.
They're loss prevention. They're the loss
Therefore,
prevention
they should
specialists.
only have flashlights.
Okay, this is interesting. So it does say, so the Brennan Center for Justice is one of the links here and says that CBP and ICE are both law enforcement branches of DHS. So maybe they are technically law enforcement. But how long has that been the case? Did they change this definition when Trump got in? Like, this is the questions that we need to ask.
They may have. Actually, you want to know something wild? Wait, let me pull it up because I saved it because I was like, that's fucking crazy. I was looking into the 287G like programs, right, where they essentially take a local police officer and then put them through a little bit of training, and then suddenly they can now make arrests on behalf of ICE at your local jail kind of stuff. And I was looking into those programs and like what cities had them and who started them and stuff. So I was looking back, right? And I found this thing from Biden, like, and it was from 2020. So it was only 5 years ago. And it was like, stop spreading disinformation. ICE does not go door to door. We would never do that. We only ever do targeted raids of only criminals and blah, blah, blah. We would never. And it was like, it was wild to see something that came out while Biden was in office, like telling people to calm down and stop and misinformation, describing exactly what's happening right now.
Okay.
Anyway.
I mean, Biden was.
So yeah,
Okay,
sometimes
so-
things change. Sometimes things do
it-
change. So they might have changed the definition. I don't know.
Okay, so it says
I would still
ICE
call them all
and
cops.
CBP were made in 2003.
Mm-hmm.
They
After
inherited
2001, 9/11.
inherited law enforcement powers from the INS, which is the Immigration and Naturalization Services, as well as the CBP getting U.S. Border
INS,
Patrol
more like
We didn't
Custom
used to have
inspectors.
border. Well, yeah.
and agricultural inspectors' law enforcement powers. So they've basically just lumped these agencies into these three-letter agencies to centralize that power, I guess.
Yeah. No, wait. The chat, the INS, was a department within the DOJ, and it was
Okay.
disbanded, and ICE was put under the DHS. Like he's right, or she, they. I don't know your pronouns. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, that's something we might have to look into to get more specific answers on before we make a call on that one specifically. But it seems like
Okay,
it's-
gamer.
It seems like they've made it intentionally obfuscated on, like, for a reason. Almost like the vague nature of the description of DHS is what allows them to employ this tactic.
So, well, when I was looking into the 287G stuff, it was because it started under, like, I think it actually started under Trump's first administration at the end, but Biden pushed it all 4 years and allowed it to spread. And
Yes.
then they expanded it. And essentially, instead of like them having to go take like a couple week course and like get actual train, like not that it's good training, whatever, get training and stuff. Now it's like, hey, we have expanded it even further. So in an afternoon, you can take a 4-hour online course that basically shows you how to look people up in our database and report them to us. And then you can be deputized with us, which is not in the scope of what the original, like it's outside of like what it was meant to do and the authority it was meant to give. And they used it as a workaround in sanctuary cities because ICE wasn't operating, their local police force was.
Yeah, because aren't the federal agencies technically supposed to liaise with local forces? Isn't that the whole gimmick?
I mean, technically they're all supposed to work with each other, but how much they all do and when and why really varies.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Because it seems like, I don't know, the way that they're recruiting people seems like that should be some kind of breach of something. Like there's no fucking way that they should have the ability and the legal justifications to do something like this. This is like the military. Like this is it really feels like posse comitatus breach. Like it really does.
Yes, and it's we should do a whole deep dive at some point on the posse comitatus movement in this country, which was a white supremacist movement where they targeted sheriffs, basically telling them you should be able to do whatever you want. Whew, it's a whole thing. Anyway, it's hand in hand with Oath Keeper shit and militia stuff. It was the same.
Maybe we can make a separate video about that. Maybe we can make
we can do that some other time. Yeah, no, that's a whole that's a whole thing for another time.
Yeah, that might be a bit more effort to do that.
But yeah, that's sorry, I'm trying to get myself back to where we were because I have ADHD and I get derailed very easily.
We were talking about the legitimacy of ICE's law enforcement. Before that, we were talking about them going around just doing their shit before getting to this them killing someone open carrying in an open carry state.
Yeah, so why don't we get back to that? So it's an open carry state. He had a firearm on him. It was legally owned. He was a nurse. He worked with veterans.
Okay.
And he was there to observe and record them. It is on multiple videos and images. Like I think there's still shots of videos going around of him holding his phone right before this happened. He was not holding his gun. He was not.
Videos where it's like what led up to the.
Yeah, and then, and right before it, an ICE agent went up to a woman who was also not endangering anyone and observing and shoved her. And then after he shoved her, he went to pepper spray her and shove her again. And watching this, he stepped in because he was watching a man abuse a woman for no reason. And then the agent turned his pepper spray on Alex, the man who was shot, and instinctively, I don't know how many times you've been pepper sprayed in the face directly, inches from your face, but when someone does that, usually, you swipe their hand out of the way, and as soon as he did that, he was, had agents all over him, and then they shot him. But they didn't just shoot him. They disarmed him and then they shot him. And here's the thing. Even if you think that he was a terrorist, part of some kind of thing, even if you think that officer shot into a pile of other officers. There's no way, there is even if you believe all of the bullshit lies and stuff, the video shows that they had the firearm off of him. It does not show him pulling it on them or even having the ability to do so at any point. And
I just want to say, not that I'm running defense for ICE or anything, but there's a later video where I was kind of making fun of it was some anti-MAGA page, but they were this video shows that they're planning guns because the officers are being like, where's the gun? Where's the gun? This is after the guy's been shot and the other guy in the gray had left. And I'm like, that's not what that video shows. That shows how confused they were. Huh?
Did you see the guy who had the gun slink out? Yeah.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that video afterwards is showing how confused they were. They didn't know if he had the gun or not. They thought he still had it, and they were confused because they didn't even know where it went. You know,
because
so
they all
like,
piled on top of him at once and didn't communicate with each other
But like
and
I
didn't
said,
have a set way of doing things. Because if you have a set way of doing things and you communicate with each other, you know what to expect of each other in a situation like that, and you can adapt far better. And I don't know, they're clearly.
Are you telling me the teamwork actually works better than individual fuckheads doing individual fuckhead things? Crazy.
Teamwork makes the dream work, man.
But I'm just saying, like, from a, like I said, like, if it actually sat in front of a jury, like his defense would be able to say how confused the agents were when they started shooting and they thought he still had the gun. This video shows that they thought he still had the gun. You know, and I just, like I said, like, with Renee Good, nobody was denying what she was doing. So I just want to be like, I don't think that there's any harm in simply like stating the facts, because like the fact is that I shouldn't be there to begin with. Anyone?
Oh, sorry. I thought you could hear me. Sorry, I was talking. I get that. And I do agree that they were confused afterwards. And I think that an attorney on the other side in a case like that would definitely point to the fact that I'm sorry, I already said it once and now I'm like trying to remember exactly how I worded it. But like someone on the other side, because you're like pointing out like, oh, they were confused, would point out like, yeah, well, people with good training would not have like all immediately necessarily piled on him, because just because someone has a firearm doesn't necessarily mean you need to do that. And someone with good training wouldn't wouldn't nearly shoot and kill like their own fucking people. Like, I also want to say Jonathan Ross, like, did you see how close that other agent was when he shot Renee Good? And it's happened again. Like even with closer.
Tasers, like cops yell out taser, 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 because all the other cops let go. Because if they're touching the person when the taser hits, they could potentially get injured, which is why cops are trained to yell taser before they taser.
Hear the taser defense, because you carry them on different sides. You need to train, right? With anything, you need to actually train with anything that you have. And it has a different weight, it has a different feel, it has a different trigger.
I'm just saying that they, even with
I know,
tasers,
I know, but we're talking about
happening.
but we're also bringing up things that like people, I guess cops have used in court when they say, oh,
you mean when they pull out a taser, they pull out their gun instead of their taser, which is half the weight of a gun, and then pull the trigger.
Do they
and
yell
like,
taser,
oh my God.
taser, taser before they shoot the gun?
Never.
Oh.
Ah, interesting.
They never do. If it's a gun taser,
There was one
officers.
instance where I think she genuinely pulled out the gun because she yelled taser. The one instance that I'm thinking about, it was fascinating because she pulled the gun out, yelled taser, and then shot the guy. I was like, what the fuck just happened?
That's some Reno 911.
I've never seen that one. I've never seen that one.
That's Reno 911 shit. I can see Trudy doing that.
I shouldn't laugh at that, but
comedy police, you know?
Like it as a joke, like a skit, funny. Like as real life, not.
Yeah, I mean, she would have shot her gun and missed if it was Reno 911, you know? Or it would be a comical
or shot
thing
him in
where
the
she
leg
shot somebody
or
in the
something.
hip or something, you know?
But yeah, they
Great
straight
show.
up murdered. They murdered a nurse today who died being more of a man than any of those ICE agents that nearly got killed by their ICE agent buddy.
And also, like, the reason why this response is currently in place is because somebody was already murdered by ICE.
Oh yeah, and then they also, by the way, after this, they have called up the Minnesota National Guard officially. because the police showed up and people were none too fucking happy after their police chief and their mayor had been saying like, oh, we can't fight them in the streets and we don't like them. They're coming after our officers too, to show up. And then just like after Renee Good, and immediately start clashing with people. So they've called in the National Guard now.
But yeah,
I have not checked
so I wanted
since I came on here what's going on.
I wanted
but
to
I'm sure that...
talk about the whole warrant thing that's going on.
Oh yeah, so we were that was one of the things that I definitely have on my list.
I have a transitional for it. I got to pull up real quick.
Take your time.
Just give me 1 second.
Okay, so I had to quickly look it up because you saying that it was Reno 911 shit. I'm like, maybe it was a show that I saw. No, it's actual body cam footage. She goes, I'm going to tase you. I'm going to tase you. Then goes, taser, 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 and shoots him.
Yeah, okay.
This was in Minnesota. This was in Minnesota.
Time.
Of fucking course it was.
Anyway, okay, so check this out. So new ICE policy allows officers to enter home without judge's warrant. Here's what experts say.
Oh,
and
no,
then
that's...
the great Chuck Schumer, this is abhorrent. The Fourth Amendment is the law of the land. And we will win. You need a warrant to enter people's homes. The courts must step in immediately. ICE must leave our cities.
What's that gonna do?
Do something, Chuck. It's always Chuck comes in and he goes, somebody needs to fix this. Yeah, you, bro.
Brother, you are the leader of the opposition.
You're the one we elected. We voted
Do
really
something.
hard and you were supposed to do something. So yeah, this whole
We will win.
This all comes back to this whole vote harder thing isn't going to work because they're currently trying to break the system. So there's that. There's the Fourth Amendment thing. They're telling them to break the Fourth Amendment. Another thing that we found out this week, 1 minute, it's somewhere on my list. I don't know if I put his name on my list. I can Google it and find it. But there was a man who 2 federal judges said, do not remove or deport this man while he was detained. And then he disappeared. And then he popped up in fucking El Salvador. So even in the rare cases where they get a lawyer and they have a sympathetic case and like they should not be getting deported and judges are like, no, you need to like not deport him at least until this hearing, they're removing them. So like they're breaking our democracy. They're doing that thing where they test all of the boundaries and see what they can break and how far they can get away with things. They're murdering people in the street with impunity.
Since you brought up detainment, I just wanted to play one clip here because there is another topic of detainment that's going on in Minnesota right now. But I wanted to play what I think is the video I'm looking for.
Oh my god. This made me want to punch him in the face so fucking hard.
So, Jack, if you can't hear, the reporter is asking, why did you detain a 5-year-old?
Wait, before
I know nothing about this.
Before you play this, can you find the video? Because it directly contradicts what he says. I have never wanted to punch this man in the face.
It's on our list to cover. Okay, so
you have the video. Okay, if you've got the video, I was like, make sure
somewhere.
that you play the actual video of what happened after you play what he said, because it is not. I have never wanted to punch this man in the face so hard in my fucking life. Anyway, keep going.
I have a CBS Mornings covering it, so I think the video will be in there. I mean, I added it because the thumbnail was from the video, so I assume they're not just taking the thumbnail and they're going to show the video.
We can talk about it during that video.
Are you proud of how your administration is conducting this immigration crackdown here in Minnesota right now? Well, I'm proud of the fact that we're standing behind law enforcement, and I'm proud of the fact that we're enforcing the country's laws. But, you asked a question about this 5-year-old kid. I actually saw this terrible story while I was coming to Minneapolis. We just left Toledo, Ohio this morning for an economic messaging event. And I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy. And I think to myself, oh my God, this is terrible. How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit.
This is obviously a lie, by the way. He
Yeah.
didn't just happen
This is
along
so
the
made
story. You were briefed on this
Caroline
happening
Levitt is better at lying
and given the
than
narrative.
he is. He's not good at lying.
Like, this did not happen.
A little bit more follow-up research. And what I
not
find
good at
is that the
pretending to care.
5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien, and then when they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest
How about not a
an
fucking
illegal alien in the
orphaning
United States of
children, you
America? If the
fucking
argument
fat cunt?
is that you can't arrest people.
They were
They were
at
like,
their
why'd
home.
you put
There
a
were
5-year-old in
family members.
handcuffs? And he's like,
Right.
oh, I guess we can't enforce the law anymore. Fuck me.
Yeah, no,
Fuck
no,
these
no, no.
people.
Here's the thing. Whoa. It's worse though. It's so much worse though. They were at their house. There were family members feet away, child, terrified to go outside that they'd be grabbed too. They used that child as bait to get the dad.
That's repugnant.
They did. And
That is
even
literal
if you
Nazi
didn't-
shit.
Even if you didn't want to leave them with whoever was in the house because they wouldn't ID themselves or whatever, child services. You did not need to put them in handcuffs. They arrested that child and put him in a fucking cage. In a cage where, another one of my stories actually, they stopped paying the third-party providers of medical care for migrants in detention facilities in October. And it came out this week because journalists finally got like a hold of people that were contracted by ICE facilities that didn't, blow the whistle on their own, of course, because they were working with ICE. But they got a hold of these companies. They're like, why are we hearing that they're not getting medical treatment? Because you guys are contracted to do, and they're like, oh, we haven't been paid since October, so we stopped providing care. And when reporters asked I think it was DHS, I don't remember who the 3-letter agency that they need to contact about it. When they asked them about it, they were told, oh, we won't be processing any more of those claims until at least April 30th. So they are de facto denying medical care to people. And the other day of a man who had been let out of detention in Texas, and after being deported, he made a video because he promised a man to share the name and age and location and details about him being in that facility, because they had shot him in the back and he had his intestines coming out the front because he didn't have he was sent to the hospital but then didn't have proper follow-up care, and it came open and the guards just gave him bags to put over it. I've been watching the news
Real.
to wait and see if they announce that person's death or not. This shit is literally fucking insane, guys. And so, yeah, they fucking arrested a kid and they put him in a fucking cage in those conditions where they also have reports of, much like our prison system, to be honest, worms in the food and mold in the food and no clean drinking water. Children without medical care in those. You're a dad? So you arrested a 5-year-old, so you care? If you cared, you'd know anything else about this story. Fuck this guy.
Anyway,
I never wanted to punch him
so
in the
let's
face
just
so
hear
much
the
in my
last
life.
of what this
Anyway, sorry.
guy has to say.
Parasite.
When they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America if the argument is that you can't arrest people who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject of law enforcement. That doesn't make any sense. No one thinks that makes any sense. Now, you know, there are so many of these cases like that where if you just understand the context, there have been a number of situations that I've looked into personally where I say, wait a second, we don't want ICE arresting American citizens. They're supposed to be enforcing the immigration laws against illegal aliens. So then I look into it and I find out that the American citizen who was arrested took a swing at an ICE officer. You can't have that happen. And of course they have to defend themselves. And of course they have the right to detain somebody who assaults a law enforcement officer. Now, this is my point. Do we want these things to happen? Do we want these arrests to be so chaotic? No, we don't. These guys want it least of all, but if we had a little cooperation from local and from local and state officials, I think the chaos would go way down in this community.
Yeah, just cooperate. Just
look at what you made me do.
Get on the train.
Look at what you made me do.
No one.
Look at what made me.
Wouldn't have stood there long enough. He wouldn't have stood there long enough for anyone to photograph him for you to be sad about it. If he would have just gone quietly, guys.
You ungrateful bitch. You should have just look at what you're making me do.
This is 5-year-old Liam.
This is abuser language. This is abuser shit. Like this is
I
literally
need you to know
the
that
kind of shit you hear
there-
from DV people.
There are at least 1,700 documented families. That means at least one child in detention at the moment. 1,700 at least. Those are the last numbers they gave us. At least.
Now let's also
this is not
just
this is
remind
one,
people that Turkish
is
propaganda was crying about kids in ISIS camps, trying to frame the Kurds as arresting kids too.
Mm-hmm.
This is one child. There's at least 1,700 families. They don't say how many kids in each family, but that's at least 1,700 children that they've arrested like this kid. And a lot of them are teenage. Like there are videos of teenagers getting fucking like hauled off. It's insane. I don't know. Anyway, keep going.
So,
Romas being taken by ICE agents in his family's driveway after getting home from preschool on Tuesday. Now, what exactly led up to this moment is in dispute tonight.
Wait, so he just got home from preschool and they nabbed him. Wild.
He was from Ecuador, but when ICE agents approached him
Insane.
in the driveway.
So wait, the kid didn't even get into the house.
So
they just grabbed the kid
and
off
there
the
were
street?
family members in the house begging
would be coming
for
home,
the
and
child.
they specifically picked this time to use the kid in this situation. Like they premeditated using this kid in the situation.
When his father ran, hoping that his child would end up inside or be safe, like because his child, it's not like he left his child on a random street corner. It was in front of his house, and people inside that house related to that child begged for that child to be given to them, terrified that if they left their house where there's that line, that magical line, because they don't have an actual warrant.
A warrant?
That they would get arrested too and dragged off along with that child and their father.
And also just like who knows what would then happen to this kid too? You know?
If they had they would have said, walk inside, like this is traumatizing enough for you.
Yeah, but if they had half a heart, they wouldn't plan the raid around a kid getting home from preschool anyway.
It wouldn't be ICE agent. Okay, you're right. But like, I also need to remind people, like Vance acting like this was a dad in the middle of a city who just left his child on a street corner in 0 temperatures. No, they came home from fucking daycare and he was outside his fucking house. And it's not like there wasn't someone to take custody of. His family was begging feet away.
DHS says the dad took off and, quote, fled on foot, abandoning his child. The father was eventually apprehended and both were taken into custody together, the father and the son. The school district released a video of that moment showing the chaotic scene that many people in Minneapolis say has become all too familiar since those 3,000 federal immigration agents have arrived in their city.
So, hang on. The school district is the one that did the video. Is that what I'm hearing? Like, that's what she just said, right?
Am I thinking of a
Mother and
different
son.
video where I
The
watched
school
someone
district released
begging
a
in
video
Spanish
of taking
for a
into custody-
child back?
Well, that's what I was going to get to, is there's actually another one with a 2-year-old.
Okay, I might be sorry. There's I have
There's multiple
sorry,
angles of
there's
this
so
story.
many.
Released a video of that moment showing the chaotic scene that
I
many people in
apologize.
Minneapolis say has become all too familiar since those 3,000 federal immigration agents have arrived in their city.
Yeah, no, he was at a school. You could have left him at the school for them to call someone. You could have left him with social services. There's so many other.
Where's your humanity? That's a kid. That is a child.
That's a crossing guard too in the
It's a story that even
That's
the Vice
literally
President
a crossing guard in the reflector vest there.
Gosh.
Like that was like a person who probably walked the kid home.
Fuck. That's
knowledge
insane.
today sounded terrible when he first heard it. But while he was in Minneapolis on the ground today, J.D. Vance argued that after learning more about what happened in the video that you saw, he says the child's detention was justified.
We don't need to see that. We just
Do that again. I
The dad
watched
here
a
has no
video of a
criminal record.
Minneapolis
And what we do know also
teacher
from school district officials is we're still
because they're learning right now. Well, not all, but like they have the choice of doing e-learning at the moment, and a lot of the schools have become like pantries, right? Because people can't leave their houses safely. So people have been bringing donations and taking donations to people, and ICE have shown up in plain clothes, attempting to donate food and follow people and watch people and surveil people. And beyond that, she also reported that the other day on a live stream, because like the children at home like doing e-learning are on a live stream with the other kids during the day, right? There was a class full of children who watched like a young child under the, I don't remember the age, but it was under the age of 10, a young child have their house raided and be taken by ICE on live stream while they were at school. Like,
still trying to learn more about this is that Liam is one of 4 of their students who have been detained by ICE in the last few weeks.
Wow.
The school board chair who witnessed Liam's detention today rejected how the vice president justified what happened.
I heard, "What are you doing? Don't take the child." His mom, like, there are people here that can take him. There was another adult who lived in the home that was there saying, "I will take the child. I will take the child."
this is just verifying what you were
Somebody
saying.
else was yelling. They saw
There we
that
go.
I was there and said, "School is here. They can take the child. You don't have to take them." And there was ample opportunity to be able to safely hand that child off to adults. And mom was there. She saw out the window, and dad was yelling, "Please do not
Didn't
open the
realize
door.
Mom
Don't
was
open
there.
the door."
We know Liam and his father are being held at an ICE facility in Texas this evening. And this comes as the Justice Department also announced today that they have arrested the 3 people who interrupted a church service in St. Paul.
And
on
then they
Sunday.
also
They
edited
were
their
there protesting
photo to make them crying in the arrest photo.
a
Did you see that?
wow. What?
Did you see that?
No. Let me see. Like AI, like send it through AI, make them look like they're crying. That's fucking this is literally insanity, guys. Like, this is not sane. This is not normal. This is not okay. I legitimately worry about children that are growing up right now because the young ones, this is normal to them because this is all they know.
So,
And the ones that are a little bit older
White
went through
House
COVID and
posts
now
digitally
this.
altered image of woman arrested after ICE protest. The White House posted this.
Wow. Wow. Holy shit. I didn't see that. That's fucking insane. What the fuck?
Weird.
A special level of can't look. You know what? This is why I don't blame the people who are like, "Oh, they planted a gun on him." I'm like, look, I'm pretty sure he had a gun. You know?
Yeah,
Like
that's why I want to be
I'm
clear
pretty sure he
about
had
it.
a fucking gun. But I also don't blame you for questioning literally everything they say.
Yes.
Just I wish that some
Department of
people were a
Homeland
little
Sec-
smarter.
I just
about
think
it.
that there's so much unreality that I'm trying extra hard to like
Double check, triple check everything.
yeah. Cuz
Yeah.
like I imagine like if George Floyd happened today, like we would have a lot worse than Steven Crowder saying that he's going to have somebody kneel on his neck and then not being able to do it immediately and giving up. You know, like there was a lot of weird stuff about George Floyd, but I think today in the current atmosphere and like the reaction around Renee Good being shot
So,
makes me think about how much
before-
worse the reaction would have been with George Floyd from these people.
Before we move on, because you mentioned that, it reminded me. It felt like they were waiting for the next time it happened. So after Alex Preddy was killed this morning, I think it was this morning, but this afternoon, Nazis started posting on Twitter, and they had gone to the local meetups for like rapid response networks and joined the Signal chats. And a lot of people had their phone numbers still visible on Signal or used their legal names. And Nazis have been doxing people on Twitter from the rapid response network chats in Minneapolis following this shooting. That's one of the things that I wanted to talk about, because that is special kind of fucked up. One of the Nazi that we noticed doing it first, and then noticed it was a group of them that were claiming that they were in these chats and sharing like screenshots and doxing people, was Cam Higby. So that's a thing that's happening. And it's happening on Twitter, the place where you're not allowed to dox people, right?
Oh, I know, right? Oh, look, she's about to fucking talk about maybe if they altered this.
Of all the protesters who were arrested. And then the White House account, though, shared one that stood out.
Wow,
That's
I
because
didn't
it's a
even need
fake
to look it
version
up.
Of one of those photos. You can look at them side by side here. The White House implicitly confirmed to CNN that it did, in fact, alter this photo and knowingly posted it because officials directed us, when we asked about the tweet, to another post from a spokesperson that says, enforcement of the law will continue. The memes will continue.
Oh, my God.
Thank you for your attention to this
What
matter.
the fuck?
That side by side tonight, and also as we were trying to learn more, is what leads us to our lead source tonight, the Democratic Senator from Minnesota, Tina Smith, who's been very...
Okay. So, let's also check this, I believe a 2-year-old was detained.
Yeah, let's watch that one.
And then I wasn't sure if it was the 5-year-old, but they were like, they gave him McDonald's. Like it was
Okay, so
like
if
they
I
were
start
treating him
sending
good. We
videos-
also gave Gitmo prisoners McDonald's, bitch.
Okay, if I start sending videos to you, like to queue up for like a segment,
Yeah, you
like
can
when I
post them
come
in the
on,
private
should
chat.
because I send them? Well, no, because I send them to Jack, and then he doesn't do anything with them.
I mean, he hasn't been
so-
here for the whole conversation.
That's fair. True.
I'm
But all I'm
hungry,
saying
Ed,
is,
but I'm
if we're gonna
listening,
make this a regular
so-
segment, we should set up a way that I can easily like queue up videos for us to watch as well. Because
Well, if you're on a
yeah,
computer,
that-
you can just screen share them directly from your side.
Oh well, okay.
We do have to add that screen though. So once it's sharing, it needs to be.
I
added.
don't. I mean, I don't have them all like queued up anywhere. I guess that was the other thing, is if I like send them, if you guys are already keeping a queue that you guys are already like, and you're in charge of it and have a way of doing that. I didn't know if it was easiest for me to send. That was a very
Again,
fucking loud bang outside. What the fuck was that?
Jabberwocky.
Why did everyone's lights go off on that street?
Power transformer blew up.
Yeah, 1 second. I'll be right back, guys.
Defending agents' actions in Columbia Heights, where they detained a 5-year-old and his father.
A top official today accusing the father of abandoning the little boy while fleeing federal agents, saying officers did everything they could to keep him here with family.
Tragically,
Yeah,
when we
I
approached
love
the
it.
door of his residence,
I love it. The picture they're showing is the kid literally at the front door and being pulled away from his home by ICE agents.
the people inside refused to take him in and open the door. Let me say it again. They saw the young boy and they refused to open the door and take him back.
You're a
Now,
piece
they
of
are in
shit.
Texas tonight, where we've learned the 2-year-old and her father were also taken yesterday.
Okay,
A
so this is
2-year-old and her
Texas.
father. Separate case, just
Separate
to be clear.
family. Callan Gray is here with the legal challenges that come with being moved out of state. Callan.
New tonight, I've learned the 2-year-old is safe and has been reunited with her mother, who lives here in Minnesota. Their attorney says she was flown to Texas with her father on a commercial flight. Just
Jesus
hours after-
Christ. The 2-year-old was arrested in Minneapolis and they put her on a fucking prison flight.
So is this child trafficking yet?
After they were detained despite having active asylum claims.
Support grows for a 2-year-old child and her father detained by ICE in Minneapolis Thursday. Homeland Security telling us just after 1 p.m., Border Patrol took the father into custody after they say he was driving erratically with the child in the vehicle and had previously committed felony re-entry. They say after he was in custody, agents tried to give the child to her mother in the area, but she refused, so DHS took the child. In court documents, the family's attorney says they filed an emergency habeas petition and within 5 hours of the family being detained, asked the court for an order to prohibit them from being transferred out of Minnesota, contacting ICE attorneys as well. By 8:10 p.m., it says that was granted, but court documents say Homeland Security placed them on a plane to Texas anyway 20 minutes later.
So, like, ICE's story already kind of falls apart if the child was reunited with the mother and the mother took them in from Texas. Kind of falls apart. Kind of seems like there's a pattern here with how they're using children in these cases to then target more people inside that family. Maybe when they arrest whole families, they can be like, now you can't accuse us of ripping families apart. You know who also sent entire families to camps?
A second order stood following that the child had to be released.
Is there a legal reason for the federal government to move people out of state quickly?
Yeah, to make it harder for people to get access to counsel. This isn't a new thing. It's just an old thing on steroids.
Virgil Wiebe is a University of St. Thomas law professor. He says right now attorneys are filing habeas petitions to require the government to show good reason for why someone is detained. Jurisdiction is typically based on where the detainee is.
It's not unusual for the federal government to move people that they're trying to remove from the country to jurisdictions that are more friendly to their position in the law.
It makes it a lot harder for lawyers.
This week, the attorney for a 5-year-old and his father, now held in Texas, saying distance makes it more difficult to file and work with clients.
Oh, great. They also
when they're
sent that kid to
detained,
Texas.
I'm at the whim of the detention facilities controls about when and how long I can talk with them.
It really does make a difference where your case gets sort of settled.
Just in the last half hour, we received a response from Homeland Security telling us the agency makes a custody determination based on bed space, going on to say detainees have access to phones to contact their families and lawyers and are given a list of free or low-cost attorneys. They say, quote, all detainees receive full due process, Lindsay.
Callan, thank you so much.
This is boy. Boy, oh boy.
Pretty amazing. You ever see anything like it?
Not in my lifetime. maybe beforehand, maybe 50 years beforehand.
I saw one video where it's like the tagline was ICE is not the Gestapo, it's worse.
It's worse. I wouldn't go that far. That's a bit jumping the shark.
Okay, so turns out a street over and that way don't have power anymore.
Neat.
Yeah, Transformer
Yep.
blew up.
Yep.
They do
I was gonna
that.
say, it sounded like a gunshot, but it was very loud. So
Yeah. Explosions
That
be loud. Gunshots, also explosions, by the way.
I mean, yes, they are also explosions, but like, and usually there's more than one of them. And usually those are coming from over by the quarry.
Interesting. All right, what else did you want to get to?
Okay, let's-
Anything to continue this depression
We
fest?
have such a long. Oh God, it's yeah. So a bunch of them we can just kind of like rattle through. The natives from Little Earth that were arrested, ICE is refusing to let them out. That's still a thing, and I know you guys have already covered that, so we don't need to like dwell on that. I don't know if you guys covered already in another stream. The ICE detainee that died in Texas recently.
No.
No.
Yeah, so there's two stories out of Texas. There was one ICE detainee who died and they said it was suicide. And that's the story so far. There was another detainee that died, I think it was in December, like previously, like not that long ago. And they also said it was suicide. And then the coroner's report came back, and it's homicide. He was strangled to death.
Dry boarded?
He didn't, I guess he Epsteined himself. I don't know. So they lied about how an immigrant died, and then another immigrant mysteriously died in the same manner. Wild. Crazy. Wow. No way. Crazy. Wild. Who could have seen that coming? So that's a thing. His family has been notified that it was like listed as a homicide. I don't know if there's actually an investigation. And I don't trust an investigation to actually turn anything useful up. So there's that. There was a whole thing with with Jake Lang getting run out of Minneapolis. I think you guys covered that one though.
I don't think we really have covered it at all. It's very funny though.
Okay. Oh, well, this is why I'm like, we need a way to queue up videos, because I found on TikTok the women whose car that he jumped into. And
they ended up not knowing who he was and apologized for it.
Yeah, well, it wasn't just that. Like, there's also like, she gave an interview to Fox News where like the only clip they took from like this, I guess, brief interview they did with her, or at least they said it was an interview. I don't know if it was an interview or if they just took one of her TikToks and I just didn't watch all of them. But like, it was just a little clip of her being like, yeah, so he just kept saying that Trump saved his life and that he was a bad boy. And like the faces on the Fox correspondents' faces, like, or the looks on their faces when it cut back to them was just like, what? And then people were on TikTok like, what the fuck do you mean he kept saying he had been a bad boy? And she was like, no, he said it over and over. I think I caught it on video once. And then she posted a video of like him in the back seat and her and her friend in the front seat, and like she's like, oh, like, you know, I thought we were doing a good deed and we like ended up like saving the fucking devil. And then like he was like, oh, I've been a bad boy, and like said it creepy too. And she was like, stop saying that, dude, it is creeping me out. Like, so I don't know, this whole story is just wild. And not only that, we ended up naming the people who were with him that day.
Hang on, it's hard to hear you.
Oh, there was. Is that better?
Keep talking.
Oh, is that better?
Now it is.
Okay. There was Raymond Thomas Reynolds who was there with him, and he was the one who was scooped up by sheriff's deputies who said that they didn't intervene. And then there was also Christina Olsen, who has been married 4 times, so she has 5 names. And she has been a part of a number of Nazi groups for a while now. And it was actually like, again, I wish that we had footage so we could like watch through it. It was wild to watch, like after, because I was the one who did the research on her, after finding out like the details of some of her like previous marriages and finding out that she'd been married 4 times and finding her on Facebook, like posting both sad girl stuff about how she'll never trust men again, but also like posting thirst traps.
Awesome.
Like, right. And then reveling in the comments that she gets from creepy dudes on Facebook, but also hating it at the same time. Like after all of that, watching her like puppy dog after Jake Lang, and Jake Lang not even like give this woman the time of day. Like there was a time where like someone like fell on top of her and he didn't even like notice or care, and like she like got like knocked over and he didn't even like help her get up. Like he was not helping. She was like trying to help defend him. He did not give a single flying fuck about her. And so it was
because
weird
Nazis
to watch
don't
her.
see women as people.
Yeah, it was
I don't think
wild.
I don't think it's a personal thing. I think it's because he doesn't see her as a person. He's like, ugh, woman.
I also looked a little bit further into Jake Lang himself, because like I vaguely remembered the guy
He's
with
a
the baseball bat on
Gen
J6,
6
right?
guy, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I vaguely remembered the J6 guy with a bat, right? Because he was the J6 guy with a bat. And I vaguely remember laughing at the charging documents because he like literally took like screenshots of videos and things of the Capitol attack and posted arrows with like, "This is me" on his fucking social media.
Hilarious.
So like, not a bright fucking dude, right? And like I found his parents, who like only made one like his dad was like a city council member and is a business owner and owns multiple businesses, and his mom's a realtor. They have money. He was raised Jewish. Like there, if you look at anything that right wingers have to say about him, they will pull up the picture of him in Israel, like at the fucking wall, you know. And so, but he is now claiming to be Christian.
This is
I have
some
no idea
Hugo
how.
Lennon shit. This is some nepo Nazi shit.
It's wild. No, but here's the
Hugo
thing.
Lennon.
But here's the thing that's wild about Jake Lang. Like, I don't think that he's actually like connected to any. He's just a QAnon dude who has a trust fund and is still going.
That's amazing. So he's
Like,
not even connected to Nazi groups.
That's why
He's
no one showed
independently
up
Nazi.
except this weird Nazi who's been thirsting after him for months,
Oh,
who's
that's
been married
awesome.
4 times.
That's awesome.
Like, and this one other dude who left bleeding and had to be scooped up by the cops, whose name he probably doesn't even know.
Wasn't he saved by a black dude and a trans person?
Okay, so there were multiple black men who made sure that he got out of that alcove and the crowd without being literally fucking ripped to shreds.
That's a shame.
And they took a bit of a beating too. And then they got him to the car, and like honestly, he's fucking lucky that this was an old car, because a lot of new cars, like the doors just lock automatically while you're driving. And got like I guess maybe he asked, I don't know. But he ended up in the backseat of the car very rapidly. And like, if someone's like, they're after me, drive, and jumps in your car, you don't usually, like, I don't blame these women, right? I'm not like, oh, fuck them.
Yeah.
And like, they were so worried that people were going to be like mad at them or think that they were involved, because there were some people who were beating on their car because I would not have, but they did. Anyway, they get away and they figure out who he is. They also said that they circled back and dropped him like on the other side of the block.
Oh, that's
They were
funny.
like, no, we're not taking you anywhere. You need to get out. I don't care if your Uber is here. Like, they aren't here. We're not taking you where you want to go. And then he's also in the background of the one video being like, they were like, fuck, we were just trying to like go get a drink. And then he was like, oh, am I invited to get drinks with you? And they were both like, no, at the same time.
What?
Just a wild fucking situation, guys.
That's
I don't
weird.
think- So Jake Lang is a really weird, specific kind of Nazi. Like he's
Fascinating.
QAnon and then some. But like his parents don't seem to approve of what he's doing because it hurts their business, right?
Not my monies.
Like quite literally. And they have put out one statement about him one time.
Fuck
And
this
it was
guy.
them saying that he has drug problems
Hilarious.
and they worry for him. And this was while he was going through his J6 stuff. Before, he never had a trial. Here's
Get a
what
bit of that
happened. So
hype.
he was gonna have a trial, and then he found some jackpot fucking lawyer who like was like, no, we're gonna argue that you shouldn't have been arrested for hitting a federal cop with a fucking bat on camera and then posting this is me doing it on social media. And he was in line to hear if the Supreme Court would hear his right. Supreme Court did
Incredible.
not agree to hear his case.
Good.
He was waiting, and he had the option: either have your trial right now, right, or wait for your thing, wait in prison, right?
For your pardon.
Wait in prison or jail. I guess he wasn't in prison. Wait in jail for like the Supreme Court to decide if they're going to hear your case, and then have your trial if, depending on what they decide. And he decided to stay. And not only that, while he was in jail, like there were times that like he was like describing, like I listened to some of his older podcasts talking about being in jail, like as a J6, like political refugee.
prisoner. That's so funny.
Yeah. And wait, here's the thing. There was this one day, it was soon after, because he did that, he was arrested like less than a week after first people arrested. And so
Naturally.
soon after, I think it was like J20, right? Like when the swearing in was, there were a bunch of threats online about like breaking them out of jail and stuff. So they moved them from the jail that they were in to a different location. Right? Because these people are fucking insane and they already went at the Capitol, right? They might come for us. So they moved him to another location, but he describes it as they woke us up at 6:30 in the morning. First of all, they wake you up early in the morning all the fucking time in jail.
Mm-hmm.
And they woke us up at 6:30 in the morning and they told us that they were taking us somewhere, but wouldn't tell us where they were taking us. And we were all convinced that they were going to execute us.
Oh my
So I
God.
just started singing and I did the only thing I could think of and started singing the national anthem at the top of my lungs.
No,
And then one of
and
them
then
punched
everybody
me. And
clapped.
I was like, dude, I would have fucking punched you. I don't even like, prison guards. And I would have fucking punched you if you did that.
That's so cringe.
So Jake Lang is one of those weird cases where like he doesn't even really seem to have support. Like he has a few hundred people who follow him on YouTube. Kind of stuff. And this woman that showed up in Minneapolis and followed him around is apparently one of them.
That's so
yeah,
funny.
that's all I really have to say about that. Jake Lang is a specific use case where I'm like, he's fucking insane. He says awful shit. I don't think he has much pull, but also good on Minnesotans for like showing what'll happen if a Nazi shows up and outs themselves.
Bro,
like
imagine
that.
if Blood Tribe turns up in Minnesota. I think one of them might die.
Cam.
Yeah, they don't go to places like that. They
Yeah,
go to places where
but
they
if-
can hide.
Yeah, but if they did, I think one of them might die. I think you won't be able to save one of them.
Blood Tribe isn't dumb enough to do that.
I just
Hate
use that
Club.
as an example. Like
Hate Club, the one that was dumb, that looks exactly like Blood Tribe because they broke off from Blood Tribe after
Okay.
their leader fucked Blood Tribe's leader's trailer park girlfriend.
Yes.
They're the ones who showed up in Ohio in Columbia Heights and nearly got their asses handed to them. I don't think Blood Tribe is quite that like they're dumb, but I don't think they're quite that dumb. Hate Club, which actually folded, it has folded into a different organization, which is now folding itself. Is dumb. It was dumb enough to do that, but they're also so dumb that they can't keep an organization together. As dumb as Chris Polehouse is, he knows how to run a little cult. You know.
It's something. For him,
I don't think.
He
By the way, I
has
want
a
to throw out
cult
there
of
Jake Lang.
personality, which makes him somebody who can get adherence.
Yep, exactly. So yeah,
Okay,
that was
what's
that. I
next?
guess that's all I really have to say about Jake Lang.
Yeah.
I mentioned that one. Sorry, I'm like going down a list and I've kind of like jumped around a lot. There was another Nazi, Zach X, that was arrested in Minnesota for assaulting a protester outside the Whipple building. That's right, he changed his last name to X. Should tell you all you really need to fucking know. There's not like any video of that, as far as I'm
Did
aware.
he do that because of Elon? Please tell me yes.
I actually don't know. I have not looked into this guy. This is me just reading headlines
Yeah,
more than
yeah.
anything. I don't have a video for that one either. Like even if I had a bunch of them in a row, I wouldn't have that one. Let's see. Oh, you know how there was the whole alleged like ring of like stealing money with daycare that and that was the daycare stuff is all bullshit. But like the food program fraud, there seems to be, I will say seems to be, it has not gone to trial yet. I've not seen all the evidence yet. There does seem to be something to the one fraud case, right? How much there is to that, I have not looked into it that deep, but I did find this out about that case. They're blaming it all on Somali immigrants. It was a white woman who actively went around the Somali community and recruited Somali businesses.
We've
to be
talked
part
about
of her
this.
scheme.
This is the statistic that that one fuckhead was using in the Channel 5 video, where it's like 90% of the fraud cases, but it's like the only fraud case was this fraud case that was orchestrated by a white woman. And that's why Somalis represent like 87% of the federal fraud case, because she's the one who...
ring. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was run by a white lady.
Case.
Well, one thing that you might be interested in watching now that you're back on Twitter is Drew Pavlu, the one that I told you about. He is working with a guy, some other dude, doing basically the same shit that Nick Shirley's doing, but targeting NDIS. And they released a video, like a teaser to what they're doing. And they went to a business and they're like, oh, look, the business number is not current. And I just quick Google search, it went out of business like 6 months ago. And they're literally going to shut down businesses and being like, look, there's nobody here. The doors are chained shut. But the NDIS support is still active because it expires in 2028 and it's tied to the addresses, I'm pretty sure, not the businesses. So it's like they're NDIS buildings that host NDIS businesses, and these ones just happen to go out of business, I'm pretty sure. I would have to double check that that's actually how it works, but that's what I'm assuming how it works, because that would be the logical way that it would work. Being a government system, they'd be government-owned buildings, and they'd hire in businesses to run the NDIS out of those businesses. I would need to speak to someone who knows more, but that would be my assumption. But these businesses, I know for a fact, are out of business, and there was a massive thing last year where a bunch of NDIS providers went out of business, and now they're saying NDIS fraud, immigrant fraud, right? That kind of shit. And this is what they're going with. So maybe that's something you should watch out for as well, considering that they're trying it here and it's identical to what he's doing.
They actually I think I sent you a thing again. I send you a lot of links, but there was one of the things on my list is in Ohio. There's a YouTuber who's been doing literally that same shit in Ohio. That they did it in Minneapolis, and now they're doing it in Ohio where we did, I don't know how much I can say about this, but some folks have heard some news that they are planning on doing some large scale stuff in a place in Ohio soon. So that's a concern, that they are first sending in YouTubers to be like, hey, look at, I don't know. It's a trend I'm noticing.
Oh, like YouTubers scouting out for the federal forces.
Well, and we also found them about like a few weeks before that on Twitter. A bunch of them, there's a group of folks that watch Nazis in Ohio that I'm in, like I know some of them, and so like they noticed on Twitter when some of them started posting like, oh, you know how you can like find immigrants to report, you can just go to, because after the thing was posted in Minnesota about their daycares, they were like, you can just go to our state's website and be like, hey, what are state accredited childcare places, and then look at each one and look at the names of the people who own them and are on like the documents and accreditation, and if it doesn't sound like a white person, report them. And then there were a bunch of people doing this, and then a few weeks, and so we had to put out like, we had to find ways to warn people without creating panic among fucking daycare facilities across Ohio. And then following that, this YouTuber started to show up, and we got some inside information about some plans that DHS may or may not have. So it feels like they are what's the word, measuring consent.
Yeah.
Yep. It's awful. Let's see. We've got on this for Wednesday. On Wednesday, ICE shot at a vehicle in California. Didn't really get on a lot of people's radar because no one was actually shot.
But like, even we were saying how many ICE shootings have already happened when they finally killed one person.
Yeah.
Like they're constantly shooting cars.
Yep. Oh, constantly. Yep. It's a like the same narrative over and over again. They fear for their life because of the moving vehicle. It's the only thing that like I guess law enforcement are more afraid of than friendly dogs is like slow moving vehicles at this point. Let's see. We've also got
real quick. Can I mention this Nazi who attempted to troll the chat, because it's very obvious that they are either a child or not from this country. Because I said to Jack, you know who else sent entire families to camp? And this Nazi wrote, the greatest leader in history, and spelled history HISTIRY. Funny. It's very funny.
That is incredibly funny.
That is
literacy not high among those people, I guess.
No,
but
their reading comprehension is not very high either.
Yeah.
It's very hard for them.
It's not the thing they focus on the most. That's for sure. Let's see. I've got a bunch of stuff about Rojava written down that's happened over there, about like the massacres and what caused them to feel like they were forced into a ceasefire and then out. But I feel like that's another
specifically, and doing more, because like we did the weekly Syria show. Actually, I'll write him right now and see if he's
that deserves its own thing, and honestly deserves someone that's closer to the situation than me to talk about it. So we can skip over that, but let's just say we are abandoning our Kurdish allies, and that is fucked up 10 ways to Sunday. The way that it's going down, the way that it just everything fucking about it is just fucked. So that sucks. Let's see, there were massive protests in Greenland. That's cool. Let's see. We had Nick Sorter was up in Minnesota farming for views, much like Jake Lang, but did not. But because he had an entourage and like stayed by the cops because he's not a fucking drugged up idiot, or at least not as drugged up. And I legitimately, the more that I learn about Jake Lang, I'm starting to wonder if there's also kind of a mental health thing going on there. Like he's not quite. I don't know.
Interesting.
Ate some
in
paint.
like in a like it doesn't excuse what you're doing because like you're saying, you know what you're saying, you know. But also, like,
Yeah.
I wonder if he's all there sometimes, the way that he talks. And I think QAnon, like, quite literally, QAnon and some
Cooked
drugs
his
rotted his
brain?
brain. Yeah. And Nick Sorter, not quite as cooked in the brain, right? So he was up in Minneapolis, did not get his ass handed to him like Jake Lang, which is sad to report. Doubletree up in Minnesota was kicking out ICE agents. Good job, Doubletree. Appreciate that. There are also a number, I need you to know that there are also a number of like nosy neighbor type groups on Facebook where if there is a large booking at a hotel, people have started to be like, oh my God, there's a large booking for this date. Could it be ICE? Like, sometimes it has been and sometimes it hasn't been. Let's see. We again, not here but elsewhere. China did a decapitation drill to practice destabilizing Taiwan. That's fun.
Great.
Yep, just like we did with Maduro.
Fantastic.
There, I think
I
you guys
don't-
already talked about. Oh yeah.
But that's the thing is Maduro's admin stayed in place. That accomplished nothing. And I imagine China trying to decapitate the Taiwan government would also
do
just
nothing.
Be
It
doing
would
nothing.
You know what it would probably do? It would probably make Taiwan double down in telling China to fuck off. It might raise the number from 90% to 99%.
Yeah, well, a couple
It
days
might make
after
them
that,
more inclined to defend the island to the last person.
well, that explains the good segue into another news story I had written down, which is we attacked another boat off of Venezuela, even though we have Maduro. Yep.
What?
Yeah, we blew up another boat and we're like, there were drugs on it.
Sure, okay.
We just
Great.
do that. We just do
So
that. now, I
that's
guess.
just something America's doing.
We
They're
just do
like,
that now. Yeah, Project 2025 got completed, and then we went full fucking steam into 2026, where like
Epic.
we kidnapped like a leader of another country. We're still
Epic.
like attacking and threatening the administration that's left. We're trying to like get part of Greenland by threatening and bullying our way around there. We're just being ship pirates, and we're also just murdering our own citizens.
we
in the
covered
street while we
Greenland
put families in cages.
because Trump folded so hard on it.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is they're going full steam into this shit. Like, it's not, I don't think we're going to slow down until someone stops them. Anyway.
This is why I said that sabotage is
Well,
a
like
cool
I said,
idea.
this is the time when to do shit that will hurt you in the elections.
Yes.
Because there's enough time
for people to forget.
If they keep this pace, they will definitely get destroyed in elections.
Yeah.
Not that really matters.
No.
Because, like, with the new party system, this mentality is not going away. It's not like the next Republican will be like, yeah, we're going to support USAID because Kennedy was right and it's a great, like, that's dead.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that over time, they're affecting enough people with all of this.
Democrats
Because,
would
like,
need
when
to
you-
win like four elections in a row for this to be rectified, honestly.
Yeah. Well, there's also that. I mean, there is also that. Even if they let the midterms go to the Democrats and somehow we had another election after that and the Democrats won, we also then could not afford to ever give the ball back to them.
Yeah, exactly. And the Democrats are proven. They've proven that they will fumble that shit. They will give it back to them. They are that fucking useless. And it's like,
I'm sorry. I let me hold your hand while I say this, but you cannot, in fact, count on Chuck. I'm sorry if that's hard to hear.
he's so fucking useless.
I mean, you can't even cook burgers.
Wait, what?
He can't. You don't know about Chuck Schumer and the
No, I
burgers?
don't know about this.
Okay. I was talking
Side
about this
tangent.
earlier with my boyfriend.
No,
I'm
down
gonna
for
have
this side
I'm gonna
tangent.
have a cone. I'll be
this
back.
is so good.
All I
This
have
so
is a
funny.
list of terrors and horrors, so I'm down for a side tangent.
Oh, this is an old ass video or a picture. This is like the equivalent of the Trump Taco Bell.
I love Hispanics. That's how I look at it. Is like, what are you doing, Chuck? No, I don't want to open the Barstool link. I want to just open this picture. Because I don't want the image circled, you know? Because there's a lot of different... Okay. So this was like a 4th of July, like, Real Americans Grill or something type thing. And then, come on, maximize for me. Like, at least the grill's on. You can see the flame in there. But, like, you know he had these burgers on that cutting board. His glasses are now face down in. Like, you ever seen anything like this? Yeah.
The best
well, they're
thing,
actually veggie burgers. That's
the-
why they look like that.
the best thing is the glasses face down on the cutting board. That is
you
by
know
far
he
the
put
best
the raw
part.
meat on
Yep,
that cutting board and carried
100%.
it out. And then he's like, oh, and then like, well, first of all, he didn't do anything. He was like, let me get a picture doing the grill, and he put a piece of cheese down, and they're probably like, why are you putting cheese on raw burgers? And he's like, oh, if I could just take the picture. I don't think she knows she's muted.
Oh, I have been laughing at this guy the whole time. I thought,
figured.
okay, I was asking like, is that like undercooked that he put the cheese on, or is that like gone past its prime? I didn't realize there were veggie burgers at first.
I just imagine him flipping the burgers with cheese on them, just
The other thing I had to say is, like, he makes way too much money to not power wash the back of his house. Like,
Oh
'cause
my
it's all
God.
gross in the background.
You're right, you're right. But he ended up deleting this tweet because so many people were like, bro, what the fuck is that?
Like, everything about, like, every little aspect of that photo.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I was saying earlier.
From
It's one of
the
those
amount of
pictures that
flame.
gets worse the more you look.
I know, but look at where, like, look at the level of flame on that grill. Like, they turned it down so it wouldn't burn while he took his time doing this.
Like, you can actually see the knobs,
Yeah,
you know?
they
That's
turned
pretty
it
low, and
down
it's
to
only
take
the
there's
one.
no there's they turned it down
At
to
least
take this
there's
picture.
clearly a flame in there.
Oh, this is funny. And like, what's he wearing?
Look
I
at
just-
those nips.
Look, here's the thing. If
You
this
can
was
see
like,
the indent from his glasses too.
you know what? No, here's the worst part. When you initially said, "Have you ever seen anything like this?" I looked over because I was like looking at my phone and I glanced back and I just glanced at the picture first because you hadn't zoomed in and my my laptop's like a little small. So I looked over and at first I just saw an old man grilling out on his porch and I was like, I don't know, it looks like my dad or my grandpa grilling out on Sunday. And then I just kept looking and I was like, no, this isn't right.
It does get
shit.
worse.
I
and
love
worse.
it. I love
Anyway.
it. I mean, you've seen how this guy. Have you seen what he lived like in Congress? What his dorm was like?
No, I have no.
Oh my God.
No, I don't know that much about the dude.
No, that's why I'm always talking about Chuck Schumer because he's my meme in chief. I don't know if they call it a dorm, apartment, but he shares it with other government members.
Oh, I just remembered a small fun fact that I had left out earlier.
Paint peeling
Back
off
to
the
Jake
walls,
Lang for just-
sheets
Wait, never mind.
covering the windows,
YouTube, it
broken
takes 2
blinds,
minutes to
a
pause.
mango.
Pause.
Back to Jake Lang for just a second. The woman that was following him around that had a bunch of husbands before, she was in a Satru folk assembly for years. And like up really high ranking, and they have one of the things that I found her in one of the newsletters, they were thanking her for helping the people who were founding a church in Australia. So she's got links to your side of the
Calvinism.
pond as well. I mean, she is that group, but that doesn't mean that she's not necessarily friends with specific individuals in that group anymore. That's a fun fact. It's 6 degrees of separation, right? Your Nazis know our Nazis.
Yeah, they do. Your Nazis almost came here for their Nazi parade, endorsed by One Nation.
It's a small white.
Only 7% of the world. And shrinking.
I think. By the way, that is my favorite nonsense statistic.
It's great, isn't it?
What do you mean white? Where does that? No one who's ever said that to me can tell me like a good source came from, because how are you defining
What counts as white? Do Spanish count?
and who's counting it? Because
Mexicans and North American, do they count as white?
We are like the only country that counts white people. I need you to know that.
Yes.
We're like one of maybe like 2 or 3. Like there's not that many that are like, are you white? And like we need to keep a record of how many of us are. Like so
Is Germany the other one?
I assume Australia does that with their census. Do you guys do a census?
Hold on. Australian.
I assume maybe some countries in Europe. I'm going to be honest. I
Let's
have not
see.
looked at. All I know is I do remember at one point looking into this because I was like, that sounds like a fucking nonsense statistic. And I went down a rabbit hole for like 6 or 7 hours, like looking through a bunch of like Nazi sources as well as like legitimate sources about populations and things, finding out that like there are not that many places that ask like, what do you constitute as white? They will ask all kinds of things about ethnicities and backgrounds and stuff.
It looks
but
like
not
they do
many.
country of birth.
Yeah, not many ask, are you fucking white? So like to say 7% of the world, it's like because no one else is fucking counting their white people.
That's funny.
Arabs are white in our census.
That's funny.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, Arabs
Yeah,
and
they
North
are.
Africans
It's Mexicans.
Are white.
It's only Mexicans that were like, okay, you're white, but are you like Mexican white or are you white white?
Yeah.
I guess other people from other countries wouldn't know that. Hey, Jack, did you know that every time they ask you about yourself, they're like, what race are you? Are you white? And then if you say yes, they're like, yeah, but are you like Hispanic white or are you
my
white
God.
white?
Yeah,
There's a
yeah.
sub-question.
That's
Like
amazing.
on standardized tests that George Bush made us do, you would have to also
Like where
put your
I
ethnicity
have
in
a
there.
but I have
Jack,
a question. I have a
stop.
question.
Did you
Well,
hear
hold
what
on,
I
you
just said?
stop.
Did you hear what I just said?
No, I was too focused on the question. I wanted to
Standardized
ask.
state tests that came with George Bush's No Child Left Behind policy. Standardized state test. When you took them, you had to fill out what ethnicity you were, and if you were white Hispanic.
I did know
for
about
a state
that.
standardized test.
I did know about that.
That's fucking crazy.
That's
yeah.
because of places like here. Because in Indiana, we have a lot of farms. So we have a lot of farm workers, and there are a lot of light-skinned Latinos and Hispanic people.
Interesting.
And they like to fuck just like anyone else. And it turns out, you know, we got a bunch of like corn-fed, you know, people that have Hispanic and Latino blood in them around here.
Huge ass Mexican people.
There's actually people don't know this. Like I was saying, like the Hmong people and like people from Myanmar, like their population is in 3 places in the United States. It's in Minneapolis, it's in Indianapolis in Indiana, and it's in Fort Wayne, Indiana. It's in those 3 places.
Okay.
Those are the 3 places with the biggest populations of Burmese people from who are not in Myanmar currently. And we stripped, they announced recently that they're going to strip their protected status here
I
as
saw
of
that.
February 26th. And so people in Indiana have been bracing for ICE raids as well, because we have I've been having conversations with my Asian friends. I think I need you to know that you might need to consider not taking your kids to school if we start seeing ICE around here, because I know that you're not Burmese, but they don't fucking know and they don't fucking care.
Okay, who's ready for Chuck Schumer?
Hold on. I have 2 questions. Where was Gran Torino based?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that we were doing a side thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. The first question is where was the only exposure to the Hmong people? It was Gran Torino. So where was that based? Was that in Indiana?
California?
I'm very curious now. I wonder if
Gran Torino based.
I'm gonna Google it. And the second question is where's the line as you're going down North America? Where does white end?
Well, I need you to know that the places, the large central hubs in the Midwest, even in Indiana, even in fucking Indiana, where people avoid this place and think that it's all backwards. I went to there was a whole article written about it, and they were really proud of it. The 4th most diverse school in the nation in terms of what first language children spoke and country of origin, because we have a bunch of churches here and a bunch of churches that when you have a city that has 100 churches in it, some of those churches are going to stumble upon actually doing what they say they're there to do and taking in refugees, especially when you have jobs for them on farms. And then when they have children and settle here, they're going to go to school and become productive members, and they do, and they have. We are actually far more diverse in Indiana, especially in the cities. Outside the cities, 95-97% non-Hispanic white. But inside the cities, very different story. And so no one really thinks about they might come for Fort Wayne, Indiana, but I think about it. They might come for Fort Wayne, Indiana. They might come for Indianapolis.
I mean,
they
could come for anywhere.
And because these are quiet places, over in Goshen outside of South Bend, Goshen, Indiana, little small fucking town, Indiana. Did you know that they had enough undocumented people that were just good, hardworking folks in the farm community that they created a local ID that you could apply for without paperwork, that they would accept most places, so that you could drive around, so that you could buy food and alcohol and live in the community essentially.
That's fucking
and
cool.
No one fucking writes about that being a sanctuary city. No one fucking because that's, and so I'm just saying there's a lot of I don't know, impressions that people are getting that are wrong. And on top of that, when they show up and start taking people from these places, and they are legitimately part of the fabric of our society here because they've been here for so long, and their kids live here, and their kids' kids live here, and we've frequented the businesses that they open. It does matter, and it does affect people. And I think that you guys are saying oh, people forget, but I don't know, are you going to forget if your kid still has nightmares because they sat in class and you weren't there and couldn't be there for another 4 to 6 hours as they watched their friend get screaming and crying and be detained on live stream where they could do nothing about it? I think that there's people who aren't going to be able to forget. Maybe the 2A people who argue over whether or not the officer who shot him thought he had a gun on him and was a danger, whatever, they might forget. But every single one of these people who's snatched up is connected to other people, and people don't forget when their neighbors get taken. So I think that if they continue like this, there's no way that they're going to be able to allow elections, if that makes sense. So I don't see
Well, I think
personally. I could be wrong
would
because
like
I don't
that
have
if they didn't allow elections.
Oh yeah, I don't think I personally believe that they cannot afford to lose these elections or allow them to happen or be certified or whatever, like stop the steal, or whatever. So I think that if they don't
Getting on that
believe
train early.
they can win, that they're gonna find some other way, whether it's starting a conflict, saying, oh, we can't have elections, whether it's or here's another thing, they've been taking people's phones and they've been claiming that there's like a vast networks of terrorists and things. Like if you have certain charges in certain states, you can't vote. So how long until, if you're in a group chat with someone that they don't like, you don't get to vote kind of stuff? I don't know how they're going to do it, but I think that they're going to work on suppressing votes first and try and legally rig this election. And if that doesn't work, I think it's going to get nasty. And that's what I'm concerned about, because I think there's a lot of people who listen to, Mayor Frey and the cops who are out there saying like, oh, don't actually obstruct. Just keep letting it happen. And at some point, that something's going to give.
Yeah. I mean, we spoke about this yesterday. I agree with you.
Jack Doherty is in here spamming our chat.
Bro,
right now.
I was about to say, what the fuck? Like, this is the first time we've noticed a name, and this is the nuisance. This is that nuisance cunt. This is the one that keeps crashing cars and doing fucking retarded shit.
Oh.
Like, just like, yeah, this guy's a fucking moron. Fuck this guy. Have you seen him?
If you showed him to me, probably.
He's one of these
But
little
he's not one of the
broccoli
people that
head.
I actively
Just one of these
watch
little
after,
broccoli
so-
head fuckheads.
Sorry, I don't know who you are, sir.
Doesn't he hit his girlfriend too and stuff?
Probably.
Probably.
Anyway, who's ready to finish with Chuck Schumer?
1 second.
Already banned them.
This fuckhead. Have you seen him around doing nuisance shit?
Him? No.
Hmm.
He looks
Keep
like
an
a
eye-
fucking
yeah.
child. Like a literal
Yeah,
child.
yeah.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
like
gonna be
19.
honest.
Wanker.
I'm getting older, and because I've been doing this longer, I tend to follow actual Nazis who are gonna hurt people, not stupid fucking children.
Yeah. I mean, I've never seen one of his
Sorry,
videos
kid.
and stuff. I just
Yeah, I've never seen one of your videos. Fuck you are.
yeah, I just know that he's one of those.
Yeah, I have watched people like that get tucked up under the wing of the wrong people and get groomed, but quite literally groomed. Some of them get raped.
Wow.
But
I mean, it's currently
again,
happening.
we need to watch that one documentary from 1992 about oh no, I'm blanking on his name.
I mean,
He
Andrew
was,
Tate is currently grooming that clavicular guy to be a Nazi. So
yeah,
that's
did
cool.
you see the video of him at the club with clavicular?
I
and
think he fucked Aiden
Nico
Ross.
and Andrew Tate and fucking they
when
had him
they
play
were-
the Kanye
Is this
Hitler
when they
song.
asked Nick Fuentes that they were going to be like,
And
"Oh, we're
Nick
going to go get
Fuentes-
you
oh,
girls,"
yeah,
and
Nick
he was like,
Fuentes-
"No,
Nick Fuentes was there too.
not girls!
Not
Don't
girls.
send girls to talk to me."
Oh no, anything but vagina.
The horror.
That's gay.
Vagina is gay, boys. Didn't you know? Oh shit! It's funny because I've got more vagina than Nick Fuentes has.
That is funny.
I mean, many.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
ready?
if you've seen one, you've gotten more vagina than Nick Fuentes has. So
You ready? This is what we'll finish with right here.
yes. Oh my god, we still haven't fucking done this. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
paint peeling off the walls, sheets covering the windows, broken blinds, a mangled chair covered up with a wood board, an ancient stove with a giant hole, and yes, that's underwear in the living room. What looks and feels like the most run-down frat house on campus is actually the Capitol Hill home of some of the most powerful men in Washington.
Welcome to Omega House.
I love what you've done with the place.
Thank you.
Dick.
Look at Chuck's face. Thank you.
Okay, wait.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, let me stop laughing. Okay. There was just one shot of like the clothes in a pile. And all I thought was, do you remember the thing when they went to Bernie Sanders' house? And they were like, oh, look how human he is.
He's
He
got
has
clothes on the
in a
chair.
pile.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is like Temu Bernie Sanders.
And yes,
and it's also
underwear
Temu
in the living room.
in New York with the fucking beret.
Look at
with
there's
his
a
cats.
fireplace here that has soot on it, which leads me to believe it's a functional fireplace, but it's just become another corner to shove shit into for Chuck Schumer.
Oh my god. I thought this was gonna be like when they went to that New York. Who was the guy with the New York and the beret?
Oh, Curtis Sliwa, and it was just a bunch of cats at his house.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like that. This is so much worse.
What looks and feels like the most run-down frat house on campus.
No, hang on, I need to see what this air conditioning
in the
note
living
says.
room. What
Oh
looks
my
and
God.
feels like the
Why
most.
would? Wait.
When last
Wait, but
person
why-
leaves, set air conditioner to, and it looks like it was 71, and now it's crossed out and
71.
says 80. Utilities go up, rent goes up.
Okay, wait, but does he own it or is he renting?
They're renting it together.
So did he put that there?
Frat house on.
I don't know. Somebody put it there. Air conditioner to 80. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. Because, yeah, I can understand that in the middle of, like, that's summer. I was about to say, like, I'm thinking heat-wise, like, heating your house to 80.
Yeah, if it's 90 something outside, you're also going to destroy your air conditioning by putting it on 70, especially like
I
starting
have to run
from
mine
like
on
90
70
something.
all summer because of the chinchillas. I don't have a climate-safe room. This
Well,
house is not good
It's
for
also different.
chinchillas.
I guess it's also different if it gets there instead of starting there. Like, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, I just run them on max. That's as high, that's as low as it goes.
Oh, it's different. Okay, air like the ones in your window are different than like the ones in your house.
Central air, yeah.
Yeah. I assume they have central air if they're talking about but maybe not. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
Who
They
knows?
probably
anyway,
do.
This is crazy though. Wait,
Campus
here's my real
is
question. He's been in his house. He has seen the inside of his house. He's a politician. He knows that this is all about image and shit, right? He knows. He has to
Yeah,
know.
well, this is just-
Why would he let
this is-
someone in there?
This is just their dorm next to the Capitol, not so it's like where they basically sleep when they're at work. Like he still
But-
has a house as well.
No, I understand that, but why would he? Is he proud of this?
Well, let's find out.
Actually, the Capitol Hill home of some of the most powerful men in Washington.
Welcome to Omega House.
I love what you've done with the place.
Thank you.
Dick
Thank
Durbin
you.
and Chuck Schumer, the second and third ranking Senate Democrats, live
Oh,
here
they definitely were
together.
hookers.
You guys got the rent from him?
Their landlord and third
Oh my
roommate
God, they
is Democratic
definitely
Congressman
bring
George
hookers back
Miller. The house is so legendary, it inspired a new TV series,
Has
Alpha
Epstein
House.
ever been at this house?
Except the Senate roommates on the Amazon.com show are Republicans.
We want to say
Or believing they have a sense of
are
humor.
nothing like us. Don't even begin
We
to
are
think so.
so much
When
worse.
people see this house, they're going to know because in the show it's a little bit nicer. They have a thing where in the
Wait a minute.
Miller, the owner, started taking in tenants more than 30 years ago. The house hasn't been updated since.
When we stopped buying LPs, that was when the music stopped.
So it's a
But you
rundown
actually have a record
shithole.
player here.
Yes, the same.
And bro's
They've
profiting off
literally
the
been here
politicians.
for-
That's great.
What the fuck?
Shithole. rundown shithole.
What the fuck is this?
Hey,
They
hey!
definitely bring
Do you
their
see
side
what I
chick here.
see?
Wait, what do you see? Is that
Blue.
APAC? It is. Oh my god, that's an APAC thing.
Amazing.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Right there, right out in the open. Good job.
Best part about it are the
CNN.
products that are on the
This is-
cassette player.
This is my medicine cabinet
Yeah.
right here.
8-track? No, APAC is how it's pronounced.
This could be.
The B-roll is great. They just let them. They didn't clean up before they let these people in their house.
Yeah.
They knew they were coming, and they were like, "That's fine."
This is a man who truly does not give a shit.
This is a group of men who don't give a shit. They run our. Oh, that hurts.
So at the time, second and third ranking member when this was done.
I can't.
Oh, Mr.
I
Neat.
can't believe that
Mr. Neat's closet.
Wow.
Schumer's stuff is strewn all over the living room. Seriously, this is where you sleep every night?
Every night.
And you
Every
wake
night.
up to Barack Obama staring at you in the face?
Exactly.
Senator Durbin did, out you a little bit. He said this is the most that you've ever made your bed.
Just for you.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that
blind
they did clean up.
Amazing.
This is
you.
them
No,
cleaned
that's
up.
the wild thing is I'm like, so I actually was just about to say that, but I didn't want to interrupt again. I'm like, wait, looking around to see what else is in the background, and I thought the same thing. I'm like, no, this is an organized fucking mess. What did they hide though? Because they couldn't have hid it very well. If like you were like, we're like, oh, let me
blood
just
stains.
something while they're in another room, you could just look under the bed and find something, like
We haven't
National
even gotten to the cereal yet.
Are you fucking kidding me? There's more? I thought that was it.
Of course. There's
Of
it's only halfway
course.
over.
Of
Particularly
course.
beautiful.
Yes, well, a guy can see the weather without having to get out of bed. It's a special effect.
The phone is still plugged in, but hasn't worked in years.
547-2513. I still remember the number.
You don't use a phone? No.
Is that table?
Hey,
then,
he's
like,
always saving money.
Just throw it out!
No, they haven't changed anything in this place since they fucking got it. Look at that chair. Look
Wow,
at
they
that
haven't changed anything
folding
in
chairs,
government
and
since they got it.
I know, right? If they do the same thing with the government, guys, this is what they're doing with the government. This is a perfect metaphor. Look at that chair. It's been there since the 70s, but that one still works. That's why it's still there. That's why we don't get rid of it, like with all the things that Doge got rid of. But there are some things that we do need to get rid of. Like all of the trash. There's a bunch of trash around too. Have you noticed how there's just like things that I'm
Also,
like, why
they
are
have
these
this
so
chair
here?
folded up, but they're still keeping the chair with a board on it. Like, who's sitting on a board instead of just this folding chair?
It's in case they all have their ladies over at the same time. Or maybe it's so they
Couch
can
was a
watch.
money
They
saver,
don't-
too.
It's part of the kink. They don't like to be comfortable.
My son wanted to throw that away, put it out in the
Upstairs?
trash,
He's sitting on the
and
stairs?
it had to be 12, 14 years ago, and I said, it's better than anything we have.
Their refrigerator, well, it's a scary sight.
That baguette, yeah, that looks a little aged.
It's a lethal weapon.
It's not even in a wrapper! He just put bread, didn't wrap it up at all, in the fridge. And then the best part, watch it. While he's showing, oh yeah, this is a rock hard baguette, watch what he does with it.
Well, it's a scary sight.
That baguette, yeah,
puts
that
it
looks
back.
a little aged.
It's a
back.
lethal
He
weapon.
didn't toss it. He puts it back.
No wonder.
He
they
definitely
have-
put it back.
He put it back.
Ah, what's going on here? Get out of here.
Rats.
The rats may have done that.
Wow. How many rats did you have?
Don't ask. I had a dream literally 2 nights ago that the rats were back.
I thought the rats were in the Senate. I didn't know they came to the House.
Where's this from, Congressman?
Well, Ben Franklin gave that to us.
Yeah.
Since this is not a kitchen fit for cooking, the congressional roomies take the easy route. cold cereal. They buy it in bulk.
So you're the Raisin Bran. Senator Durbin, which one are you?
Oh, I prefer Raisin Bran, but I like the mini wheats.
The fictitious lawmakers in Alpha House have breakfast together, watch sports at night. Not so much here.
I come in about midnight from my office usually.
And we leave while he's sleeping.
And then leave while I'm sleeping. We do it by design.
An opening scene of Alpha House shows a bowl of flag pins on the counter. This is what they have on their counter.
Screws and a random pill and a pen in case you need one.
It's modern art.
It's hard to believe such prominent politicians live in these conditions.
When my wife comes, she will not stay here.
But they're only in Washington about 3 nights a week.
What makes it work?
Your friends. Your friends.
We love it. It's home.
Dana Bash, CNN, at the real Alpha House near Capitol Hill.
That's how their wives stay with them. They live alone most of the time and get visits from their husband who lives with his roommates in DC. That's how their wives now.
Yeah,
Man,
they're getting
that's
porked
crazy.
back home.
Yeah, no, yeah, and of course they also, I'm sure, have side pieces. This
Yeah,
is
each other.
Okay, what year? What
They
year
got
was this?
they got a poodle and a jar of mayonnaise.
What year was this?
Ooh, good question. Let me go back.
Does this predate all of the like people like using alpha and beta and whatnot in common words? You know? Because when I hear Alpha House, I think
12
like
years.
Greek, huh?
That was 12 years ago. That story.
I'm pretty sure that was before people were running around saying like alpha and beta and
I mean-
cuck and shit.
It's just that the show is called Alpha House.
No, my point is, I just
So-
think it's funnier that like, I don't know. I just think it's funny. I just didn't know if they had named it that like after it became a like term that everyone like knew, or
Yeah.
because. But now that I think about it, it's probably because they were all involved in fraternities in college.
Yeah, they were just joking with the Omega House thing, you know. I would like to know if he's still sleeping there. I want to know about the baguette. How's it doing? Is it still in the fridge?
Look, you're a journalist, right? Are you allowed
Some
to
say.
just knock on his door and be like, I need to know if the baguette is still there, if your wife
I could probably.
made you clean the fridge?
I mean, the address is public. can go
You
right
could
over
even
there.
exactly. You know what? You could even like write him a little postcard and ask about the baguette. Why not?
Yeah.
If you
Rats
ask nicely
got it
enough, he
finally.
might think
No,
it's
even
funny.
the rats were like, "Fuck that." The place
that
is so
baguette.
bad. Even the rats left.
Oh shit, that's crazy. They live like that? Do
Some
other
call it
ones live
living.
like that?
I don't know. That's just one of my favorite Chuck Schumer videos.
They said that they've been living like that since the 70s, right?
Yeah.
Is it just them or is this normal? Like I know it's
I don't
normal for
know.
politicians to have like a second like place that they stay in DC, right?
And they're
is it
proud of
normal
it.
for them to
Chuck
shack up together
especially
like that?
seems proud of it.
Yeah, they've got like a little boys club going on. That's so weird. That's wild. I don't know how to feel about that entire thing. Thank you for
It is. Talk about modern art.
yeah, right? Damn.
That was a
Okay.
very damn moment.
You ready to end?
Yeah. You're happy, I'm happy.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost 7 hours.
Great.
What do we what time tomorrow for Miriam? For you?
It's 7 a.m. for me.
Okay, so kind of like around normal start time.
Yeah, a few hours before.
Yeah.
So like
I'm just
two,
checking
2
if I-
hours before I was on today.
Yeah, I'm just checking when and how much I want to sleep.
Okay, no problem. So 15 hours roughly, 14.
Okay, cool.
Something like that.
No problem. All right.
All right.
Next week.
15 hours. Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks for having me,
Ending.
guys.
All right.
Thank you.